everybody around the world on the internet. First pair in the beams right now. Street Eliminator, bump it in for the first runs of the day. The first pair, actually. Joe Baxter, both of them 1.2 seconds, 60 foots. These could be the quickest runs of the weekend. Oh, wow. Joe Baxter, check the speed out as well. 7:15 at 210 miles an hour. Tony Higgs with a really good 7:52 at 193. But compared to that pesky Mustang in the other lane, unbelievable. Well done, Joe. Over 210, I think, for the first time ever. So, Michael D'Souza and Nick Hale. Right, so Michael D'Souza and Nick Hale. Michael's best run yesterday was a 9:63, 10:77 for Nick. Wow, Michael blazing the tyres to 60 foot. .10:53 and 10:71 for Michael D'Souza. Well, a guy who had a really great day yesterday was Joe Stevens, returning with the Sunbeam Stiletto. He was in the mid-8s, went a bit quicker and a bit quicker, chipping away at it down to the 8.4s in the end with an 8.48, alongside James Murray with the Sleeper Cortina. That little Sunbeam of Joe has been down in the 7s before. Actually, he was previous Street Eliminator champion as well a few years back. Joe knows how to get it done. Stepping up the 60 foot a little bit, just slowly but surely. Sticking a bit more in it. 8:36, there we go. That's another 10th off. And a 9:67 for James Murray. No improvement in qualifying time for Joe Stevens, but definitely an improvement in ET. So Damien Halliwell with the Jack of Speed against Mr. Nigel Hale, who had a pretty good day yesterday. Both of these were in the 10.4s. Normality has resumed. Although it hasn't, because we're sat in the wrong places.
No, I know.
Well, no tyre spin. It was just almost a quarter-mile burnout yesterday from Nigel Hale a couple of times. That's going to be a good one. That's a 10.45 at 1:37. Backing off a little for Damien Halliwell to an 11.20. 8.50 bike, please. Could we have you into the lanes? 8.50 bike, please. So, Colin, very good morning.
Very good morning to you as well.
And everybody
morning,
out there.
Morning
as well.
world.
It's a horrendous day to be going racing, isn't it? It's just lovely. Absolutely lovely.
Just a quick one whilst I'm up here for Street Eliminator, actually. Andy Bond, the last one to run in this session. No Jack Petley this morning.
Okay.
I don't know why, but apparently Gary was underneath the car this morning.
Yeah.
So they're working away. But the reason... they're not... he's just messaged me. He said, morning, mate. We're not out this session. Nothing bad. Good to hear it. Now then, the big thing there is the wrong message has just come up. But Jack Petley as Andy Bond... Let's just have a quick look at him. 7:23, 200. Nicely done. 208
miles an hour as well. Joe Baxter keeps number one. Sorry, mate.
Okay, so Gary messaged in to say a special congratulations to Jack and Amber. Now then, Jack proposed to Amber last week and she said yes. Oh dear. Well done. But no, we just wanted to pass on, especially from Gary and Jill. Very, very happy indeed. So to Jack Petley, not only his first 7-second run with a Malibu yesterday, but congratulations to you and Amber on your engagement. And I'll pop round and see you a bit later on.
Well, when I was thinking the reason they probably missed his session first thing this morning, so we're too busy celebrating last night.
I don't know if Gary was under the car because he was drunk or if he was under the car because he was working on it.
He was over, as you would be though, really.
Oh,
I mean,
of course you would, yeah.
It's a many years long project, and it just all, yesterday was just a great day. Perfect day, really, to be honest with you. Okay, we are on with Super Gas qualifying session number, I can't remember how many, number 4 actually. We got 3 in yesterday. Laura Baton under the tower hasn't run anything but a 9 this weekend. Now, yesterday will go down in the Baton household as their best ever, I think. It's going to take some topping. Not only did they run their first 9, but they ran multiple 9s. They finished the day as #1 qualifier in Supergas, and they went into the 9.8s running in Pro ET.
9.8s?
9.8s in Pro ET, yeah. Down to, I think the quickest was 9.83 in the end, something like that. So,
wow.
Yeah. It was always there. Problems for Mark White being pushed back. So, yeah, look, Laura Baton, #1 qualifier.
Brilliant.
How cool is that?
I was listening to you in the commentary yesterday, and it was like, right, everybody was running some really good numbers yesterday. But this one, yeah, fantastic.
So, still trying to stick to 990. The weather's a bit better this morning, so you never know. 985, there you go. 136, a little bit too quick. You've got the trouble of slowing it down now. Paul's like, it's another 9. So the top 8 in Supergas were in the 990s, which is where they're supposed to be. Bill down there with the Duster, 993. Yeah, what was weird, you had the experience of what I do when I'm sitting at home. It's like, I normally have to listen to you. Well, I don't have to, but I normally listen to you sitting at home, and I want to say something, but you can't say anything. You had the same thing yesterday. You could hear me.
Yeah. No, it was a leisurely day. I was in the garden. I was in the paddling pool. I just having it streamed to my ears. It was lovely.
Fantastic.
So it was good.
You keep up with it all.
Yeah.
So Bill will drift and coast a little bit at the top end, which he didn't that time. 957. I can only presume that was a tune-up on Pro ET. Now, I'm particularly impressed about this because they have named it the Barbecue Roadster, and it has got stickers. I don't know. There was one thing yesterday which I may have accidentally started, where I was I was up here with Luke, popped up here, and it was ET Bike. And I just thought, I said out loud, I always thought that Super Penguin was a really cool name. And I said, hang on a minute, if anyone is watching in, can you go on ChatGPT and someone make a Super Penguin for me, right? And Barney did it straight away.
Yeah.
So we had a Super Penguin on the live stream, right? A Super Penguin cartoon on the live stream. So basically, car names turned into caricatures or whatever as well. We also did Limpy Slug.
Okay.
Which was the saddest looking slug you'd ever seen in your life. It was dreadful. There was plenty I avoided doing. I'm sure you know which ones.
Oh, my word. Yeah.
But there we go. Anyway, Paul Brown looking for 9.90. He went 992 with a 3 yesterday. .987 to 4, just that little bit too quick. Okay, Colin Morris with the Nova.
You were saying about this Chat GPT. It's dangerous the way it's taken over everything, and
I know
people at work and God knows what.
We're not going to be needed anymore. It's just going to listen to us and just recreate it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it'd be quite as terrible, but you know.
Yeah.
So Colin Morris finally nailed down a good one yesterday. Went 9.94. This is Q4 for Supergas. Everybody, if you're wondering about the order as well, because we saw Street Eliminator at the end of yesterday, they're going to have 2 more runs today, but they're going out on their cruise, and it's good for them to go as soon as they can in the afternoon after their last qualifying session. Colin seems very, very at home in this little white Nova. Oh my word!
That's perfect.
Right, that will be the perfect ET award, I do believe, just gone to the Morris boys. Well, struggle no more, obviously. Give me 2 seconds. I'm rifling through my notes. Perfect ET award is
John Moore.
Thank you very much indeed. There we go. We had the perfect light award, actually. Actually, both times it's gone to Supergas.
Nice one.
It was Stu Doyney that won the perfect light. Dave Bolton's best is a 10.05. 9.92 to 7. That's a lot more like it. Believe it or not, that only gets him number 6 for now. Also got to say hi to Tony Morris if Tony's watching in. I can see Dave up there on the balcony, looking on.
got to say thanks to Bill Wilson for the entertainment last night. Absolutely, I've been in stitches.
Good. He had a great day yesterday.
Well, that's what they did to me last night. Hang on, let's get rid of that bit.
Oh my hell, no. It's not something I ever needed to see. So Martin Kirbysley with a little Brody Roadster and Bill Wilson trying to slow it down. He doesn't slow it down. He goes even quicker with a 977.
Gee.
Martin Kirbysley just misses with an 89 with a 7. Is that one of Bill Wilson's quickest ever runs?
I think that is Bill's quickest. I've seen it go 9. I haven't seen it 9.7 before. Wow.
He only had one run yesterday, the right side of the number. Every other one was in the 980s.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you give the engine to the Garrett boys.
Conrad Stanley, Jasmine Tunstall. Jasmine's first run in Supergas for the weekend. We've seen the car obviously been rich. Conrad in at number 4 at the moment. He'll stay 4. That's a good run. Well, Jasmine gets on the list. Not the run they wanted, but she's in there. Right, Mark White, and Dave Cherritt. Mike was supposed to be in the first pair. He's currently in at 10 with the 10.1. Dave Cherritt in the 990s. Yeah, it's noticeably cooler as well this morning, isn't it? Which is a good thing for now, I think.
Yeah, it was very, very warm yesterday, and I was thinking of you up here, and I was thinking,
we sort of get used to it, though,
yeah.
really, haven't we? Like, the last few events have built us up. This is the 3rd one in a row where it has been just stinking hot. It's a good problem to have. Could we have 950 down, please? 950 bike, please. Dave will lift, and he will coast, and he will run a 982. 10 flat for Mark White. Doesn't improve qualifying positions, but definitely improves the ET. Okay, the last car coming round underneath the tower on licensing. This is Eva Davis. It was a really cool moment yesterday. I don't know whether you saw it or heard it, but the first thing with Nick, it was like a full circle moment. He started out 35 years ago in Supergas. And here is his little girl licensing in Supergas now. I caught
up with Eva last night. Very happy.
Right, she's having too much fun with the burnouts. She was having fun trying to get them going yesterday, and that's it. Sorry, Cole. Anyway,
yeah, no, she's on half track now, isn't she?
That's right. Yes.
And very, very happy indeed. Hayden down there. I've got a report for you on 950 bike as well. Reminds me.
Okay.
I've got loads of stuff to tell you.
Well, see, the thing is, you've actually had the day off, or you've had time off to go around and talk to everybody.
I only got here at 7 o'clock last night.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I must have been lazy then. I think I just crashed out.
Yeah, but then I was listening to you at 9:30 in the morning, and I was listening to you in the car coming in at 7 o'clock, and you just realise how long the day is.
Constant.
10
hours. 10 hours it was.
Yeah.
And there was no gap. No, and it was great. That's what it's supposed to be like.
Yeah.
So Eva Davis with the Pontiac Grand Am. The car has been. We haven't seen this car for a little while. It was running Supergas and Super Comp before, I think. Possibly the most overqualified crew ever for a Supergas licensing pass. But that's once again great problem to have. Good luck, Eva. Taking it to half track and lifting. There we go. 1.16 to 60 foot, bit quicker than yesterday. Still goes 10:46.
And that's still quicker than I've ever been.
Is that right? I think that'll work.
Oh, superb.
Well, when Nick ran the car yesterday, he ran like an 8.5 or something like that, and Eva just had a big smile on her face going, yeah, might go next. That'll be good. Well, absolute natural. Well done, young lady.
All right, full passes next then.
Certainly looked like it with the okay from the race director.
Yeah.
Right, ET Bike qualifying session number 4. This was so many classes were just ridiculously close yesterday. It started off a bit shaky with Pro ET because no one was anywhere. Like number 1 was 0.5. However, the rest of the day was just what you'd expect, frankly. Bang on. Okay, Alan Davis and Roberto Torres The numbers you see on the board at the top end are their predicted times. If you've been in before, you know how this works. They're trying to get as close to those as they possibly can. They spent all day yesterday. Well, I say all day. They had 3 runs yesterday. This is their 4th qualifying run. They'll have 1 more later today, and then they'll go into eliminations. It's good to see Alan Davis out here. No one's told me what's happened to his Nitro Twin yet. 9:36, too quick. That's called a breakout. And Roberto Torres, 9:36. See, this is a bit I struggle with seeing.
Oh, yeah.
Hang on, that is Saturday, isn't it? So, yeah, we're on ET Bike. And then we go to 8:50. I'm not calling everybody before he says anything. 8:50, 9:50. Then we go Wild Bunch, VW Pro, and then Comp Eliminator, Pro Mod, and Top Fuel Bike. It's weird sitting there as well, isn't it?
It's actually quite nice.
It's quite refreshing, isn't it? Yeah, it's not bad. So, Mike Gooding, Nick Playden. .977, 926. Nobody moves. One thing I've noticed even from 2 pairs is there is this significant drop in dial-ins from yesterday during the day. 2 reasons. It's early in the morning, so it's cooler. Even though it's still quite hot, it's cooler than it was most of the day yesterday. Tailwind. Big tailwind. Straight down the racetrack type tailwind. If you look at where the windmills are going, they're facing the tower, basically.
I think the track would have tightened up as well, actually. Because it was so hot yesterday.
It was straight. It was scraped as well last night. I mean, goodness me, everyone else finished at a barbecue and the track crew was still going. Phil Pratt at the moment down at number 7. Now he goes too quick with an 8.95. Well, the other lane was a 10.03. Yeah, Wild Bunch, could we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Wild Bunch into the pairing lanes, please. And Barney, if you're listening, the button has gone sideways. Declan Butt, Fiona Moore. Yeah, it was Barney doing the ChatGPT caricatures yesterday. It was quite cool.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether they were actually on the live stream. They were definitely on that screen.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Right, okay, so they weren't published.
The Super Penguin was pretty cool. Yeah. I like the Super Penguin. Fiona Moore and Declan Butt, good to see the Moore family out here again racing. Declan, is currently your number 2 qualifier. Too quick. Too quick. Way too quick. Almost in both lanes. And here he is, the man himself, the Super Penguin, is your number 1 qualifier. If you have the Super Penguin teed up, Barney, now would be a good time.
What you need to do is just chat GPT a bit of the 70-year-old Super Penguin.
Or a Super Penguin riding a bike. That's got to be it. Alongside Pete Harrison. Well, yeah, if everyone could just knock like 0.2 off their dial-in, it would be good. Everyone's going way too quick this morning. So, Scott Collier down there with the family machine. Now, his sister asked me to call him Scott Collie Monkey when he was out there today, but I said, no, I'm not going to do that because that might be a bit rude and I might be in trouble, so I haven't done it, okay? Alongside Holly King.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, Sky. Yeah, if I get injured, it's your fault. Alongside Holly King, who's been, well, this could even be an 8-second run for Holly King, judging by how today's gone. And it is, look at that, Scott Collier goes to number 1, 9:51 with a 5. Check that out, 132, well done, Scott. But in the other lane, down into the 8s, 898, 147. Okay, Andy Franklin and Casey Holgate. Up next, Casey with a 975, 12.56 for Andy Franklin in the Kestrel lane. No one's going going to win any reaction time awards, but it doesn't matter. It's about the number. Okay, she goes 960. There we go, about a tenth off. And guess what? Oh, that wasn't a tenth off. Andy Franklin, the first one for about 6 pairs, that hasn't broken out. Apart from Scott, who went to number 1. Right, Bryn Dance and Jake Bowden. Jake had a rough day yesterday, and I think it might continue this morning as well, because the bike's, he's refired it. Just couldn't get it to leave. He was running 140 mile an hour plus at the finish line, but it just would not move off the line. So 908 for Bryn Dance and a 950 for Jake Bowden, and what a bike that looks for all the world like it should be in Funny Bike. That's much better for Jake that time. Still a little bit slow off the line, but much more like it in the back end. 905 too quick, and a 976. Jake's best run of the weekend. Again, 142 miles an hour, but the better launch meant he moved up 2 spots to number 15. Okay, Nefty Martina. The other thing was really funny yesterday. Obviously, the boat from Holland turned up in the morning, so they missed the first session. Then every Dutch rider turned up for the second or third session. All of them. So, Nefty Martina. Thank you very much indeed for the message, Barney. Much appreciated. $9.84. Over a second off. Actually, sorry, 9.04. Apologies. It's those scoreboards. Do you do that as well? It's just me, yeah. I managed to get. The trouble
is, no, I look at the screen more, but then I miss what's going on
up
the
there.
stripe.
Yeah, but when you get to the super quick classes that run through like Sports Mini T, VW, the only way to do it is look at the screen because you don't have time. Go on.
The thought of it, Adam, who's obviously doing the new computer, can't we have a heads-up display? that would work.
Steady. Right, Ted Van Deeken and Giovanni Affong. Both of them. Well, look at that. Now, Ted Van Deeken, Colin, if you can see that, look, it says he's from Leiderdorp, which is in the UK, apparently.
Oh, right.
I've never heard of anywhere called Leiderdorp in the UK. We're on 850 bike. Giovanni goes 872. He went 866 yesterday, so no improvement. And Ted in the other lane. That improves his time, but not his position, unfortunately. So, Kevin Wright. The bike that wants to go 7s every time, but he manages to hold it back to run 8 zeros. Issue is he's in the class called 850. Taking on Pete Slater, who is currently number 2 with an 858. Will Kevin Wright keep it pinned, or will he back off this time? No, he goes 777 at 177 miles an hour. That is the biggest breakout of the week, or the weekend so far. I feel a move to comp bike may be calling soon. Well done. Pete Slater in the other lane went 840. He's still too quick, but that's not that quick. Okay, Stacey Reed and Seneschal Martis. I should have let you do that one. I love that one. Seneschal Martis, I think that probably says. I hope it does, and I apologise if I've screwed it up. Stacey Reed, pretty sure I've nailed that one. Once again, looking for 850. Stace goes 854. She will be your new number 1 qualifier. Congratulations, young lady. Seneschal with a great looking run at 861, but when the young lady in the other lane is going to number 1, fantastic. He never looks up.
He doesn't, does he?
No, he doesn't. He's on his own planet, as we know. Right, Jan Kamberg and Mohammed Hussein. Your next two. Now, Mohammed's bike is really quick in the slick tricks lane. Just can't seem to get it off the line. Had a couple of missteps. If it goes right, there we go. That was what happened about a couple of times yesterday. So, Jan Kamberg, currently number 12 with a 914. Just blast the index completely with an 841. So Mohammed going to have another stab at it. Wow, 27.92. That was the least breakout run of the day, I think that was. Not sure quite how that happened. The 60 foot was 20.21. Now, Gary Hester, usually in ET Bike.
ET Bike, yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, I thought it was the continuation yesterday, and then I looked at the screen and went, oh, it's not, because he changed classes. He's currently number 4, running really well. Down in the 860s, went 861, up against Igor Petrozec, I think, in the Kestrel lane. Well, Igor completely stripped the rubber off the start line. When he let the clutch go, it just totally spun. Good looking run for Gary Hester, way too quick. Well, not way too quick, a bit too quick. That was good. 8:47 and 11:93. Okay, that's definitely not Paul Hambidge.
Why are they in 950?
Right, an 8:58. That was pretty much what we ran yesterday, I think, to be honest with you. Out there in... Are you missing one? So, hang on, we got... Oh, there we go. One there. Handing them out like sweets today. Okay, Marcel Dalbeck with the snowmobile engine machine from Germany. Really nice looking piece of kit, that, in the slick tricks lane. Can't quite get close to the 8th yet. The quickest he's been is a 985 up against Paul Hazel. Well, Marcel unfortunately rolled the beams a little bit, hence the red light. 850 with a 3 on new number 1 qualifier. Marcel goes 10.52. That was all in the 60 foot, really. That was quicker than that. But yeah, Paul Hazel, terrific run. 8.50 with a 3. Lots and lots of shuffling going on in this qualifying session. Patrick Marie, Alex Jordan. Alex had a pretty rough day until the last session yesterday when he went 8.74. Patrick, his first run in class, actually, of the weekend. Qualifying session number 4. Obviously had a nice lazy day yesterday. There were quite a few that were entered who didn't run yesterday. Sort of turned up later in the day. They'll be running at some point during the day. Well, they've got to if they want to be qualified. This will make it 16 bikes when Patrick takes the finish line. .849 with a 5. Oh, so close. They both break out. Alex Gordon, though, 8:42 at 161. I think whatever the problem with the bike was yesterday is solved. Right, 950 bike.
Right, so 8 bikes. Mm-hmm. They chatted to me last night. They've all put £10 in the pot.
Right.
To keep the banter and the rivalry going and everything. So number 1 qualifier will take 40 quid.
Mm-hmm.
and whoever's got the best reaction time in qualifying gets the other 40 quid.
That's fair enough.
They're just sort of like trying to make a bit of fun. Also, if Hayden and Thomas line up against each other, you just got to watch out for the hand signals between them.
Been watching out from blowing kisses so far. Well, Alex Hope might be taking the reaction time one. 9:54 moves up to number 1. So not only a 0:19 light, but a 9:54. Other lane 9:62. That was really good.
Yeah.
It's one thing I was saying yesterday. It's nice to see a resurgence of a lot of the sportsman classes.
Yeah.
950 as well, one of them, because there was 2 or 3 bikes for a little while.
Ages, yeah.
And now we're up to 8. Harvey Taylor and Jack Hartley, your next 2. Currently 5 and 8. Jack's quickest run is a 10:21. Needs to dip into the 9s at least to stand some sort of fighting chance tomorrow. Harvey goes 9:53 with an 8. Well, number 1 qualifier for Alex whilst in 1 pair. 1 pair. 10:05, quickest run of the weekend so far in the other lane. Right, Dave Hall and Thomas Cook Abbott. So Thomas said to me, I bumped into him in Harley last night, and Thomas said to me, "Wait a sec. Could all VW Sportsman drivers please return to your cars? All VW Sportsmen, please return to your cars, because you'll be running soon." Dave Hall, Thomas Cook Abbott. Thomas said, "Good news, found first gear. Bad news, I've lost 5th. Yeah, 9:79. Same again, unfortunately, for Tom. Number 4 in the other lane, Dave Hall, with a 9:57. Yeah, Tom's cruising over the finish line at 1:34.
Yeah, because even Jake said to Thomas, went like that. He said you didn't have 5th gear, and it was right.
Yeah, that was a good news, bad news scenario for Tom. The thing is, I did say to him, you can't remember to put it in 5th gear, though. It either goes in or it doesn't. It's not like... So
he's not going to live that one down.
Not a rider error one, that one. Dion Hartley, Hayden Michelle. Hayden's number 5. He was number 1 last year. I mean, Dion Hartley's been 9:54. It's super tight at the top. Everyone is coasting. 9:44, too quick for Hayden. Dion 9:61, no improvement. That was still a great session for 9:50. Okay, we're on with the Wild Bunch. That doesn't work. Sorry. Right, Alan Schofield, we're on with the Wild Bunch. Alan has a small stable of vehicles. According to the back of the Alton, it's actually up for sale. I don't know whether it is or not, but if you fancy a very, very rapid, near 8-second, he's dialed 9 flat. I'm pretty sure it will go in the 8s. It's a very, very nicely turned out Alton, that one. Used to run a blown small block in Supercharged Outlaws and run in the 7s. And he did when he bought it as well, actually. Alongside Andy Clifford with the Snake Eyes Slingshot. Back to bracket racing, i.e. pick your number, which is on the board at the finish line. Andy Clifford broke out yesterday. I think they've lowered the dial in today. Which means he'll probably go, oh no, he didn't. 8:39, no breakout in either lane. Andy Clifford actually moves up to number 2. I think that's the first time all weekend Alan Schofield hasn't gone quicker as well. Right, Frankie Taylor with the Banshee. Really good to see Frankie back once again. That's a lot more like it. 11.02 is her dial-in. And she goes 11.37 at 95 miles an hour. Welcome back to racing. Okay, Marie Mills with the Altered down there in the Kestrel lane. The car is for sale, according to the sign on the back. Up against Pete Brown with the Rebel this morning. Pete does 8.30. I'm not sure whether this Altered, Slingshot has ever been in the 8.2s. I know 8.30. If he runs that, I think the quickest they've been is 8.34. I think. Great looking runs in both lanes. 8.42 for Pete and a 10.37. Couple of hundreds too quick for Marie. Turton 10.14, the dial-in knocking on the door of the nines. That's a really nice looking run again. 10.15, your new number one qualifier. 10.15 on a 10.14. Congratulations to the Turton family. Right, we're on with VW Pro, the quickest of the VW dial-in classes. They got a couple of runs in yesterday. They've got another few today. Well, a couple at least, I think. So, Joshua Lee and Nigel Gregg. Josh, over there in the Kestrel lane, didn't put a run in yesterday. There are quite a few that haven't got times on the board yet. So Josh looking for 12.80. Nigel Gregg in the other lane, 12.60. 13.0 and a 12.67. Screen clear before I could see it. I think that got him in at number 15 for now. I'm just going to have to keep my eyes pinned on the screen as opposed to the track, unfortunately, because otherwise we're not going to know what the hell's going on. Not that I pretend to, anyway. Right, Nino 2.0. Jake Fronda. In the Slictrix lane. Looking for a fuel pump for a big block Ford yesterday. Obviously found one. Hence, he's out here today. Did put in one run yesterday. Current number 20 in the order against James Gould with the amazing Little Altered. Great way of going fast. Well, it's going to be a bye run for Jake. I think the start line might need slightly more attention and they can give it before they run. .80 for Jake. 10.61, breaks out by 0.2 of a second. Well, they'll know for later. 120 miles an hour. This car for me is just is absolutely stunning. This is the one and only Dave Henderson from up there in Falkirk. I would say the home of the Falkirk wheel, but it's actually the home of Dave Henderson that also features the Falkirk wheel. 10-second Audi that looks like that. It does look like it should be fast, but it shouldn't be like 10.8 seconds fast. 10.82 as well. Dave Henderson stays. Sorry, that's 10.88. I keep stating 2 instead of 8. I do apologise. Right, James Good and Ed Keach. $10.60, I apologise, in the slick tricks lane for Ed with the Porsche. And for James, it will still be the 9 flat. Well, Ed is still going to get an elapsed time, even though he left before the tree ran. That won't make any difference. James Gould will get there first. He's run a best of 9.35, goes 9.20. That's a step in the right direction. He moves up to number 7 for James Gould. Ed Keach, no move, unfortunately, 11.49. All right, Jacob Bailey with the Jetta, the newly winged and what's the word I'm looking for? New aero, anyway, on Jacob Bailey's Jetta. 9.71. He dialed like a second slower than that yesterday, obviously stepping it back up again today. Up against Harry Gamble. Harry with Black Betty again, 11.99. He's seriously quick for what is a very standard looking Beetle. However, Jacob is driving away from him and he goes 9.77. Not going to improve his qualified position. 12.41 in the other lane. Harry Gamble stays put at 12. Again, apologies, I can't do much more information than this, but they run through so quickly and the screen clears up here so quickly. Trying to get everything out within a sensible amount of time is a task. Right, Danny Bean and Michael Strachan from up there in Scotland as well. That very, very rapid Audi. He's now living in the 9s. 10.02, I said that out loud, didn't I? Danny Bean breaks out with an 87 on a 90, just 0.03 of a second too quick. Right, Charles Roberts and Paul Braithwaite. Return of the horn. Fantastic. Well, he wouldn't be without the horn, would we? So Charles Roberts, 11.80. Unfortunately, Paul Braithwaite didn't really move off the line. Let's see what the little 5 up can do. I'm not sure it would be 11.80. Yeah, 14.46, some way off pace. Not worthy of the horn, that one. Do you think? I don't think so. Okay, maybe. All right. Any encouragement is good. So Paul Braithwaite, unfortunately, going backwards, not forwards. Right, can we have Supercomp into the lanes, please? Can we have Supercomp into the pairing lanes, please? Thank you very much indeed. Right, Wayne Waterhouse and Sam Chisholm-Brown. Wayne with the A3, darling, 9.80. He did say 9.08, don't worry. You weren't imagining it. Sam with 9.70. This should be pretty good. Side-by-side run to the finish line. Well, it would have been if Sam had got second gear. Wayne goes through with 10.07. We just wait for Sam to cross the line before it refreshes the screen to find out whether that moved Wayne or not. I don't think he's going to make it. Oh, yes, he is. There we go. He's nearly there. Okay, Wayne actually moves up to number 12. Is that okay? Sam trying to cruise to the scrutineering exit. The quad comes out to take him off the track. So, just a quick recap on VW Pro qualifying. Jacob Bailey is still number 1. In at 2, Dave Henderson. That terrific 10.8 second Audi. Danny Bean 3, Phil Blogg 4, and Mike Strachan. In at 5, we still have a number of cars to run in this session. I think we're due to run VW Sportsman as well before we get into Comp Eliminator, Pro Modified, Top Fuel Bike and Super Street Bike as well. We've also got Jet Car coming up too. Right, looks like Sam is almost round the corner. We've got our next pair in the water box underneath us. So James Hodgson with the incredibly rapid Golf. And Chris Waterhouse with another absolutely drop-dead gorgeous Audi A3. 12.10 for Chris. He's currently number 8. James is in at 10 at the moment. Once again, trying to run as close to the number as they can without going too quick to set the qualified field for race day, which I think for them might be later today or early tomorrow. Predictably, James is out in front. 10.72 too quick. And a 12.24. That moves Chris up to number 4. Nice job from the Waterhouses in both cars. Right, Carl Goldsmith and Luke Stevenson. Luke is actually, I think, last qualified at the moment, but I don't think he really cares at the moment because the car's going in the right direction. This run, he dials an 11.82. Now, if they break out, they will be overjoyed. Up against Carl Goldsmith. One and only Top Fuel Carl. Carl instantly heads for the centre line. That was, well, bad in both lanes, unfortunately. No go for Luke. The Don just quits on the start line, unfortunately, and Carl took a hard right, but did the correct thing and park it up. Okay, folks, we are back to racing rather quickly, which is good, even though it interrupted my wagon wheel. Yeah, bad luck for Luke and everybody on the Coated Race Bearings team. I know Mr. Bose has been working his socks off trying to get that ready. And it worked yesterday. So Alex Knott with his first run of the weekend. In the Kestrel Lane, taking on Phil Blogg, who definitely isn't his first run of the weekend. He's currently number 5. Nice looking run for Phil Blogg. Stays put though at number 5. Alex Knott will get in the order at number 14. Right, Abby Tether. With the Golf currently in 7th. 1287 is the dial. The quickest she's been is a 13.1. Today, well, this morning really, with the tailwind and everything else, really is the time, hopefully, to be going a little bit quicker. She's the last one in this session that can shake up the order. And goes 1292 to number 1. Well done, Abby. 500ths of a second off. There you go. Last car in the class. Took number 1 spot. Congratulations. Right, we're on to VW Sportsman now. Before we get to Comp Eliminator, which I think will be the next class in the lanes, and Pro Modified and Top Fuel Bike and everything else as well, including the Jet Car too. So, Josh Cooling and Ross Page. Josh in the white label Audi TT in the Kestrel Lane hasn't got a number on the board yet. Ross has. 1280, 1315, stays 20. Josh goes in at number 23. Right, George Miller and Jordan Clark, who's got an exciting day ahead. If you know, you know. 27 cars so far qualified in VW Sportsman. A terrific turnout once again. So Jordan's in at number 9 at the moment. Dials this time around 1399. And George Miller with Sonic the TT, the same, 1399. Basically a heads-up race. They both break up by miles. Jordan Clark, look at that one. 0.4 of a second too quick. That's a good effort. Right, Conor Micallef and Lowry Ainslow. Lowry had a really good day yesterday. She's currently number 4. Conor at the other end of the scale, in at number 26. That could all change though. Well, it will be Conor Micallef getting there first, looking for 1296, 1273 too quick, and Larry stays put, the first one that hasn't gone too quick in this qualifying session. Right, Bobby Hunter with the very aptly named Cherry Pop, and Justin Foley. Strong-looking launches in both lanes, both looking for low 13s. Poppy currently 19. Justin currently number 5. Looks like Justin's some way out in front. And he is, because he broke out by half a second. Poppy moves up a couple of spots to 17 with a 37. Right, Bruce Harvey and Kaz Waterhouse with the Menopause TT. 1380s in both lanes. It seems like they're all hatch racing each other with the same kind of dialing. Well, Kaz actually rolled through stage, I think. Yep. Dave's just going to send her back. There you go. Try again. So currently in the bottom half of the field, both of them, Bruce is 18, Kaz 24. So Bruce is going to get there first. And he goes 14.02. That moves him up to 13. Kaz, unfortunately, by the looks of it, was coasting at the finish line. Right, Aaron Lang, your current number 1 man in three-door golf in the Kestrel lane against Jack Young. Both of these two are in the top half. Well, obviously you're in the top half if you're number 1. So Aaron dials the number he's already ran, which is a 14.19. You might be quicker than that today, though, because conditions are considerably cooler and breezier. There you go, 14.15, too quick. Jack Young, no improvement, 15.50. Okay, Emma Alcock and Jackie Roan. Jackie with the very nicely presented Beetle. And Emma with the more modern Love Heart decorated version. Once again, almost identical dial-ins, ETs. 18 flats. Emma actually drove through stage, unfortunately. That one won't count. Jackie will cruise through the finish line to a 17.97. There we go. Sorry, the only reason I laugh is because it's almost like a given that everyone's going to break out today. It's just one of those days where everyone's going quicker than intended. So, Phil Swell and George Todd. George in at 6 with the very rapid little VW Polo. 1275 is, I mean, again, compared to what other things you see out here, it's maybe not that quick, but that's super quick for a Polo. Phil Swell isn't exactly hanging about with a 13-second T2. .1277. George Todd moves up to number 4. Nice move. Breakout in the other lane, nearly 100 miles an hour. Right, Louis Stevenson, your defending national champion with the coated race bearings Audi TT in the Kestrel lane. 13.50 for her. She's currently in at number 15, still in the top half against Tom Circuit. Track obviously needs a little bit of attention. Right. So let's see if the breakouts are going to continue in this first qualifying session. Even though it's still in the 20s, it's in the low 20s this morning, and there's a nice tailwind type breeze, which is kind of perfect for racing, to be honest with you. So the top 5 or 6 are really bang on their dial-ins. Only a couple of hundreds in it between all of those. There is still wriggle room, and if anyone can do it, the young lady in the TT can. She was also 009 red. Oh, so close. Well, Tom Circuit will be there first, but not by much. He goes through with the 1314 and a 1391. Lily actually stays put. Tom, in that pair, moves up to number 6. Okay, Sophie Emily and Polly Judge. We need more Porsche Cayennes in sportsman racing. And Polly answered the call. She's in the Slitrix lane, 17:35. Once again, proof you can race absolutely anything at all. So 17:35 and a 16 flat. I think the 16 flat will get there first. Too quick and too quick in both lanes. Polly was close though, 600ths the wrong side. In the other lane it was just barely 2. Right, Alicia Monks and Stuart Playford with the very, very nicely turned out Beetle, which we haven't seen run in qualifying yet. Right, could we have Comp Eliminator into the lanes, please? Competition Eliminator for qualifying session number, I think it's 4, please, into the lanes. Right, Alicia Monks will be there first. Too quick by over a 10th, and too quick by a 10th. Seems to be the theme of the day at the moment. Everyone's about a 10th of a second too quick. Everyone says drag racing is easy. No, it's not. It's changeable weather conditions, track conditions, air, everything else as well makes it an ever-evolving challenge, shall we say. So, Caitlin Wilson, Phil Jones. Phil Jones with a very nice reaction time for a street-driven car. 018 and a 1682 and 1836. Well, Caitlin does actually move up a bit in the right direction into the top half of the field. Right, Mr. Wilkinson Foster over there with the Blue Beetle. Kestrel Lane, 15 flat against Jason Ainslow. Always good to see Jason back. He's really popping in the sunshine, that car. Don't think that will be a particularly quick run, though. That wasn't anything like the launch you normally see from that car. You'll still get there first. I'm not sure it'll be a 13.2, though. Yeah, 15.66 at a cruising 76 miles an hour, and unfortunately in the other lane, same story. Nowhere near. Right, last pair of cars before we go into a little bit of track prep, before we have, I think, Super Comp around there, and then we're going to be heading into Comp Eliminator, Pro Mod, Top Fuel Bike, Super Street Bike, and the Fire Force Jet Funny Car for your viewing pleasure. So, John Crawford and John Gallant. John racing for his nan, who unfortunately passed away last weekend. Something I think we can all resonate with. $16.64 in the Slick Tricks lane. And $16.45 for John. Both of these two in the top 10. 63 breaks out. John Crawford goes 16.70 and a 16.45. That will be no help for either. Okay, just a quick break for literally 60 seconds. Won't be long at all. Nitro FM, if you wouldn't mind. Super Comper at the head of the lanes. We're back racing shortly. Well, thank you very much indeed for your patience. Thank you very much, Nitro FM, as always. We're back to racing. This will be qualifying session number 4, I think, for Supercomp. It is indeed. I think they've got 2 more today, then they crack on with a 32-car elimination ladder, which again is just terrific. Supercomp in the UK, alive and very, very healthy indeed. It's funny, you know, every time Phil Bennett rolls round with the dragster in the Kestrel lane, he always comes up against one of the newest comers in the class. And they don't get any newer than Ellie Mae Brown in the Slick Tricks lane with the Mystic dragster. Racing in memory, this is a weird moment for me. Every time Eddie comes out on the track, the first thing I always do is say hi to a mum. Because I know that, like any parent, she'd panic when her kid was out there on the racetrack, and I don't get to do that anymore, unfortunately. I'll still say hi, Tracy. Good luck, Ellie. Good luck, Lee. And also Phil Bennett over in the other lane from Milton Keynes. Well, Phil got a red light because the car was wobbling on the 2-step. Bumped back out of stage. 8.90 is the number. 8.89 is the result. Oh, so blooming close. Phil just trickles over the finish line with a 12-second pass. I said it before, I say it again. It really is good to see Phil and everybody back. It's only fitting that they've been around doing this a long, long time, back since the 90s, and it's so good they're a part of the resurgence of Supercomp in the UK. Right, Sam Fairhurst, thank you very much indeed for the message, Sam. He says, yes, indeed. His dad's been racing since '97 and he was born 10 years later, so the car is indeed somewhat older than him, actually. He's currently down at 15. The car is resisting going into the 8 so far, but now's the perfect time. 9.10 is his best of the weekend so far. It's still really good, but when the top 13 cars are in the 890s, i.e. the index for the class, that's rough. That's really rough. I mean, what a class to be involved with. Up against Ronnie Mercer, who again, this is one great thing about UK drag racing. A Ford Pop is number 3 qualifier in Supercomp, excuse me, with an 892. Small block with nitrous. And one of the most unpredictable cars in drag racing, and he's number 3. Let's see what they can do today. A lot of wriggle room for Sam. Still not any quicker. Goes 154 miles an hour. Speed's really good. Unfortunately, in the other lane, Ronnie Mercer just that bit too quick. 8.87 that time round. Right, Nathan Hulks from just up the road in St Neots. Sponsored by DJB, Unther and Pragmatis. I know he's grateful for all the help. Up against the current number 1 qualifier, Paul Brown. Nathan as well, does it hard way. Turbo car. It's Supercomp, but it's normally very consistent indeed. Paul Brown's currently number 1 with an 890. 894 in the other lane. 890 with a 9 for Nathan. Number 2 qualifier for Nathan Hulks. That was beautiful. Just that little bit too quick in the other lane with an 8.88. Told you it was rough and competitive and hard work. Warren Watts as well with a 9.1 second CUDA in the Kestrel lane isn't even on the front page, and I mean that in the most respectful way possible, just because it's so tough. He's not going to get to make this run As the car rolls forwards, unfortunately Chris sees something down there that he doesn't like the look of. Dave Thornton on his own with a fantastic 003 light, and the run that's just a little bit too quick. 8:84. Okay, Andy Clifford with the Snake Eyes slingshot. You've already seen Andy come out and run in Wild Bunch a little bit earlier on. This time he's in Supercomp. Now he really does have to slow it down. There was a significant period of time where they couldn't get the car to run any quicker than a 9.2. And then all of a sudden, everything, I say all of a sudden, it's like loads of hard work, but everything clicked, it went in the right direction, and now he runs 8.2s. So he's got the wonderful job of slowing it down. He doesn't run a throttle stop. Love the way those injector sacks glisten in the sun on a beautiful day in the UK. He's currently in at 14.903. However, something down there that is not quite right. So once again, better to be safe than sorry.
You're here with all your friends.
Yeah. How you doing, my friend? You alright? How's your? Doing good?
Good.
Is it not? Doesn't hurt anymore?
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes.
And it itches a lot. But
It's healing.
good.
Good. You need that suit of armor. That would have been cool.
Yeah. I was thinking of bringing something, but I couldn't find anything.
Right, back to qualifying. Apologies, that was Dick just coming up to say hi. Yeah, blame him. Wasn't Dick that left the mic open though. Anyway, whatever. Leah Kellett with Dolly Daydream, your number one in the championship from last year. Commiserations to Andy Clifford and the team. They still had a pretty good weekend. So far anyway. Hope that's fixable. Right, so what you're going to see from Dolly Daydream down there in the Slick Tricks lane is the car's going to leave or jump off the line, if you will. Then it's going to calm down completely. It's just going to literally toodle along up until about 3:30, because this car can run low sevens, and they have what they call a throttle stop, which is a timed device that kicks in to take the throttle out of it for a period of time, and then kick the throttle in again, and hopefully it runs 890 out the back door. She was oh so close yesterday. Wrong side. There you go. There's the jump, and it just toodles along till about now. There you go. And it should run pretty much 890 spot on, which it does, and goes up to number 4. There you go. It's almost like we planned that. The speed as well of 176 miles an hour. Just shows you how it works. So Sky Collier and Jeff Cowley I'm surprised after what I said earlier that Scott is out there still backing her up, but there we go. Just playing with things, trying to get the car to the right side of the number. It did run the right side of the number yesterday, but a little bit too far the right side. The first couple of runs were almost exactly right, but they were almost in the wrong direction. Jeff Cowley's run an 8.99. Sky Collier needs to be another one of those in the 8.9s. Car can definitely do it. So can Sky, of course. A91 and a 906. Well, a step in the right direction for Sky, but still not quite where they want to be. Great run, though, in the other lane for Jeff Cowley. That 891 gets him up to the number 4 slot for now. Stevie Gates, John Bean. Couple of door cars. The last two for this round of qualifying. Before we move into Comp Eliminator. So John Bean is currently number 12. Both of these two have been in the 8.9s. And they both are again. Check that out from Stevie Gates. That only gets him the number 4 spot. 891 with a 1. Very nice 896 for John Bean. That moves him up to number 10. Absolutely cutthroat. Don't break the back of Sky's Corsa, you two. Whatever you do. Is Scott still talking to her? I need to check. He is. Okay, that's good. Thanks. Right, Super Street Bike into the lanes, please. Could we have Super Street Bike peaks into the pairing lanes? So we have Comp Eliminator into the lanes, and the real big news of the last day is that the Chaos Brothers are back at number 1 with the altered. The other big news was I don't think a single Copo made it down the track without issues yesterday. That could all change right now. So your first pair will be Kev Jenkins and Robin Orthodoxy. So yesterday, Robin went into the 60s for the first time in a long while. They had a forced hiatus of a good couple of years due to engine parts not being in the correct place, i.e. not in England. So good to see him back in the class. They're always a big part of it. The normally aspirated big block in there. Definitely working very well so far. I don't want to put my foot in it. Up against the fraudster of Kev Jenkins. Lots of new stuff on there as well. Chasing ever quicker runs. Runs with the 760 gang quite a few times. But also in Comp Eliminator is a real mainstay of the class. 767 is his index. Yeah, so Robin currently number 1 with a 695. He was over 7 tenths under his index. Kev yesterday's best was a 776. I only think we saw Kev once actually yesterday. But that little Escort is capable of way quicker than that. Well, a smooth launch for the Alton is always a good sign, and for Kev as well. 7:04 and a 7:81. They both slow up slightly from yesterday. Still, two really good, strong-looking runs. Just have to explain as well, Comp Eliminator 2 is it's an index class. It's not a bracket class. So the index is based on the size of the engine, the type of the car. They have to run a minimum weight, and then it's tune it to go as fast as you can under that index. And this is one of the cars that should be very good at that indeed. Julian Bayer with the 4-cylinder Volkswagen Golf. Lots of new billet stuff on board. He ran a tremendous 7:01 yesterday. Not been in the 60s yet. However, it's obviously coming. They're just going to start putting more and more into it. He's going to be up against Ahmed Jamshed with the big man Ting. Silver Surfer. We didn't see Ahmed or Amir yesterday. So 7:09 is Julian Bayer's index. Going to go some to go half a second under with that, but you never know. One of Europe's quickest 4-cylinder cars. Just under 2 litres. The car leaves like a scalding cat. If it keeps going that way, he will be in the 60s. Up against Ahmed, who's looking to get into the 8s. How far into the 8s entirely depends on how the launch is. Good luck to both of them. 2 4-cylinder turbo cars, one front-wheel drive, one rear-wheel drive. That's a great-looking launch for Julian Bayer. 106 to 60 foot. He's not leaving Ahmed behind, though. 6:93, his first ever 6-second run, 197 miles an hour, knocking on the door of 200. Check Ahmed out, though. He wasn't qualified. He's now number 1. 8:58, 173. I think his index should have been 9.2, not 9.5, but we're going to double check that one. So 2 cars that were here yesterday but didn't get to run. Congratulations to Julian Bayer anyway. All the hard work paid off almost instantly. So Kev Perkins and Amir Akram Ashad with another front-wheel drive machine, another 8-second capable car up against the super modified Cutlass with Kev at the wheel this weekend. That's his lad Lloyd out front. Lloyd's taken this car a long way in eliminations this year. Doing really well. So both of them currently not qualified. Well, Amir is in full stage. Just waiting for Kev. Well, that's as smooth as I've ever seen that Cutlass launch. That's going to be a good one. That will be a 764 at 172. Gets him in at number 5. Amir goes in at number 11. Somewhat off pace for him at a 10.06. Right, Copo against Nova. Scott Libisher, all the way from Illinois in the USA. Trying to escape the Midwest summer heat and ends up here in the middle of a heat wave. He's currently in at number 7. Nowhere near what that car can run. His index is 8.90. He can run way quicker than that, as can Nick Williams in his index. His index is 11.25. He's run 10.66, but it's very tough at the top in comp at the moment, as we have seen. That's more like it from Scott Libisher in the Copo. He's going to have to go some to get number 1, but he's going to try 8.10. He actually moves up to the number 2 spot at 169. Nick, with his quickest run of the weekend, 10.54. 7 tenths under his index as well. Well, Scott Libisher was 8/10 under. Nick was 6. Much more like it. Right, Dan Williams with the B-Stock automatic, 10.78. What can he do? Can he tickle the 9s? Oh, he can. 10.01. That takes Dan up to number 3. Nearly 8/10 under. Just had a quick message from Dave Swift as well, saying hi to all the Comp Eliminator racers. Dave, we miss you. Come on. Come and have fun with everybody in the sunshine. Not something I always say in the UK, but you know, today's a good day. Right, last car in the class I think is Reuven Dawson with a Honey Wasp. Now Reuven is another one of those copos that can take the number 1 spot, but the thing is, due to recent index changes, because he keeps murdering his index is now 10.50. Not sure whether that was him or the car in front, but coming up after comp, we've got Motorsport UK Fuel Tech Pro Mod round the back of the tower. We've already had a number of 5-second runs, hoping for a few more in this qualifying session too. So Reuven getting the thumbs up. Yeah, just clicking it off on a warm day just so it doesn't get too warm. Another one that hasn't put in a representative run. He hasn't even been under his index yet this weekend. All of the copos were just slipping and sliding off the start line, and didn't take Scott Libisher too long to figure it out. So Reuven normally in the high 7s. Believe it or not, that wouldn't even get him in the top 5 at the moment if he did that. Good looking run. Wow, 7.75. That does actually get him into the top 5, but only just in at number 4. 0.75 under your index. 178 miles an hour too. That was a cracking run. Congratulations. Right, Fuel Tech Motorsport UK Pro Mod coming round now. First car out, Jean Delemont. Every single car here 5-second capable. This one especially, I really hope Jean gets down towards the 5s again. He was, when he had his unfortunate accident nearly a couple of years ago now in Hockenheim in the summer with his previous car, he was in the 5.9s on almost a regular basis. This car has the potential to go even quicker than that with a 960 cubic inch big block on board, laced with nitrous oxide. There are 3 choices of power adders in Pro Mod in Europe. Nitrous, which this car is, supercharged, which 3 of the other cars are, and turbo as well. Jean Delemont has always run nitrous. He's stuck with what he knows, and this car is absolutely a work of art. The car bought from Freddie Scribber on the East Coast in the US. He used to run in outlaw trim over the 8th mile. Now runs over the full quarter distance here in Europe. And it really is a work of art. His quickest run with this car is down in the 6.1s, but he's just getting the feel for it again. He debuted the car at the end of last year, and he's just basically getting back into it, A, after the accident, and B, just learning all the intricacies of the new car. But I'm sure when they step it up, this thing is going to be right at the front on a regular basis. So he went 6-4 yesterday. The second run, unfortunately, left before the tree was activated. See what we can do. A little bit soft to the 8th mile. It will still be a low 6. Yep, 6:29 at 230 miles an hour. Turning it up again, little by little. 0.99 to 60 foot. The 8th mile was 4.13 at 179. Nitrous cars normally get there in about like 3.9, maybe 3.8 seconds, something like that, if they're on a good run. They're on a 5-second run. But John Dullemont still another good, strong, and very straight run. And most importantly for him as well, he's been having issues with the chutes getting tangled up around the wheelie bar when he pulls them at the top end. And as you can see, no such problem at all that time. Just pull the chutes, cruise around the corner. Well, two cars of the supercharged variety round here for your viewing pleasure this time round. One from the Netherlands, one from the UK. Andy Robinson, who is currently, I think, leading Motorsport UK Pro Mod Championship. A complete family affair with his daughter Steph backing him up. His son Luke does the tuning and just basically a hell of a lot of work. Steph's husband over there as well, down on the starting line. He's had so many events already that he's run out, so many race weekends already this season. I don't know how they managed to fit work in around all of it. But the car running as good as ever. Yesterday, dipped into the 5s with a 5.99 on what for them was actually quite a soft run. Normally would expect to be in the low 5.9s and definitely in the 5.80s. The conditions today are kind of ripe for that sort of thing. Going up alongside Michel Turenne, who had, frankly, a horrible start to 2026. He came to the door slammers in the main event. They're on back-to-back weekends and destroyed 3 engines over 2 weekends. Just the car went like an absolute bandit. The quickest 8th mile numbers for a legal pro mod we've ever seen. But unfortunately, it didn't live much longer than that. So, rebuilt, he's back. Not a small amount of money later, I'm sure. Current number 1, 5.96. That's in danger with either of these two. Well, they both shake. Just before second gear, I think the doors popped open on Michel's car. 0.95 to 60 foot for Michel, 0.98 for Andy Robinson. And Andy's car was steadily shaking as it went past the tree, and then it just got a little bit too much, so they had to let off. What tyre shake is when basically everything is in tune. It turns the rear tyres into like 4,000 or 5,000 horsepower rubber balls that bounce all over the place, and it really unsettles everything, and there is no way around it because it breaks things. You can get off the throttle and on again, which they probably would do on race day, but not on a qualifying run. Or the other thing to do is shift into second gear, but that often doesn't make any difference whatsoever. So, smart thing to do, save it for another day. Can we have Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please, for your next qualifying session? Sportsman ET, please, into the lanes. Right, the last pair, 2 more 5-second contenders. David Vector from the Netherlands and the one and only turbo car on the property, in Pro Mod anyway, John Webster. So both of these cars were in the 5.9s yesterday. Your current number 1 qualifier is David with the Camaro in the Kestrel lane. John Webster also into the 5s with a 5.99. 2 people actually ran 5.9s, which was 5.99, sorry. The other one being Andy Robinson. Now, both of these two well capable of running in the 580s. Dave has been in the 570s a few times too. Let's see how much they stand on it for this first qualifying session of the day. Two very different staging procedures. Blown car just rolls in, stands on the two-step and goes. Turbo car needs to build boost and actually bump in on the trans brake button. So can David keep hold of the number one spot? John Webster is the one to try and stop him at the moment. Wow, beautiful runs in both lanes. David goes 595 at 234. 603 at 242 in the Slick Tricks lane. John Webster takes the turn. Dave stopped out on track. We're going to be down just for a couple of moments while we go and check things out down there in the shutdown area. So a couple of minutes back to Nitro FM, and we'll be back to you ASAP. This one especially, I really hope Jean gets down towards the fives again. He was, when he had his unfortunate accident nearly a couple of years ago now in Hockenheim in the summer with his previous car, he was in the 5.9s on almost a regular basis. This car has the potential to go even quicker than that with a 960 cubic inch big block on board, laced with nitrous oxide. There are three choices of power adders in Pro Mod in Europe. Nitrous, which this car is, supercharged, which three of the other cars are, and turbo as well. Jean Doulemont has always run nitrous. He's stuck with what he knows, and this car is absolutely a work of art. The car bought from Freddie Scribber on the East Coast in the US. Used to run in outlaw trim over the 8th mile. Now runs over the full quarter distance here in Europe. And it really is a work of art. His quickest run with this car is down in the 6.1s, but he's just getting the feel for it again. He debuted the car at the end of last year, and he's just basically getting back into it, A, after the accident, and B, just learning all the intricacies of the new car. But I'm sure when they step it up, this thing is going to be right at the front on a regular basis. So he went 6.4 yesterday. The second run, unfortunately, left before the tree was activated. A little bit soft to the 8th mile. It will still be a low 6. Yep, 6.29 at 230 miles an hour. Turning it up again, little by little. 0.99 to 60 foot. The 8th mile was 4.13 at 179. Nitrous cars normally get there in about like 3.9, maybe 3.8 seconds, something like that, if they're on a good run. They're on a 5-second run. But John Dullemont, still another good, strong, and very straight run. And most importantly for him as well, he's been having issues with the chutes getting tangled up around the wheelie bar when he pulls them at the top end. And as you can see, no such problem at all that time. Just pull the chutes, cruise around the corner. Well, two cars of the supercharged variety round here for your viewing pleasure this time round. One from the Netherlands, one from the UK. Andy Robinson, who is currently, I think, leading Motorsport UK Pro Mod Championship. A complete family affair with his daughter, Steph, backing him up. His son, Luke, does the tuning and just basically a hell of a lot of work. Steph's husband over there as well, down on the starting line. He's had so many events already that he's run out, so many race weekends already this season. I don't know how they managed to fit work in around all of it. But the car running as good as ever. Yesterday, dipped into the 5s with a 5.99 on what for them was actually quite a soft run. Normally would expect to be in the low 5.9s and definitely in the 5.80s. The conditions today are kind of ripe for that sort of thing. Going up alongside Michel Turenne, who had, frankly, a horrible start to 2026. He came to the door slammers in the main event. They're on back-to-back weekends and destroyed 3 engines over 2 weekends. Just the car went like an absolute bandit. The quickest 8th mile numbers for a legal pro mod we've ever seen. But unfortunately, it didn't live much longer than that. So, rebuilt, he's back. Not a small amount of money later, I'm sure. Current number 1, 5.96. That's in danger with either of these two. Well, they both shake just before second gear. I think the doors popped open on Michel's car. 0.95 to 60 foot for Michel, 0.98 for Andy Robinson. And Andy's car was steadily shaking as it went past the tree, and then it just got a little bit too much, so they had to let off. What tyre shake is when basically everything is in tune. It turns the rear tyres into like 4,000 or 5,000 horsepower rubber balls that bounce all over the place, and it really unsettles everything, and there is no way around it because it breaks things. You can get off the throttle and on again, which they probably would do on race day, but not on a qualifying run. Or the other thing to do is shift into second gear, but that often doesn't make any difference whatsoever. So, smart thing to do, save it for another day. Can we have Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please, for your next qualifying session? Sportsman ET, please, into the lanes. Right, the last pair, 2 more 5-second contenders. David Vector from the Netherlands and the one and only turbo car on the property, in Pro Mod anyway, John Webster. So both of these cars were in the 5.9s yesterday. Your current number 1 qualifier is David with the Camaro in the Kestrel lane. John Webster also into the 5s with a 5.99. 2 people actually ran 5.9s, which was 5.99, sorry. The other one being Andy Robinson. Now, both of these two well capable of running in the 5.80s. Dave has been in the 5.70s a few times too. Let's see how much they stand on it for this first qualifying session of the day. 2 very different staging procedures. Blown car just rolls in, stands on the 2-step and goes. Turbo car needs to build boost and actually bump in on the trans brake button. So can David keep hold of the number 1 spot? John Webster is the one to try and stop him at the moment. Wow, beautiful runs in both lanes. David goes 5.95 at 2.34. 6.03 at 242 in the Slick Tricks lane. At Joe knows how to get it done. Stepping up the 60 foot a little bit, just slowly but surely. Sticking a bit more in it. 8:36, there we go. That's another 10th off. And a 9:67 for James Murray. No improvement in qualifying time for Joe Stevens, but definitely an improvement in ET. So Damien Halliwell with the Jack of Speed against Mr. Nigel Hale, who had a pretty good day yesterday. Both of these were in the 10.4s. Normality has resumed. Although it hasn't, because we're sat in the wrong places.
No, I know.
Well, no tyre spin. It was just almost a quarter-mile burnout yesterday from Nigel Hale a couple of times. That's going to be a good one. That's a 10.45 at 1:37. Backing off a little for Damien Halliwell to an 11.20. 8.50 bike, please. Could we have you into the lanes? 8.50 bike, please. So, Colin, very good morning.
Very good morning to you as well.
And everybody
Morning-
out there.
morning
as well.
world.
It's a horrendous day to be going racing, isn't it? It's just lovely. Absolutely lovely.
Just a quick one whilst I'm up here for Street Eliminator, actually. Andy Bond, the last one to run in this session. No Jack Petley this morning.
Okay.
I don't know why, but apparently Gary was underneath the car this morning.
Yeah.
So they're working away. But the reason... they're not... he's just messaged me. He said, morning, mate. We're not out this session. Nothing bad. Good to hear it. Now then, the big thing there is the wrong message has just come up. But Jack Petley as Andy Bond... Let's just have a quick look at him. 7:23, 200. Nicely done.
208 miles an hour as well. Joe Baxter keeps number one. Sorry, mate.
Okay, so Gary messaged in to say a special...
Now, oh my hell, no. It's not something I ever needed to see. So Martin Kirbysley with a little Brogy Roadster and Bill Wilson trying to slow it down. He doesn't slow it down. He goes even quicker with a 9.77. It's first run in Supergas for the weekend. We've seen the car obviously been rich. Conrad in at number 4 at the moment. He'll stay 4. That's a good run. Well, Jasmine gets on the list. Okay, Alan Davis and Roberto Torres. The numbers you see on the board at the top end are their predicted times. If you've been in before, you know how this works. They're trying to get as close to those as they possibly can. They spent all day yesterday. Well, I say all day. They had 3 runs yesterday. This is their 4th qualifying run. They'll have 1 more later today, and then they'll go into eliminations. It's good to see Alan Davis out here. No one's told me what's happened to his Nitro Twin yet. 9.36, too quick. That's called a breakout. And Roberto Torres, 9.36. See, this is a bit I struggle with seeing.
Oh, yeah.
Hang on, that is Saturday, isn't it? So, yeah, we're on ET bike. And then we go to 8.50. I'm not calling everybody before he says anything. 8.50, 9.50. Then we go Wild Bunch, VW Pro, and then Comp Eliminator, Pro Mod, and Top Fuel bike. It's weird sitting there as well, isn't it?
It's actually quite nice.
It's
quite
quite refreshing, isn't it? Yeah, it's not bad. So, Mike Gooding, Nick Playden. $9.77, $9.26. Nobody moves. One thing I've noticed, even from 2 pairs, is there is this significant drop in dial-ins from yesterday during the day. 2 reasons. It's early in the morning, so it's cooler. Even though it's still quite hot, it's cooler than it was most of the day yesterday. Tailwind. Big tailwind. Straight down the racetrack type tailwind. If you look at where the windmills are going, they're facing the tower, basically.
I think the track would have tightened up as well, actually. Because it was so hot yesterday.
It was straight. It was scraped as well last night. I mean, goodness me, everyone else finished at a barbecue and the track crew was still going. Phil Pratt at the moment down at number 7. Now he goes too quick with an 8.95. Well, the other lane was a 10.03. Yeah, Wild Bunch, could we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Wild Bunch into the pairing lanes, please. And Barney, if you're listening, the button has gone sideways. Declan Butt, Fiona Moore. Yeah, it was Barney doing the ChatGPT caricatures yesterday. It was quite cool.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether they were actually on the live stream. They were definitely on that screen.
Yeah.
So,
Right. Okay, so they weren't published.
The super penguin was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I like the super penguin. Fiona Moore and Declan Buck, good to see the Moore family out here again racing. Declan, is currently your number 2 qualifier. Too quick. Issue is he's in the class called 850. Taking on Pete Slater, who is currently number 2 with an 858. Will Kevin Wright keep it pinned, or will he back off this time? She Reed, pretty sure I've nailed that one. Once again, looking for 850. Stace goes 854. She will be your new number 1 qualifier. Congratulations, young lady. Seneschal with a great looking run at 861, but when the young lady in the other lane is going to number 1, fantastic. Get it off the line. Had a couple of missteps. If it goes right, there we go. That was what happened about a couple of times yesterday. So Yank Hamburg, currently number 12 with a 914. So, Ryan Garrett and Nick Garrett, we are... I can only think this is a rerun for some reason, because we've only got 1 pair of cars. And it's the Garrett boys out there at it. We've still got Top Fuel Bike, we've still got Super Street Bike, we've still got the Jet Car as well. Still got loads to do. Huge commiserations to David and everybody from the Netherlands with the Camaro. Both looking, these two looking for 890s. Ryan has already run an 8.9. Nick not quite. 894 and a 986 going in the right direction for Nick Garrett. That's more like it. Up to number 16. Always good to see the Garrett boys going at it side by side. I can only think for whatever reason they didn't get to run in that last session in Supercomp. So that's why they tagged on just there. So we've got Super Street Bike, we've got Top Fuel Bike, we have the Jet Car as well coming your way. So don't go anywhere at all. So just before we do that, a little bit of track prep out there. Apologies, Nitro FM, if you wouldn't mind, just literally for what's going to be about 60 seconds. And then we've got Super Street Bike, I think, and Top Fuel Bike will be the next classes. Thank you so much for your patience. Back shortly. Okay, thank you very much indeed, Nitro FM. Once again, we're back with Top Fuel Bike, Super Street Bike, and we've got the jet car around there too. So, once again, don't go anywhere at all. I've got to say it again, actual commiserations to David Vector and the whole team. That was... car was running really well, really behaving until the moment, obviously, it wasn't. So, track crew on the scene. Dave's absolutely fine, most importantly. Car can be fixed. Right, we are on with Top Fuel Bike. Keep everything crossed for Roger Moore with the Shed of Dreams or the Box of Frogs. That's the first time it's ever moved under its own power. Also, its fast ever burnout. Now, this bike does sound very unique because it is a normally aspirated V4, all completely hand-built, designed by Phil Crossley. No, Roger's being told to click off. Dave, oh yeah, there's some fluid coming out the front. Well, that is the first, its first ever burnout, its first time ever moved under power. All part of what is technically known as a very steep learning curve. Building one of these things and racing it is always hard work anyway, but when you do something completely and utterly from scratch that no one has ever built before, it just makes it all that more hard work. Well, they'll go back, they'll assess what happened. That was its first burnout, that was its first ever move under power. Things can only go up, hopefully. Could we have Pro ET into the lanes, please? Pro ET, please. Right, out next, Ryan Davidson, still licensing with the Meteor missile. Has put in loads of good launches. Just needs to take it a little bit further down the racetrack. Unbelievably, at the moment, he's the fourth quickest bike. However, he doesn't have the license to run yet, so visor down. Good luck, Ryan. Now that's how it's supposed to work. That 60 foot as well for Ryan Davidson was one flat. He was cruising before 330 and still went 281. Rolls over the finish line at 12.10. He's a very accomplished rider, very. Running funny bike, I think he's run down into the sevens on quite a few occasions before, but Top Fuel bikes are a whole different animal, as we all know. Okay, this time round, I think we're going to have a pair. We are indeed. It's going to be Phil Crossley, the man that actually built the bike that and owns the bike that Roger Moore is on board. He's on the Imperial Wizard, the original Imperial Wizard, going to be taking on Jerry Lukes with the rocket, the 3-cylinder, supercharged 3-cylinder machine, once again engineered from the ground up by Phil Bainbridge. One of the most unique top fuel bikes on the planet. So that's Phil Crossley. I do apologise, he will be running on his own. So his current PB on the bike is down in the 6.3s. They've had a slow start to the season, i.e. this is the first event. They've been waiting on bits and pieces. Now it's all back in one piece. Phil's back in the saddle. And we see another 6. Nice strong launch, 102 to 60 foot, drifted towards the centre line. Phil just cracks the throttle a bit through the finish line. Still manages to go 8.1 at 172 while being on it for like 2 seconds. Something like that. So it'll be Jerry Lukes on a buy run as well. So good luck to Jerry. That's a lot more like it for the rocket. That's going to make life better. 6.54 at 203. He's your number 2 qualifier. Finally. How many years of work has that run taken? Probably quite a lot. Not the quickest numbers you'll ever see from a top fuel bike, but I don't think they care because it was a full pull and it was in the mid-60s and he's back in the number 2 qualifying spot. Congratulations to Jerry Lukes and to Phil Bainbridge and everybody on the team as well. 1.13 to 60 foot, 290 to 330. Just to let you know that Ryan Davidson on the run before was coasting before 330 and he was quicker than that to 330. 427 at 179 to the 8th mile and then a 6.54 at 203. Right, last 2 are going to be side by side. Rene van der Berg and Neil Midgley. The bikes that were built, I think, pretty much at the same time in the Puma workshop out there in Holland. So, Rene van der Berg with the Shark Attack machine in the Kestrel lane is your current number 3 man at the moment in top fuel bike with a 6.78. Managed to get one run in yesterday. Neil Midgley, 6.27. And the reason Neil was number 1, he just went that bit further down the racetrack. Neil's actually been in the 570s with this bike. I don't think we're going to see 570s out of him today or this weekend, simply because it's possibly a bit warm to be doing that. He's just going to take it as far down the racetrack as he feels comfortable to do so. Neil's had a couple of incidents over the years, and full credit to him for getting back on it again and again. So current number 1 spot, 6:27. Rene's going to have to run quicker than that if he wants to unseat Neil. Rene goes 6:35 at 211 miles an hour. Neil unfortunately blazes the tyre before he gets to 60 foot. Yeah, that was almost instant. I don't think the bike did its own length before it let go. He cruises through with a 22-second elapsed time. Rene actually pinches the 2nd spot back. So Neil's still number 1. Rene's now number 2. Jiri is in at 3. And Phil Crossley is 4. Super Street Bike up next. Just before we move on as well, thank you very much indeed for the message with regards to... thank you, Angus, very much indeed. I don't know where Steve Woollett is. I think Steve was entered for this weekend, but we've not seen him out on track thus far. All right, so moving on to Super Street Bike. Number 1 qualifier at the moment is Jake Michel with a 668. We've got a number of other bikes in the 6s already, and they're all around there ready to go. So we do have a bit of a sweep over there in the Kestrel lane after that run from Rene. Back to qualifying. Super Street Bike. Your current number 3 and 4. Josh Stubbins in the Kestrel lane. Dad doing the tuning, Mum doing the filming. He's already been in the 60s twice yesterday. Alongside Carl Thomas. Carl, 7.1 was his best yesterday. Well over 200. Excuse me, miles an hour. Carl does everything to go in the 6s. Josh he's got his nose in front. 7.03 and a 7.17. Well, that would have been a hell of a race. Neither of them are going to want the numbers, to be honest, because they didn't improve, but still. Both well over 200 miles an hour, and both in the low 7s. Right, Jake, Michelle and Boyce. Two very good friends. They both had to go at Speedway as well a couple of years ago. Boyce added to the list of his injuries, I think. So, Chris Reed from Southend in the Slick Tricks lane. Still wants that 6-second run. Jake Michelle's got loads of them and he's currently in the 660s. He won't be this time though. 763, good speed again for Boyce. 195 miles an hour, just needs that little bit more ET. Ideally like half a second, but he needs a little bit more ET. Right, so Al Morrison, we saw Al first run yesterday, and he went 6.74. You didn't see him the rest of the day. Coming out alongside Brad Head, great to see Brad back in the mix. Back on his own machine, trying to go deeper into the 7s and ever further towards those magic 6s. Mr. Morrison off it early. Brad hanging on to a 791. A 189. We haven't had a single move in this session of Super Street Bike. Last underneath the tower is Daniel Lentz. Now, Daniel isn't in competition. Daniel is here to test this weekend. So tagging on the end of the rest of the Super Street Bike riders, which is why he's not had anyone in the other lane. The bike is the quickest in Europe. Been down in the 6.5s on many occasions at the last event, at the main event. So far this weekend, 660s. The bike stutters off the line. If it doesn't stutter, it should be back in the 6.5s. That was not a stutter. That was a 120, 60 foot. Well, all good till nearly half track. And Daniel gets off the gas and pulls over. Right, for your viewing pleasure, underneath the tower we have Fire Force number 5, Jet Car. The dragster. Hands up on the balcony who's never seen a jet car before. Have we all seen a jet car before? No. Okay, yeah, we got one, have we? Okay. Yeah. It's all right, we'll keep an eye on him, don't worry. The best thing you can do is film him though. Yeah? Can you do that? Just do it. Right, so we have normal pilot. Mr. Martin Hill is not available today, or not here today anyway, so far. Julian Webb on board. Julian has his own jet dragster, Spider-Man, almost exactly the same as this. However, because Martin can't make it, we have Julian very handily said, yeah, okay, go on, I'll do it. I'll run a few 100 miles an hour. I don't mind. So if you haven't seen the jet before, it is basically a jet engine in the back of what you would normally call a regular dragster chassis. It's laid out a little bit differently because obviously the jet is a lot longer, but completely different to everything else you've seen today. It is thruster driven. It's not wheel driven. So it's the thrust from the back of it combined with the afterburner that makes it go as fast as it does. This car has been in the fives over the quarter mile many times. He's even been over, not Julian, but Martin has been over 300, I think, in this a couple of times too. So just hooking up the batteries. You've still got a full day of racing to go, and obviously when racing's finished, we've got the football this evening as well. So if you are sticking around for the evening, or if you are listening in and just fancy joining us for the rest of the day, from 5 o'clock onwards, there is a separate football ticket at a drag strip. How does that work? Anyway, but you get to come in from 5 o'clock this evening. You get to watch the rest of the racing for the rest of the day and wander the pitch and then watch the football tonight, England against Norway. The big screen is going to be parked out on the track so everyone can sit on the bank and watch it. How cool is that going to be? Right, so the transit moves out the way. Julian's going to get the thumbs up very soon. I forgot to mention we got a tailwind, so you're probably not going to see a lot. Well, due to the breeze going down the track as opposed to up it for a change. Yeah, I might have to let that clear a little bit. Right, so I think there's a jet car out there somewhere. Might just have to let the breeze do its thing for a moment. Or just back the jet off for a little bit so we can see roughly where the finish line is before he goes into stage. Well, this is a unique one. This has happened before when the breeze goes down the track. I've never seen it quite to that extent before, though. The good news is we've got our own device to make clouds, so if anyone wants any shade... Right, there we go. He's ready to go. Just going to let the smoke clear a little bit so we can see the gantry. There it is. Good luck, Julian. Well, he's out there somewhere. 6:09 at 177 miles an hour. And I only know that because it's on the screen, because I can't see the finish line. Well, I hope everybody enjoyed that. I would say give the team a wave, but they can't see you. Still a great show nonetheless. Right, a couple of sweeps with the tractor. We're back on to qualifying for all of our sportsman classes that are here on this beautiful day in July. We are just about ready to go for Sportsman ET qualifying session number 4. There you go, just a quick clean of the line and then we're back on with Sportsmanity Q4. We do have eliminations coming up later today, I think. Let me have a quick look at the run order for you. We are running, we are scheduled to run until around about 7:30 this evening. So the Fire Force Jet is due to run again around about 3:30 this afternoon, whether that's with Martin in the seat or with Julian in there. We'll have to wait and see. But we've got a whole run through of, so coming up now, we've got Sportsman ET, Pro ET, Junior Dragster, Super Pro. We haven't seen Juniors yet today, Junior Dragster. All Junior Drag Bike, they're in there. Qualifying session 5 for Street Eliminator because they got their crews to go on later. And then we have Comp Pro Modified Top Fuel Bike, Super Street Bike, and the Jet Car again around about 3 o'clock this afternoon. Then we've got qualifying up until roughly 6 o'clock. And from then on, it's eliminations all the time. Until the rest of the day, because we've got quite a few 32 car ladders to get through and bike ladders at the same time. Right, Sportsman ET, Q number 4. Your number 7 qualifier at the moment. Clive Dandridge taking on Pete Walters in the UK National Championship, which they all earn points towards throughout the season. Pete Walters is currently number 4. Clive Dandridge is at 3. They get points where they qualify. It's not just to set up eliminations. So all of this really matters. Pete could really do with moving up some spots here before we get onto race day. So 12:36 and 12:80 back to dial-ins. Clive Dandridge goes 12:24 too quick, and so does Pete Walters. Breaks out as well. Pete was really trying to nail that down. There was only a couple of hundredths too quick then. Right, Aaron Springford trying to say the right side of that 12:05 dial. Up against Adam Wakefield with the Monster Maverick. Nice matching crew uniforms too, and even glasses as well. (12:05, 12:18). That's more like it. 13 flat. Adam Wakefield breaks out by a few. Aaron up to 19 by sticking to the right side of the number. Right, Gary Lake and Simon Swarbrick, your next two. A couple of weeks ago, back at Dragstalgia in Nostalgia Superstock, Gary Lake was number 1. He's currently number 10 here. Simon Swarbrick is 28, 12:02, 12:54. Okay, Simon Swarbrick goes red. It does not matter when it comes to qualifying. 12:31, 12:44. Breakout. Too quick, too slow. No help for either. Terry Attree with the Focus. Proof positive if you ever need it. This is entry-level drag racing at its best. If you have a street car, you can enter and run in Sportsman or, you know, whatever you want to run, there is a place for you. Up against Matt Horsell. So Matt Horsell will be there first by some margin. 12:53 with a 9. He's not going to like looking at that because he broke out by a thou. And the Focus breaks out as well. One of those kind of days. Right, Rick Hale and Chloe Millington. Chloe now is all the way up at number 12 with the borrowed BM. 1662 plays a 1583. Chloe will be there first. Will it be a 15.8? It's a 15.87. Great run, but no improvement, unfortunately. 16.62 in the other lane. No move for either. Okay, Troy Attree and Rob Cresmell with the Smurf. Rob, uncharacteristically, in the bottom half of the ladder at the moment. 14.50 in the Slick Tricks lane. Troy, 12.26. $12.29. Troy was already number 5. He stays 5. Rob breaks out by nearly a tenth of a second. There really are a lot of breakouts going on today. I think it might be the fact that the weather's under 30 degrees for the first time in weeks. So Mike Lindsay with the BMW from Bedford, 16.40. And Jordan Griffin with the Suzuki Swift. So the Swift gets there first and goes too quick, as does Mike Lindsay. Breakouts again by a good couple of tenths of a second. It's the slightly cooler weather, and also the tailwind as well that does help. Because this being an old airfield, they're built facing into the prevailing wind. And normally the wind comes from the southwest. At the moment it's coming from the northeast, and it's still really nice and warm. So Debbie Taylor, 31. How many cars have we had run up against Morris Joseph? Well, Debbie is actually the last of them, so everyone will run in eliminations. By the looks of it, there won't be a bump spot. Not far off though, only one car. 13 flat, 13.03. Up from 31 to 13. Goodness me. 0.03 of a second off, and you only get number 13. 13.68 in the other lay, that was. So, Ruby in the focus, spending her birthday. Happy birthday, Ruby. How did I know that? It says in big letters on the back of the car. There's no secret. In the Kestrel lane, 18.90. Ruby is currently 30. Richard Palmer with the family Jag, the family cat. Uh, 23 is too quick, and for Ruby, will she get her birthday wish of a number 1? Breaks out by 0.4. My goodness me, that's way too quick. Hope you have a great day anyway, Ruby. Jill Medley, Craig Flinders. Jill Medley is in at 7. The top 10 are very, very tightly bunched, as you'd expect. Yeah, the top 10 are 0-2 or better, all of them. In fact, the top 4 are all dead on with a few thou. Still Dan Holloway, sitting top. $12.45 for Jill. A great run again. That's not going to help. But Craig in the other lane goes 15.61 on a 15.60 and moves himself just ahead of Jill Medley, funnily enough. It's very, very tight at the top in Sportsman. Very tight. Sylvia Purcell and Lewis Gilbert. Sylvia with the Santapod rental Mustang. So Sylvia's 19, Lewis is 21. They're going to have to be really close if they want to move up. Too quick. And too quick. Again. Not as much as some of the others, but still. Right, Georgina Smith and Ben Jeffrey, your next two. So Georgina with an 18.05 and a 13.76 for Ben. Okay, Ben, a 13.7 something would be handy. It's a 13.86. That might help a little bit. And Georgina, 18.05, goes 22. Actually, Ben moves up 2 spots. Georgina stays exactly where she was. I love the cake. Who drew the cake, Andy? Was it Kirsty or you? Just checking. That does look like a good birthday cake. Happy birthday. Who drew the cake, Andy? You or Kirsty? Nah, go on. You're an artist, I know it. So Kirsty Tram, birthday girl, another one of 4 that have run dead on in qualifying for Sportsman ET. Taking on Alex Pryor with Tony the Nugget. So 12.05 for Kirsty now. For Ruby's birthday, she broke out by 4/10. I don't think Kirsty's going to do that. And she doesn't. She runs bang on again. Dead on with a 9, still stays at number 4, but another terrific run. And happy birthday, Kirsty. 14.38 in the other lane was too quick for the Nuggets. Right, Lorna Collins and Mike Dowdy. Just a couple more cars to go in Sportsman before we move on to Pro ET, who I think are our largest class for the weekend again. So 18 and 26. 48. Michael Dowdy actually moves up to 11 with that one. Goes 14.48 on 14.46. Still very, very tight at the top in Sportsman. Right, Steph Pateman. And Dan Holloway. Dan, I think, is leading the championship at the moment. He's also number 1 qualifier, so that's not going to hurt his championship chances. Can we have Junior Dragster, please, into the pairing lanes? Junior Dragster, please, into the lanes for Q4, I think that will be. I think. So Dan yesterday went 12.09 with a 3 on a 12.09. Today, 12.04. Doesn't matter. Still nice and consistent. 13.87 for Steph. Actually gets her into the top half. 500 of a second off into the top half. Right, that is a wrap for that qualifying session of Sportsman. Your number 1 qualifier is still Dan Holloway. There wasn't much shuffling going on, but they're unbelievably tight. Dan Holloway, Terry Attree, Ricky Hale, Kirsty Tram and Troy Attree. The top 4 are dead on. Kirsty's dead on with a 9. And then you go all the way down to, I think it's number 12 now, with 0.2 off of their dialing. So the next class is Pro ET, qualifying session number 4. They've got this one, and then they've got one more later on today before they go into round 1 eliminations. I think they might be running their eliminations on schedule tomorrow. Just a little bit of gluing and prep, and then we'll be on once again. Thank you very much indeed. Bit of Guns N' Roses there, fresh from disappointing everyone at Donington recently. Just kidding, of course. I'm sure they were fantastic. So, Pro ET Q4. Our largest and potentially, well, I was going to say most competitive cast, not necessarily that, because they're all really, really good. Al Medley, Freddie Thompson. We've got this qualifying session and one more, and some of them are not going to be around to race. Currently in the drop zone, John Turner is on the bump. Not in. Nick Garrett, Susie McClure, Gav Jackson, Doug McClure, Wayne Saunders, Billy Everett, and Laura Bainton. That's because Laura keeps going too quick. But anyway, so they would really like to get in the show now so they don't have to sweat it out later. This is Freddie Thompson, who was number 1 for a little while actually. Now he's down to number 3. And Al Medley, these two are safe. Number 3 and number 10 at the moment. Nice night for Freddie with the 0.31. 984, 980 with a 5, and a 1090 for Al Medley. Just that little nip too quick. If he'd have stuck with the old Super Street, darling, he'd have been fine. Big if, though, obviously. Freddie Thompson is currently leading the UK National Championship with Mark Huxley hot second, and the Creswells in at number 3. That's awesome. Freddie's had a terrific season, and he's up there in qualifying once again. You can make up a lot of points in qualifying. So Laura, this time they dial a 980. Hopefully this one will be the right side, and they will get in the show, because currently the number 39 up against John McCarlton, all the way from Norway with the Mustang. It's great to have him here. Laura goes 985 and is number 22. That's what they needed to do. John goes 10.69. He was safely in anyway. Chloe back to crew duties after doing a terrific job. Behind the wheel. I love the fact it looks like an episode of Baywatch on the start line, though, with everyone you bring with you. It's terrific. Mark Huxley, 972 against Stu Thompson, 973. Nothing in it, obviously. Apart from the fact that Mark Huxley is currently the number 1 qualifier. These two are right up the top end of the UK National Championship for Pro ET. 975, 970. Too quick, too slow. No one moves. No one moves for now. Right, Bill Wilson. Fresh from making more Collins. I'm sure the photograph has been posted for everyone to see, which no one wanted to. Taking on Adrian Portelli. Bill Wilson, though. This time dials 9.79. Way quicker than he normally dials. It's a real big job getting this pickup truck down into the 9s, and now he's in the 970s. He went 977, I think, earlier. That was in Supergas, where he wasn't supposed to go quicker than 990. Right, Adrian Portelli in at 16 at the moment. Anyone that qualifies in this field can win. It's that simple. Especially with the way they're bunched up. '79 with a 1. Bill Wilson goes to the number 1 spot. Fantastic. Finally matched the number to what the car, well, what the truck ran, I beg your pardon. Excellent stuff. Knocks Mark Huxley off the number 1 spot for now. Goodness me. No help in the other lane, unfortunately. Breakout. Right, Steve Gates is 3. Let's see how many of the... So the top 5 in Pro ET are dead on. Tom Kay's dead on with a 6. He's number 5. Unbelievable, wasn't it, really? Anyway, tight as ever in Pro ET. Chris Creswell's in at 14. $8.79 too quick. $8.56, no help for Chris Creswell. Could we have Super Pro into the lanes, please? Super Pro into the lanes, please, for your next qualifying session. Thank you very much indeed. After Pro ET, we've got Carl Cox Motorsport Junior Dragster. So, Anthony Mitchell with a big Buick. And Brett Featherston with the Nova. Having a couple of dial-in issues. I'm guessing this is a no nitrous run. Yeah, the dial-in's changed to 9:45 for Brett Featherston. Now, if he runs 9:05, there's going to be some words, but he won't. So, Anthony Mitchell is 29, perilously close to the drop zone. Anything sort of 10:65 or quicker, but not quicker than 10:62, would be ideal. Well, 9:41 and 10:69. Well, that helps Anthony a little bit. Does move him up to 27. For now, at least, anyway. Neil Watkins is in only just. Neil's in at number 28. Other lane, though, Billy Everett, not in. 9:57 is his dial-in. Now I know why when he ran in Supergas earlier, he ran it all the way out. Just to see what it'd do, because then you got a good idea what it was going to do this time as well. Here he goes, 9:59, that'll work. And 11:27, big moves for both actually. Neil Watkins moves up to number 11. Billy moves up to, I think that was 17 before the green cleared. I do apologise. Let me just have a quick look. Right, Tom Watkins, 30. That's not a comfortable place to be. 9 flats the dial in. Anything 9:05 or quicker will move him up a bit. Just depends how close he gets. Up against Warren Watts with the Cougar. 9:08 for Warren. Warren's actually really safe at the moment. .903, 9:05. Breakout for Warren Watts. Tom moves up to 19. 19th position with a 9:03 on a 9 flat. Tough crowd. Right, Ellie Measham, Ronnie Mercer. Ellie is kind of comfortable in at 22 at the moment. Ronnie definitely is in at number 8. So the top 20, Adrian Portelli is 036 off his dial-in. The bump, yeah, Billy ended up 14, I apologise. The bump now is John Bean. Dave Rudd is not in. John Turner's not in. Nick Garrett's not in. They still haven't run yet. I don't think any of them have run yet. There's still plenty of wriggle room down the bottom, though, because Dave Rudd is 0.1 off. It starts to really tighten up, sort of 25 upwards. Right. Ronnie ran 8:85. 1:85. 8:85 with a 9, moves up 2 spots to number 6. Breakout for Ellie by 0.06 of a second. Ronnie's having a great weekend. That car's on rails, as much as a 4-pop can be. Right, Lee Huxley with a big happy birthday to Ruby message. Lee is 17. Jordan Cowley is 27 at the moment. Dials the number his dad runs in Supercomp, 8.90. Jordan, I presume, would like to get a bit more comfy. Eight, 6, 7. Jordan breaks out by 0.03 of a second. Yeah, I know Jeff shrugs his shoulders. Where did that come from? Oh well. Still a great number. One more shot at it. Right, these two are very safe. Andy Brook with the distraction dragster from Wrexham. .901 for him and a 950. For one of Yorkshire's finest exports. Well, down to Northamptonshire anyway. 901 with a 5 for Andy Brook. That will be the new number 3 qualifier. Bob Molden stays put. Breaks out by 400. Right, Dave Cherrett, Simon Innes, both safe. Unusual to see Simon Innes at 24. Such is the nature of how it's been this weekend. I say this weekend, this is their 4th qualifying run, their first run of the day. This was all just based on 3 runs yesterday. Right, 10.62 and 9.51. .951, 55 and a 60 with an 8 for Simon Innes. Just over 100 too quick. Right, both of these two are currently not in. Mr. Qualifying needs to live up to his name on this one. Well, we named him, but whatever. But that was because he normally, at some point, he really does nail it down. That's Dave Rudd out there in the Banzai Cobra. His daughter Kat gives him the thumbs up. 9.53 for him and a 9.54 for Susie with the Eye Candy Dragster in the other lane. Susie went way too quick yesterday. Good few tenths under a darling. .60 and a 52. Dave Rudd does actually bump in with that one. In at number 30. No help, unfortunately, again for Susie. Just a bit too quick. She'll go into the last session not qualified. These two, Gavin Jackson is 37. You need to be in the top 32 to get in. And the man that is Colin Morris. Dials 9.90. He ran 990 earlier in Supergas. He could really do with doing that again right now to get off the bump, because that's a perilous position to be in, especially for the Morris boys who've been doing this for a long time. 9.89 with an 8. Oh wow. Gav Jackson goes too quick as well with a 10.44. They'll be down to 1. Well, the Morris boys won't. They're still in at the moment, but there's still cars behind them. Doug McClure is one of them that could bump them out before the final session. The Slugcess from Wisbeach. Well, Susie's not in at the moment. See what Doug can do. Just help with the ribbon, of course. Up against Jess Bishop, who dials an 8.54 this time. Been well down into the mid-8s for the first time ever with the Nightmare Dragster. But currently she's 29. 8:52 too quick. What can Doug do? 11:92, some way off of his darling. He'll be down to one more chance to get in. Right, Tom Kay was number 6, or is number 6, sorry, up against Ryan Garrett with the beautiful, beautiful Valiant. He's shooting for an 892 this time. He's 25, so he's kind of safe. Kind of. Right, combined run 892. 885. They both go too quick by some margin, nearly a tenth in both lanes. Well, not a total surprise, depending on what's going on today, but Tom Kay into the 9s, 134 miles an hour as well. Nicely done. Right, Nick Garrett is one who isn't in. Dials a 904 this time for the gorgeous Nova over there in the Kestrel lane. Taking on Amy Watkins, who's quite safe at 21. But for championship points and all that, would like to be higher. .905 with a 6. Nick Garrett moves into the qualified field. A 964 for Amy Watkins, no help at all. Apologies, the screen hasn't updated with their qualifying position, but I can definitely tell you that Nick Garrett is in with that run. That means the Morris boys go into the last session. Not in the show yet. They know what to do though. They'll be okay. Reuben Dawson, another one who can bump in. Wayne Saunders at the moment is right down the bottom. Has not had a clean run with the little junior comp dragster. Up against Reuben Dawson, who's perfectly safe at number 13. Wayne's not going to get an ET. Car just jumped through. Reuben Dawson, 878, 8.80. He stays put at 13. Chris is having a chat with Wayne to see if he wants to go backwards or forwards, and unfortunately I think it's going to be backwards. He's down. No, maybe not. Yep. Just checking everything works. Right, 10.02 for Wayne Saunders. With a car built by Phil McGee in the US. Thank you, Ratchet D, for the info, Nick. Apologies, I missed it yesterday and before as well. The car is a work of art. .1077 for Wayne, stays 39. We'll go into the last session. Not qualified. Okay, last pair of cars, I think, before... Yep, Junior Dragster up next. So, Jack McClure, John Bean. John Bean isn't in. Goodness me. So, teammate Freddie at the top of the pile and the top of the championship. John, not in at the moment. .887 for the Mustang is what's needed. Jack's nice and safe in the other lane. He's at 23 at the moment. 8.96 for John Bean. I don't think that's going to be enough. It's not. He stays put. He will go into the last session not qualified. Goodness me, that's rough. So, we move on to Junior Dragster. A quick call out, please. Has anybody got a seal kit or seals for an Enderley 80A fuel pump for a Supercomp team for the Cliffords over there with the front engine car over by they're over at the finish line by the fence. So they need a seal kit or some seals for an Enderley 80A fuel pump, please, which is why they got shut down on the finish line, because it obviously failed. If you could please go and see the Clifford family over by the fence, they would be very, very happy to see you. Okay, Junior Dragster. Q4, and this is the first appearance of the year, sorry, of the weekend, for the Checkits. Letty down there with the junior stock car, qualifying based on reaction time, going alongside Ethan Cannon, Carl Cox Motorsport. On board. Letty, are you two sitting down? 0-0-0-1. She will be the #1 qualifier. Ethan in the other lane, 0.2 red. But Letty, that's the reason the scoreboard didn't show, was because she was perfect. Apart from 1/10,000th of a second, but we can't hold that against her. Unfortunately for Letty, the perfect light money already went yesterday, which is a bit of a shame. But congratulations, Letty. Well done. Max Taylor out there with the Black Magic #2. Hopefully the Taylors are enjoying racing again. The fact that the kids managed to pester Dad enough to come back again is always a good sign. Oh, 8 red, unfortunately for Max that time. He will not improve. He will stay put at #6. So, in this class, reaction time is all important. It's the number that you're going to see come up on the top of the scoreboard when they leave the starting line. For Tom Peters, he already has a 0.6 as his best light from qualifying yesterday. In the other lane, it's Chev Checkit. Now, can she repeat what her sister did? Did you hear that? Unreal. Letty's never going to let her hear the end of that one. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. This is Chevy Checkit with the Flame Game. Just two beautifully turned out junior dragsters. Mick back to crew duties and boots. So this is Chev's first run of the weekend, which is a 0.4 red, unfortunately. 0.002 red for Tom Peters. He was pretty close. Chev will get on the ladder. She will be qualified. And runs a very nice 7.94 as well. Right, Frankie Kent, Teddy Howe. Frank down there in the Kestrel lane. And Teddy on the other side. Right, so Frank is 10, Ted is 9. They've both been 0.5 so far. 0.000 obviously is perfect. That'll help for Teddy. Can we have Funny Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Funny Bike. Frank goes 0.16. Teddy goes to #5. Right, Lola Bell Kent. Frankie running before her. That's Grandad Tony bringing her in. Alongside Finley Fag. Well, 07 red for Finley, 07 green for Lola. That's going to help her a little bit, actually. Moves her up to 13. So qualifying is basically to set the field for race day. Then we pair them up as in tournament-style eliminations like, well, the World Cup, like Wimbledon, whatever it might be, where we go sort of like 32, 16, 8, 4, 2, winner of each class. And whoever goes... the further you go in eliminations, the more points you gather from a racing weekend, and then we tot up the points from each racing weekend at the end of the season, and hey presto, you have your champion, or not, as the case may be. And also, they do actually get qualifying points based on where they qualify. So each round of racing is worth 100 points, so each round win is worth 100 points on race day. But you also get 10 points per qualifying position. So if you're number one qualifier, you get X amount of points, and depending on the size of the field, if you're number one, so if you are championship rivals and someone keeps qualifying number one and whoever keeps winning qualifies in the bottom half of the field, unlikely, but there's every chance the person that qualifies better can actually win by not going as many rounds. And if you understood all that, anyone write it down for me and send it to me, that'd be great. Thank you. But that's how it works. So, Oscar Young and Tom Adams. Nice 0.15 for Oscar. Quick parish notice, please. Amir in the comp pits believes he might have an exhaust leak. If anyone has an exhaust smoke detector, please, if they wouldn't mind going and have a quick word with Amir, who is in, well, next to Ahmed, obviously, in the comp pits, closest to the back of the grandstand, that would be great. So that's Amir Akram Ashad looking for a smoke detector, please, for an exhaust. Right. Sydney English, Daniel Todd. Oh, Daniel was 006 red, only just. Sydney English, 0.19 green. Sorry, 0.16 green, which won't help. Elaine Hancock, thank you very much indeed for messaging. Right, Elaine, a seal kit needs to go to the Clifford family, if you can hear me. They're pitted right next to the finish line gantry with the front-engined Nostalgia dragster with the injectors on it, the slingshot car. So, Elaine, it's the Clifford family who are over near the fence, just by the finish line, with the Nostalgia dragster. Thank you very, very much indeed, Elaine, and thank you for the message. Hope it all gets sorted out. Jensen Kidley and Scarlett as well. Well, Jensen will leave first. He's already had a 0.14. That 0.19 won't improve. Jake Cooper goes red, unfortunately, by 0.5. Other lane, Molly Openshaw with a great 0.52. Sorry, 25 even. That gets Molly up to number 6. Once again, huge appreciation and thanks to Carl Cox Motorsport, the man himself, for supporting the juniors. I think he may have been helping out his own future assassin in some way, shape or form. Kai Cooper and Amelia Innes. Are your next pair. Currently 9 and 10 with a 0.3 and a 0.4 respectively. Pretty good. Obviously still trying for better though. Well, Amelia slightly improves her reaction time. I don't think it's going to improve her position though. 0.69 won't help. Oh, actually, I beg your pardon. Amelia bumps down Kai with that one. Nicely done. Right, the bandit bomb of Ada Cassisi. I have to make a huge apology. I know that's the Smallworth family down there, with Rob doing the crew duties. If someone could very, very kindly send me the full name of the young person in the car, that would be very much appreciated, because on the screen it's E. Smallworth, and it could be anything from Elaine to Elliot to, well, any combination. Ella Rose. Thank you very much indeed. It's magic, that. Just say things out loud and you get answers. It's wonderful. Like having your own chat GTP, but much better looking. Well, not like that, though. So, Ada and Ella Rose. Well, that's good. That's Ella Rose's first run of the weekend, and it's an 0.54, which should almost be top 10. Number 11, actually, for that. And 0.12 for Ada. No help, but still all good practice when it comes to race day. Exactly that. Well done to the Smallworth family. Nice one, Rob. Well, we were due to see Emily as well, but unfortunately the little alligator being pushed back, unfortunately. So we move on with Super Pro qualifying session. Their fourth one, I think, of the weekend, actually. So, Super Pro Q4, there is, how many cars have run? Good look. 22 have taken the number so far. There's still a couple that haven't got a lapse time. So I think it will be an all-run field. It will be a 32-car ladder, no matter what. Charlie Seaward and Tom Atkinson, your first pair out. Charlie with an 887 with the bracketeer, if you're in the grandstand, or the racketeer if you're on the other side. Tom with the team Time is Money machine. Looking for 8.41. 890 with a 1 for Charlie. Perfect for Supercomp. Just not the dial-in they chose that time round. So sponsors for 2026 for Super Pro ET: Pete Knee Memorial, AJS Bodyworks, A-Leak Roofing, Alders Automotive, The Bath Bloke, Didwell Racing, Dolly's Gift Box, Figures for Figures, Flexi Waste Environmental Services, Garage Thomas Haas, Giles and Hartley Racing, Giles Services Limited, Good Vibrations Motorsport, Harry's Coachworks and Pit Equipment, Hauser Race Cars, Hillcrest Performance, Holly Waters Dental. I'm going to take a breath because obviously we got another pair. Comp Bike into the lanes, please. Comp Bike into the lanes. Bob Doyle and AC Bell. AC Bell with the limpy slug. Not so limpy these days with a blower on it. Looking for 790. Bob Doyle. 857. I think AC's car might be destined for 760 heads up one day soon. 799 into the sevens. That takes him to number 17. Bob Doyle also moves up as well with an 862 on an 857. 500s off, and he's number 15. Okay, Hydro Hose as well. JK Firearms Technic, MJC Property Solutions. These are Super Pro ET class sponsors. Pete Waters Race Design, Plane Racing, S&B Racing, Slick Tricks, Slim Chance Racing, Solo Precision, Surrey and Berkshire Scaffolding Limited, Swinny and Son, Team Time is Money, who you just saw, The Cud Life, Ultra Plastics, Waters Motorsport, and Windscreen Wizards. So in the Super Pro Championship, it is that the man you just saw a moment ago, Charlie Seward, in the lead. Pete Waters is in at 2, less than 2 rounds behind. Scott Hauser right behind him. Jacqueline Bartlett, who's down there on the line, well, literally a couple of qualifying spaces behind Scott. Jacqueline at the moment hasn't had that much of a fun time in qualifying so far this weekend. Could now be the time. 779, the dial-in for the dragster, up against your current number 1 qualifier himself. Yeah, I take great pleasure in saying that because Steve Saunders has been doing this for a long while, and it's so nice he's at the top. Good looking run for Jacqueline. Slowing at the top end, 840 with a 0 for Steve. Breaks out by 100th of a second exactly. Well, whatever the issue is for Jacqueline, it's stopping her making full runs at the moment. She's still in the show, and she's still got one more chance at it later today to improve. Goodness me, 25 degrees. What a pleasant day. If anyone out there wonders what I'm talking about, the graphics just come up on the screen. Right, Ashley Bell, Nick Curtis, your next two. If Ashley can get a good A to B run in, i.e. start line to finish line, that thing will run 850. Up against Nick Curtis, 781. That's more like it for Ashley Bell. That's way more like it for Ashley Bell. Wow, 786 for Nick Curtis. He stays at 3. Ashley Bell stays at 20 with an 832 because he predicted an 850. That was much better. Great run again for Nick Curtis as well. He was already number 3. Right, Headmaster Paul Marston out there again. I haven't called him that for a long while, actually. In the Slick Tricks lane with a PT Bruiser that has been part of British drag racing for a long while now. Alongside Phil O'Brien. I think Phil's having a great time with this Camaro. Thank you very much indeed to Phil and the team as well for the constant messages on the back of the car saying what the plan is. There's no fingers crossed or ish on this one. It just says 768 and that's flat out all the way through. He's in the Kestrel lane with the Gel Coat Camaro. Paul Marston taking a break from, when I say a break, he never really takes a break from racing, does Paul? Running Manston Raceway down there in Kent. It's great to have, I don't like the phrase grassroots because it's just flat out fun is what it is. Not for the people that organise it, it's damn hard work for the people that organise it, but it's so cool to see Paul bringing on a whole new generation into drag racing too. So 768 for Phil O'Brien, 775 and an 820 with a 0 for Paul Marston. Not bad, not better. So yeah, flat out Phil, as he might now be known, flat out Phil O'Brien. 75 was the quickest he's run, or the quickest he ran flat out, I should say. Still 178 miles an hour, not hanging about at all. Okay, Mark Bailey and Dave Russell. Mark Bailey, some way off pace this weekend at 14, and I say that because he's normally a lot closer to the top than that. Against the van with no name. Or the supercharged Le Mans, as I like to call it. Mark Bailey, 83, no help for either at all, actually. Both drop off their dials a little bit. They've got one more chance later on, I think, to nail it down. Right, Aaron Fensham and Andy Thetford. I hope I said his name right, because I never do. I just constantly change it. Yeah, Andy Thetford. Woo! I got it right. It's confirmed. With the Turbo Camaro. Now, I can only think this time, just to get a time on the board, he's not going to try and bring up the boost and bump it in. He's just going to roll it in and go. Because otherwise, he won't be qualified for eliminations. Aaron Fensham in the other lane, meanwhile. He's had a nice, consistent race car so far this weekend. 736 for him with the blown dragster. Two very different ways of going bracket racing. There you go. Andy didn't bump in at all that time. Leaving off no boost at all to make sure he makes it to the other end. Oh, 35 with an 8. Oh, so close for Aaron. Andy Thetford goes 8.25, 177, just leaving off of nothing, frankly. But he's qualified, which is the most important thing for him. That was very close for Aaron, very close. Well, another car we haven't seen so far this weekend, Jack Brewster with the supercharged Pontiac. So, for the first time ever, I think, I can see a 6-second dial-in for Jack Brewster. And it's a 6... 698. Alongside Dave Crowhurst with the incredible Camaro, which was originally built and running 10s, I think, for some time now, is well in the 7s. So, yeah, Jack Brewster hasn't put in a run yet this weekend. This will be his first stab at it, so to speak. Dave Crowhurst is currently in at 13. He's been in the 7s a number of times this weekend already. Well, Jack didn't wait for the tree, but that doesn't matter. He's going to get a time, and it will be a 7:25 at 1:96. Well, he's qualified. 7:93, nicely done for Dave Crowhurst. No improvement, but consistent once again. Pair of drags is next. Leah Kellett and Pete Walters. Well, Pete Walters, interestingly enough, he's number 2 championship-wise in this class, Super Pro. He's also currently number 4 in the Sportsman Championship as well. 2 completely different cars, the same way of racing, but at very vastly different speeds. The Sportsman car runs 12s, this runs low 7s. So, Leah Kellett in the other lane, no throttle stop this time round. 7:24 the dial-in. If she breaks out, I think this may be her quickest run ever. She's not going to do that though. She's going to run bang on. He goes 7-2-0 with a 5. He stays number 4. Unbelievable. Leah, with that run of 7:26, stays number 11. No movement at all. Both titanic runs as well. Both at 185 miles an hour. And both don't move. Right, Scott Hauser, who is currently number 2. Yeah, everyone in the top 5 is sort of dead on within a few. Alongside Mark Courcelle. We're stubbornly not dialing a 7, aren't we? For the ball breaker team in this Lectrix lane. He's been close. He's been very close. Currently, though, he's number 24. Those guys and girls are that good. If it runs an 8.0 this time, they will improve by some margin. If it runs a 7, I think we'd have a lot of sprained ankles because they'll be jumping in the air. Great weather for it, too. A sensibly warm day, not a stinking hot one like we've had recently. And a nice tailwind, which is kind of what you need. Just a little bit of a push down the racetrack. Good luck to both of them. Scott, 7:33. Mark, 8 flat. Well, predictably, the long car gets out in front. Go 7:34 and an 8:01 with a 6. One of Mark Courcelle's quickest runs ever. 100th off his dial-in, and he's number 9. So close. Right, Callum Swinchat with the small block altered, who was Actually, in the first qualifying session, he sat number 1 for a long time. He's now number 11. With the immaculately turned out Prism Altered. And he's going alongside another guy who was also number 1 for a little while, who's now number 8, Harry Gibson. The quickest you can dial in any bracket class anywhere in the world. 6 flat. He went 6.01 on his first run yesterday. So, the quickest car in the class, the quickest car in the bracket racing world, actually, in the slick tricks lane against the slower car, one of the slowest cars in the class. Doesn't matter when it comes to racing. Very nice pedal job from Harry. Going to see what it will still run. Still goes 6.09. Oh, 6.79 with a 3 for Callum. Too quick by 7 thou. That was a real good job of driving by Harry. It shook, it spun, pedalled, nailed it again, still went 6.09. Check the speed out as well. 244 miles an hour at the finish line for Harry Gibson. Good man. Also, that bodes well for eliminations, especially if he can pedal like that. That was nice. Okay, Daniel Giles and Nathan Bartolo with the Mazda RX-7 all the way from Malta. It's really, really good to have him here. He ran quite well on his first run, 7.0, but ever since then, huge tyre shake, both runs. The first run actually popped the door open on his side, but it didn't pop it open where the latch is, it popped it open where the hinge is at the front. Shook really hard on the second run, his third run yesterday as well. This is a 6-second car. This is the first rotary engine 6-second door car in Europe. And they haven't come all the way from Malta to not be back in the 60s. It's good to see some of the crew guys as well. That's Manti Bagaya, if everyone remembers Manti from his Top Methanol Dragster days of old. One hell of a driver in his own right. Up against Daniel, who is number 20 at the moment with the Dragster. No tyre shake this time for Nathan. That car is a 6-second machine. It's 6.76 at 208 miles an hour. That's why they came all the way from Malta, everybody. I do believe that's a new personal best. Everybody in Malta watching in online, give them a massive round of applause. They are absolutely overjoyed. 106 to 60 foot, 440 at 166 to the 8th mile. That was beautifully smooth. In the other lane, Daniel went 7.33. Too quick, unfortunately. But Nathan Bartolo into the 670s. They are not happy. They are Maltese happy. Is that a phrase? It is now. Anyway. Right, Junior Dragster into the lanes now, please. Okay. I hope I read the right announcement out because that's what came up on the screen. You're watching a replay at home of that run from Nathan Bartolo, and that was a thing of beauty. And he pulled the chute at the finish line, I think, which probably made a difference too. We're on with Funny Bike, qualifying session number 4. What a great class this has been as well. Martin Zastra in the 6s. His quickest so far has been a 6.91. That will not be an improvement. Drifts over towards the wall, does the right thing, and backs off it a little bit. He should have been alongside Lionel Lalagu, but Lionel didn't come forward. Right, Junior Dragster, you can go back to having lunch. Sorry about that. It was a slight miscue. It was Junior Drag Bike, not Junior Dragster into the lane. So, sorry about that. I do apologise if everyone's chucked their sandwiches in the bin and started running down here. I do apologise. That's why I checked it. Anyway, Junior Drag Bike it is, please, if that's okay. Right, Mike, Ollie and Lionel is lining up in this one. That's Mike Ollie with a M-I-K-E. Just so I don't get in trouble with Liz. Up against Lionel. 2 6-second machines. Lionel. Yeah, the bike quit on the line, unfortunately. What's Mike got for us this time? Oh, wow! It's a 6:31. He's number one qualifier, and I do believe that is his quickest run ever at 217 miles an hour as well. Outrageous. Commiserations for Lionel. That would have been a good side-by-side 6-second run. I don't think he'd have managed to keep pace with Mike Ollie, though. My goodness me. Right, well, Stu Crane got a bird's eye view sat in the water box there. Again, if you're watching the replay at home, that was a thing of beauty for Mike Ollie. I picked the right time to get his name right as well. Didn't I, Liz? Yeah, 6:31. That's a huge move. Right, Stu Crane just had the number one spot pinched off him. Can he get it back again? This bike has been in the 6-1s. Here primarily this weekend to test for the next round of the FIM Championship out in Sweden next month. So. Whoa, just keeps it in his lane and goes 6:22 at 222 miles an hour. He had that covered. The block's gone at the finish line. So I don't know whether he caught it or whether the breeze took it. We might have to review that one. But the block is over at the finish line, which will need putting back in place again. But what a terrific run for Stu Crane. 6:22 at 222 miles an hour. 107 to 60 foot. 4:06 to the 8th mile as well. Stellar numbers. Absolutely amazing. What a qualifying session for Funny Bike. We still got more to go too. Could we have Street Eliminator into the lanes, please? Street Eliminator, please. And also, once again, not Junior Dragster, Junior Drag Bike, please, if you wouldn't mind coming down. So, Street Eliminator, Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. I think 4, don't take my word for it, but I'm pretty sure this would be your last qualifying session before the cruise. So, we're back again. Yeah, the block's just put back in place. I don't think he caught them. I think it was just the breeze as he went past. They are held down with magnets, and someone whizzing past at over 200 miles an hour tends to unsettle them, especially if they're like a couple of inches away.
No, it doesn't look like it. It looks like him whistling past.
Right, Sean Branch. Who wears the number 1 on the bike from last year but has not had a fun weekend so far. And that just adds to it, unfortunately. Just cannot get the bike to leave. It kind of bogs down off the line, but then goes like it always does. The good thing is, though, you get a good look at one of the coolest tow bikes that go in. This is what you don't see from, when they're sat behind the starting line. Nice to see the tow bike's got a wing on it. Right, allowed to refire again. Going to unplug everything. Tidy up. Starter goes out the way. Bike goes out the way. Right, good luck, Sean. Currently in at number 6 with an 8.0. He can go way quicker than that, real deep into the 7s. really leaving like it means it. Well, we haven't seen Nick Daniels yet. We haven't seen Stefan Hagestein in this session either. Well, at the moment, because we have 9 bikes for an 8-bike field, the number on the scoreboard at the finish line, 10.13, is a number that Dave Peters, of all people, the 6-second Dave Peters, hasn't run yet on the Rigaboot Express. He's over there in the slick tricks lane. Tomek Sjosvig is nice and safe with a 7.3. That's a lot more like it for Dave Peters. Well, unfortunately, both of them missing gears at half track. Will Dave Peters run 10.1? Woof. 9.84. He bumps in at number 8 for now. Slow motion replay of them cruising across the finish line. Right, we switch classes once again to comp bike. Two low 7-second runners first up. Basically, comp bike is run what you brung, apart from nitro, nitrous, turbos, whatever you fancy. Bikes that, I mean, if you look at this, it's a great example, really, because Jasmine's bike looks for all the world like a pro stock bike, but it's not legal for pro stock bike. It's got a different cylinder head on it. It runs nitrous oxide 2 to get it boosted down to the low 7s where it is. So comp bike is the natural fit. Alongside Chris Neary, who I don't think is going to be making this run by the looks of it. It's going to be Jasmine on her own. This young lady finished number 2 in the championship last year and is a threat whenever she turns up. Does the smart thing, heading for the centre line, eases off and just cruises round the blocks, which is, again, the smart thing to do. Don't try and drag it back because you get yourself in trouble. And she knew no one was in the other lane, so it was safe just to wander over the centre line, not take the stripe. She still qualified number 2. It wasn't a race. May have been a different outcome if she was a race. Right, Graham Dance and Matthias van Wingarden, who is knocking on the door of the 7s. He's run a bunch of 8.0s. His quickest have been 8.01. That is a legal pro stock bike. We do see him in FIM competition sometime. To be able to race in FIM pro stock bike, you need to be in the 7s or better. Now's a good time. Graham Dance keeps chipping away in the right direction. 7.51 was his best from yesterday. Well, good-looking runs in both lanes. The big tyre bike gets out in front, but here comes the other one. 7.42 and a 7.98, finally, for Matthias van Wingarden. 164 miles an hour on the stocker. A 7.42, big step up as well for Graham Dance, actually. At 197, he moves into, I think that's into number 3 spot. It is. Right, Patrick Raudsy, safe at number 6, Ivana van der Berg. With another pro stocker in the slick tricks lane. 7.98 is now the bump. That's Matthias van Wingarden's number. Ivana would have to run her first 7 on this bike, I think, to get in. They are teammates. So good luck to Ivana. It's really good to see her back. We haven't seen her here racing for quite a while now, actually. Patrick Rawnsley on a good looking run. 783, only 141, eased off at the finish line. 889 for Ivana at 153. That's in the right direction. Right, Paul Hambidge, your current #1 qualifier in the Kestrel lane with a 729. Going alongside the returning Pete Field with the Triple P turbos, Hayabusa. Now, Pete hasn't run a 7 on this particular version of the machine yet, but I'm sure it's coming. The current bump is 798. He went 808. He's been in the low 7s at over 200 miles an hour a number of times before on the other machine. It's just a case of when they get there with this one. Well, that's not going to be an improvement for Paul Hambidge. Pete Field needs to go in the 7s, but backs off early to an 804 at 155. Obviously, something not quite right down there. I think the numbers were there to run it, but he didn't keep it pinned all the way through. Right, Damien Hope and Pete Slater. Pete with a big CC machine. Pointing, as is traditional, over towards the wall because the bike follows a lovely arc up the track. He's in at the moment at #7 qualified position with a 769. Damien, #4 with a 743. He's just had his #3 spot pinched off him by Graham Dance. Wow, a couple of great looking runs. 745 and a 740. Pete Slater goes up to #4. And in the other lane goes up to #3. That was a lot more like it. That was a rather lively move from Pete Slater in the back half of the track, though. Right. Good luck, Liam Holgate. Hopefully this is the one where it sticks and goes. Could we have Supergas into the lanes, please? Supergas, please, into the pairing lanes. Thank you very much indeed. Right. Good luck, Liam. Nothing but issues getting off the line the last, well, 24 hours. Not quick, but much, much better. He's not going to run a 7, but he is a full run. It is a 997. They've got something to work from. Well done. 139 miles an hour after a day of grief yesterday. That's a lot more like it. Well done. Right, junior drag bike. Unlike the cars, they qualify based on elapsed time. The elapsed time will come up on the scoreboards. They run to half track, which is the 8th mile. And it's back to bracket racing, which is dial-ins and try and hit your number. Right, 2 breakouts to start with. Both Darcy and in the other lane too. Rico Patterson and Isaiah Alvarez. Your next 2, Rico. 924, 1394 in the other lane. Again, don't forget, those are the important numbers because those are the dial-ins. This is their 4th session of the weekend. They get one more a bit later. 9:34. That's not bad for Rico at all. That actually puts him in at number 8 for now. That'll work. No help for Isaiah in the other lane. Right, Cameron Cordell this time in the Kestrel lane. We just had Darcy. And Alia Lester on the other side. This is Cameron's first run of the weekend. Alia's already in at number 5. So don't forget, it's about running the number. Alia 9:25, too quick, unfortunately. 11:75, that's not bad at all for Cameron. That will get him number 11. Just a quick polite request, please. ET Bike Riders, that's you, Scott. Back to back to the pits, please, because I'm guessing you're being called soon. If you haven't been called already, I don't know. But ET Bike Riders, back to the pits, please, because I think you're on your way down soon. Next pair, Harry Isaacs and Leah Morrison. Leah over there looking for an 8 flat in the 6 slick tricks lane, excuse me. Currently number 2, Harry, championship leader for now anyway, in at number 4. Qualifying points always matter. 8:04, nicely judged, and a 9:47. Leah actually stays 2. No improvement. Still, really good run. Harry breaks out, only by a couple of hundredths of a second though, so that was a good effort. Right, Brad Morrison. Darling in a 10 flat. He's down at 13 for now. Oh, 982, almost exactly 0.2 of a second too quick. It's all good learning experience. Right, Sam Hope and Jackson King. There we go. It's 9:27 now. There you go. Trouble for Jackson, pulling over towards the wall. 8:77 for Sam. That's not going to help either, because that is just that bit too quick. Dave out for a nice afternoon jog to go and help Jackson. Yeah, I think that's going to be a push back as opposed to a tow in the other direction. Right, a couple more bikes to go. We've got, after this, we have Street Eliminator, which I think that's their 5th session and last session, because they've got their cruise later on today before eliminations. And I think that's the plan, to be confirmed. Super Gas down here too. Wild Bunch and ET Bike not too far away as well. Give Jackson a wave, everybody. Come on, he wants to wave. He loves waving. Give a wave. Come on, Jax. That's what you do. You let your crew take care of the bike and you just get all the accolades. That's how it works, isn't it? Right, Sophie Pollen, excuse me, and Maggie Smallman. I said this yesterday. It's really good to have the Pollen name still around in UK drag racing. So Sophie at the moment sits at number 12. Maggie, number 7. Maggie is number 2 in the championship at the moment to Harry Isaacs, but Harry has got quite a margin at the front. Won't always necessarily be that way. Okay, 8:14 for Sophie, moves her up to number 7. That'll definitely help. Maggie Smallman goes too quick by just over 1/10 of a second. Right, Aisha Harris and Laura Humber, I think, will be the last two. Aisha really has been on the game this weekend. She's currently number 3, but she's put in a few strong runs. 10-12 plays, a 10.68. Well, 10.73 once again, only 500ths away. Lyra really does herself a favour with that one, though. 10.17 on a 10.12, number 7. Well done to everybody in junior drag bike. A little bit of track prep because we have Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator coming your way. So just for a couple of moments, going to go quiet, but we won't be long. Give it seriously 2 minutes, and you've got 200 mile an hour door cars coming your way. Oh, I keep interrupting way too many good tunes today. Sorry about that. Well, it's the racers that do it, not me. Anyway, ET Bike into the lanes, please. Could we have ET Bike, please, for your next session? Come on down. Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. Quickest and fastest street legal cars with doors in the UK. Well, these two like matching up with each other, don't they? They're currently number 1 and 3. Joe Baxter with the incredible Fox body, big block Ford turbo car in the Kestrel lane, taking on Tony Higgs. We have the parachute issue. Again, unfortunately for Tony, he's not going to be making the run. It will just be Joe on his own. Wow, Joe with a quicker 60 foot. Will this one be a 7-0? The answer is not quite. Still another booming run for the Mustang. 7:15 at 209. That boy's on a rail. Commiserations again for Tony Higgs. I'm not sure. That's the second time, at least it's happened in qualifying. It's not in eliminations. But Tony Higgs not going to make the run because yesterday it was one chute that popped out. This time it's both of them. Well, at least Jenny and the team are getting a lot of, probably more experience than they ever wanted packing the chutes. Quickly as well. Yeah, the thing is as well, they both they fall out still packed, which is unusual. Right, Nick Hale, Michael D'Souza. So Nick Howell is currently in at number 11 with a best of 10.53. He's got a new car coming that is going to shake things up as well. Alongside Michael D'Souza with the beautiful, beautiful Zephyr. He's currently number 6 with a 9.63. It's not all about 7-second runs. Michael D'Souza's having, whoa, blows the tyres off again. Car just goes up in the air and then smokes the tyres. He's still going though. 10.60, 10.58, no improvement for either, obviously. Thank you very much indeed for the message for Rob and Trudy Slater to say hi to everybody in Street Eliminator. They're not here this weekend, unfortunately, but they're looking on. They want to wish everybody a great, fast, and fun weekend. I'm sure Graham Smith is not far away as well, watching in somewhere. And Rachel, what a class this is these days. Right, Mr. 7, the newest Mr. 7 with the Malibus, Jack Petley. His dad was one very happy man. That was almost a Viking roar I heard yesterday when his lad ran at 7. He went 7.98 alongside Nigel Hale. Oh, unfortunately, Nigel bumps through stage. No trouble at all for Jack Petley, off into the distance. Another 7. Oh, even quicker. 7.92. Well, goodness me. You wait all your life for 1 and 2 come along at once. Also, not to be missed is the speed. 179.21 miles an hour. Nearly 180. Marvellous stuff. Right, Joe Stevens, James Murray will be your next pair. Let me just work it out. Sorry, Dave, 2 seconds. I think that will go that way. You have that one? Yeah, we'll use that one. That's it. Yeah. Oh, hang on. That's it. It's all right. That one.
When you're ready.
Yeah, that one. That one.
Not that one.
Yeah.
Not that one.
Because you're connected to that one.
That one.
Sorry about that. Joe Stevens and James Murray, your next pair. Joe keeps chipping further and further into the 8.36 is his best so far of the weekend. That is a lot more purposeful launch once again from the little Sunbeam. James Murray is not being outrun though. Well, 7.39 at 167 with a shootout right at the finish line. 9.71 for the Cortina. Right, last car, I think, before we move on to, I presume, Supergas.
But it looks like it.
It certainly looks like it indeed, doesn't it? Hang on. It is indeed, yeah. Exactly right. Sorry, last pair. This was going to be just Andy Bond, but Tony Higgs, Jenny's getting way too much practice packing parachutes or repacking parachutes on the starting line. At least they tend to come out all in one piece. Right, Andy Bond is number 2 at the moment with a 7.23. Number 1 is still Joe Baxter with a 7.15 in a street car. Tony Higgs is capable of taking it as well. Wow, Andy Bond blows the tyres off the start line. Whoa.
Oh.
And Higgs, well, no dice for either of them in that one. And just for good measure, Tony pulls to shoot. Sorry, I don't know why that's funny, but just to give Jenny something more to do, I suppose. But there we are. So Joe Baxter will be your number 1 qualifier. Now they'll all be going out on the cruise before they pair up at round 1, I think. Anyway, I think that's the plan. Right. Tony Morris Carburettors Supergas with Tony Morris Carburettors representative in the tower. Mr. Dave Gibbons, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, nice to see you, Darryl. I haven't had the mickey taken out of me enough today, so I thought I'd come up here and see you.
For a rest, yeah?
Yeah.
Or for the rest of it? Probably
exactly,
for the rest,
well,
yeah.
at least there's only one of you up here today doing that. It's usually 2 of you.
Not everyone ganging up on you, eh?
No.
I know. Right, Mark White, Conrad Stanley. Supergas has been a bit lively this weekend.
Yeah, it has.
Top 9 in the 9.9s, as obviously they should be.
They should be, yeah.
Number of your customers doing very well indeed,
We have.
I think, as well.
There are quite a lot of them. There's 2 of them just coming under the tower now. I've done some work on Rob Stanley's carburetor. It's not one of ours, but I've done some work on it.
So this is going to be Mark White, who hasn't quite cracked the 9s yet. He's been 10 flat. with the FX Vega, and Conrad Stanley. Much more like it for Conrad.
Yeah.
992.
Yeah, he's been struggling a little bit with converter issues and stuff like that. We've had a few discussions, and I think
A lot more like the usual launch from Mark White as well. Wow. Too quick, too slow, no help for either. Mark White suddenly finds the performance, but a bit too much of it. Unfortunately, Mr. Stanley just dropped off a little bit. Right, couple of Brogy Roasters. Down on the line, Dave Fulton and Martin Kirbysley.
Dave Fulton is a primary TMC customer. You know, I don't know if you know, he shares a car with Tony in America. They have one Monte Carlo over there that
That's right.
Dave goes and plays with every now and then.
How cool is that?
It is cool.
It's a good thing to be able to do, isn't it? So he's definitely on the team, so to speak.
Absolutely.
$9.91 with the one. That's the one
That's
he's been
very
waiting for, actually.
Yep.
Takes him up to number 2.
Not too bad for Martin either.
95 at 148. It's so good to see. I bumped into Martin this morning. It's so good to see him back, as it always is. He's worked out a much more amiable arrangement with getting here and back from the car from down the West Country.
He leaves it up here now. There's
That's
an
right.
awful long way to come from Cornwall for this for a weekend. So
It's the towing it. Obviously, it's the motorhome. It's all the other stuff as well that goes with it, isn't it? Too. So
exactly.
Jasmine Tunstall and Colin Morris. Colin's number 1 in Supergas, but he's currently not qualified in Pro ET. How rough is that? With a 1. Jasmine moves up actually from 12 to 10. We have another one in the 990s.
Yep, she's much more happier now. The cars are a lot more consistent than they used to be.
Consistency is the thing. How difficult is it to get these things consistent?
In this weather, sometimes. I'm going to put it all down to her carburettor. So
Okay. Meaning you.
well, and Tony.
And Tony. Right, Paul Brown, Billy Everett. Great to see Paul back in the barbecue roadster.
Absolutely.
That's named. Sorry.
At least he gets lots of practice on the start line.
It's probably too much for everyone else's liking, but you know, they're free to race in other cars as well.
Absolutely.
So Billy's car is too quick. He has to slow at the top end. 991, 996. Paul Brown up
Nice
to
football.
number 2. A lot of jiggling around up the top going on. Good run for Bill as well. 996, only 113. Right, Laura Baton, who's having the weekend of her career so far. She was at the start of the day. She ran her first ever 9, her first ever 9.8. She was number 1 qualifier in Supergas. It's got to be nice.
Well, yeah, and in danger of breaking out though. That's the trouble. But yes, they're much happier with the car now. They've got a new tool converter and a new carburettor on it. Yeah, they're getting. She's getting together now with the transmission brakes. It was taking a little while for her to get used to that, but she seems to have got the hang of it now. And it's nice to see Bill coming down to the Supergas.
And breaking out on a regular basis too. It's
Yeah.
like, well, good problem to have.
Well, yeah, they're not quite fast enough to have a stop, so they're having to drive the finish line.
Well, 979 and a 997. That's unbelievably, I think, that's Laura's slowest run of the weekend.
I think you'll find it is, yeah, but at least it's on the right side of the number.
Yeah, Bill goes 9.7. That's the number Bill Wilson actually ran in qualifying in Pro ET and went to number 1, I think.
Yeah.
Right, Dave Cherry. Also, just very quickly while we're here, last car in the class apart from Eva.
Yeah.
How difficult is it to do the drifting coasting?
Well, I've never done it.
Okay.
I'd rather not do it, but I think it's really difficult to decide when you're going to shut the car off. That's why they use a throttle stop, you know,
That's
because
right.
it is really difficult to pick a point near the finish line and go, yep, I'm going to slow down here.
As if by magic.
No,
9.90 with an 8 at only 105 miles an hour coasting.
And he's an expert at it.
He very much is. Goodness me. One great drag racing memory I have. I went to Sears Point in 1991 just for like a local bracket race because we were in San Francisco, and they had a 790 class then, and there was a blown altered. I remember it's called Hair Trigger. And the guy that drove it, it was too quick for the class, but he ran it to half track, got to half track, lifted, went 1, 2, stood on it again and ran 790 every time. It was just uncanny, let's put it that way. Right, Eva Davis with the Pontiac Grand Am from just down the road in Banbury. This should be, all being well, one of her last licensing runs.
Isn't she doing a great job?
Oh my goodness me, yes. I don't know where she gets it from. Probably her mum. What do you reckon?
I reckon so, yeah. No,
Joe
she's doing a
didn't pay
great
me.
job.
Yeah, Joe didn't pay me to say that.
Yeah.
But, yeah, no, Eva doing a really great job. It's always the way with, I don't want to call them kids, but the younger generation, they just take to everything instantly, don't they?
Yeah,
you know?
they do.
And good luck to Eva. Hopefully this will be her full run. She made it perfectly to half track. She's done the launch, done the half track. Now the idea is taking it all the way through. Well, still a little bit further to 1,000 foot. That's still going to be a 9-second run. There it is, 9:61 at 100 miles an hour, and pulls the chute, does everything perfectly.
Brilliant. Very
Wow.
well done to her. The team are doing really well as well.
Yeah, congratulations. Well done, Nick. And well done, Eva. So when Nick ran it yesterday, yeah, he did run yesterday morning. God, it's only Saturday, isn't it? He went in the mid-8s, and Eva, just to test it, make sure it was all right, and Eva had a huge grin on her face going, oh, well, that's my go next. You know, like you would as well, wouldn't you, really?
I can see the car coming down in Supercom rather than Supergas.
It used to be, it was a Supercom car, and
yeah.
obviously the engine they've got in it, engine they've got in it is more than enough for Supercom.
Absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
yeah, excellent.
And it's
Well
a lovely
done.
car as well, but what do you expect from the team? You would expect nothing less.
Yeah, you bet. I was going to say possibly the most overqualified Supergas car ever. Crew, sorry, ever.
Yeah,
if you
you're
think
not
about
wrong.
it,
You're
yeah,
not wrong.
yeah.
You're not wrong.
Way qualified to do that, aren't they? Land speed cars, fuel autos, pro mods, all everything they've
Should
done.
be a doddle.
Yeah, it should be. But she's doing a great job. Thank you very much, Dave, as always.
Good to see you, Darryl.
Short and sweet, like the pair of us.
Yeah. You're not wrong. Thanks a lot,
Take it easy, mate. Thank you very much for coming up. Right, Wild Bunch qualifying session number 4. Yeah, qualifying session number 4 for Wild Bunch. Philippa Turton, who is currently number 1. Alongside Pete Brown, who dials 8:39 this time. Yeah, unlike regular Wild Bunch, they don't pick their dial in for the day with this. They can change it run to run, which is what Pete Brown has. I think 8:39 was what he ran before. 8:13. Well, Philippa rolls through stage. She won't be getting an ET this time. Pete Brown will, though. And it'll be an 8:37, just that bit too quick. Couple of hundreds alongside. Yeah, no ET for Philippa, unfortunately. She still stays number 1 for now, though. Right, Marie Mills, the altered. The little small block altered down there in the Kestrel Lane. For sale, taking on Al Schofield, another altered actually that's for sale. Is Al stranded or is he coming back? Chris is going for an afternoon jog. Look at that man go. He was a gazelle in his former life. Yeah, well, Al isn't coming back. So Marie clicks it off for a couple of moments. We're just going to get Al back behind the start line. And Marie will just wait patiently, I think. Well, Al Schofield didn't lose fire, he just obviously lost reverse. So Wild Bunch race at the championship events based on their dial-ins, and they will be running traditional eliminations tomorrow. Well, I think there's obviously an issue with Schofield because the car pulled him through stage. He's not going to get a number this time round. Marie will though, and it's 10:32 with a 6. 4 thou too quick for Marie. Right, we don't see the Cliffords in this round of qualifying. Hopefully, they have managed to sort themselves out with a seal. Not the flapping, performing variety, but obviously, you know, to seal parts on the engine. Frankie Taylor with the Banshee. Frankie getting used to the car again, getting quicker and quicker. Dials a 1089 this time. She was in the low 11s last time. Went 11.37. Well, that was going smoothly till it wasn't. Still, more seat time's always a good thing. Okay, we are done for that qualifying session of the Wild Bunch. I don't think anyone moved that time. And we're back on with ET Bike. This will be their 5th, and I think, subject to confirmation, their last qualifying session as well. Apologies, it's gone quiet. We're just trying to read race numbers, which is always a little bit tricky for the bikes because they're obviously a much smaller canvas to put everything on than the cars. Here we go. Roberto Torres and Casey Holgate, your first two. So they'll run as a 32 bike ladder. Problems for Casey. Roberto goes 9.30 and 9.25. That may well help from where he was before. Andy Franklin, Scott Collier. Scott is number 1 right now. The dial-in, goodness me, actually changes to... I didn't think that dial-in ball went any quicker than 8.5, and it's managed to get an 8.49 on it this time round for Scott Collier. He went 9.51 with the 5 to be number 1 up against Andy Franklin. A lot of room for improvement for Andy. Scott's already number 1. Can he dip into the 9.4s? He can, but just that little bit too much. That doesn't really... You know what? That doesn't matter. That's still a great run, though. 9.48. I think that's the first time I've ever seen him dip in the 9.4s. Issues for Andy Franklin, and he still breaks out, unfortunately, in the other lane. Okay, the number 1 spot is always under threat when the man in the Kestrel lane rolls up. 8.95 is his dial-in. Up against Declan Butt. 9.16 for Declan. 8.95 with an 8. Phil steals the number 1 spot. Declan actually gets bumped back because he broke out. But, goodness me. Yeah, Phil, bang on the money. I told you it happens, doesn't it? It always happens like that. He's only 1 run away from the number 1 spot, always. Yep, apologies to the crew, having fun once again reading the dial-ins up here. Nefty Martina and Mike Gooding Could we have Super Comp into the lanes, please? Could we have Super Comp, please, into the pairing lanes? Well, they're fairly evenly matched. Nefty Martina will get there first with the 904 to a 952. Nefty does actually improve slightly from 14 to 13. Okay, your next two. Right, Nick Playden and Justin Morton go through. Nick Playden stays 6, no help for either of them. Not close enough to their dials. Right, Jake Bowden with a funny bike lookalike. In the Kestrel lane. If he can get it off the line, it'll be quick. Up against Holly King, who's had no trouble at all being quick in the 8 so far. 8.93 is what she's looking for this time. Well, sadly, Jake's bike didn't really move again. And Holly's got issues as well. She's cruising from the 8 mile onwards. I think Jake, I'm not sure whether he can refire. There we go. Well, he's going to make it to the other end. The lap time's going to be pretty special as well, because he's probably still going to do 140 miles an hour. There we go, at 21.29. Okay, Fiona Moore and Alan Davis. Alan in the middle of the top 10 at number 5. However, won't have the chance to improve because the bike falls quiet. It's all about Fiona. Wow, that's a great run for Fiona Moore. 11.39 on a 36. That will get her up to the number 6 spot. Big move in the right direction. Okay, Robbie Dobby with the Super Penguin. In the Kestrel lane. He's comfortably in the number 3 spot. However, Pete Harrison, big room for improvement for Pete. He's number 14 in the Slick Tricks lane. $10.14, no help for Robbie. And also for Pete Harrison, a 10.98 breakout. That's oh so close. Only just over 100 for the second off. Right, Patrick Marie, who hasn't got a number yet in ET bike. We have seen him already out in 850 bike, but we haven't seen him in ET yet until now. So He's up against Bryn Dance. $8.84 and $8.98 for Bryn. Well, that's a breakout for Bryn, and Patrick, with that number, goes in at number 13. Just checking race numbers and dial-ins again. Yep, just updating the class. That was the end of ET Bike. We're in 850. Or Super Comp Bike, as it's known elsewhere. Right, all lined up round there, ready to go. I managed to get away with it right till then, didn't I? Had to happen. I thought that was seamless until that point. It was, wasn't it? It was pretty good. And that was an accident as well, because I'd knocked it off. It wasn't like I didn't just drop them like usual. People listening in are big fans of me dropping cutlery. Okay, last, I think, qualifying session for 850 bike as well. This is qualifying session number 5. They had 3 yesterday. This is the second one of today. And then it will be into eliminations because I think they run a 32 bike ladder. Paul Hazel, Ted Van Deeken. Paul is currently number 1 with an 8.50 with a 3 that he ran earlier today. He's hardly going to improve that, but, well, comes close. 8.52, that's a great bike he's got going into race day. Right, Seneschal Martis and Kevin Wright. I think these were the first 2 out. Refired back to the line. So, Kevin Wright's only number the right side was 875. Earlier on, he went in the 770s on an 850 bike. Well, it was entered in 850 bike anyway. The bike is clearly a lot livelier than the class index allows. 8.62 and 8.58. I think Kevin Wright, that was an accidental 8.6. In the other lane, Seneschal moves up with an 8.58 to number 4. And a move in the right direction for Mr. Wright as well. Okay, Paul Morris and Gianni Fong. Gianni is from the Netherlands. Paul Morris is from Metfield. Right, slick trick lane for Paul. He's already been 8.54. Quickest Giovanni's been is 8.66. Yeah, Giovanni just took a bit too long getting in stage, especially when the other guy is waiting to go. 8.77, no improvement for Paul. We are going to send our friend from Holland on a bye run. Well, after a little bit of waiting, he went too quick. Not by much, though. 8.46. Right, Stacey Reed, who's currently in at number 2 with an 8.54. Gets a thumbs up from her dad. However, there's a marshal standing there. Not for long. Ooh. He's doing his job out, checking the track, making sure everything's okay. Jan Kamberg. In the other lane, both looking great. 8.55 and 8.48. Jan goes too quick by just over 100th. Could we have VW Pro into the pairing lanes, please? VW Pro, please. Could we have you down? Another great run for Stace that time round. 8.55 is exactly where she wants to be. Okay, Igor Petrozec from Zwolle in the Netherlands. Out in the Kettering lane. Up against Steve Jackson. Well, Igor did that earlier, blazes the tyre off the line. 8.88 and a 9.74, I think that is for Igor. Actually, that does improve his time, but has the same issue every time. Always good to have a member of the Spice Girls on the line. Not sure which one that is, though. I'm not going to think of a name because I get myself in trouble. So in the slick tricks lane, it's Alex Gordon. Went a little bit too quick earlier, dipped down into the 8.4s, but the good news is the bike's sorted out and the power's back. Up against Gary Hester, who did the same thing as well, actually. Just got to calm it down a little bit for both of them. Keep it the right side of the 850. Well, Alex will, because he's cruising by 3:30. 8.47 for Gary Hester again. Just that little bit too quick. Right, Marcel Dalbeck, who's run a best of 9.8 with the snowmobile-powered machine over there in the Kestrel lane. He's in 850 bike, so he obviously has the aspiration. The bike's going to go a lot quicker than that, and I hope it will. Alongside Patrick Marie, he's actually qualified lower because he broke out earlier. Patrick lifts and goes 8.51. Better runs for both of them. Patrick goes up to number 2. Good run for Marcel as well. His best of the weekend so far. Right, still with 850 bike. Mohammed Hussein Another guy who just for some reason cannot get the bike off the line in the slick tricks lane. He's obviously got the power and the speed. It just needs to behave off the line. Up against Pete Slater, who is number 6 for now. Rolled the beam, still going to get a time though. That's much better for Mohammed Hussein. 9:16 at 1:54. That's the one he's been waiting for. Pete Slater with an off-pace 9.8. Mohammed moves up to number 14. Right, apologies folks, after that run we have some housekeeping in the Kestrel lane. As you can see by the marshals out there on the track, we are going to be down for a few moments while we break out the shoe to get that cleaned up. Hopefully it won't be too much longer. We've still got loads and loads to go. We've got 950 bike right there. We've got Super Comp 2 and of course loads more action to come your way for the rest of the day. Just to give you a rough idea where we are in the order. So yeah, we've got Super Comp next, then VW Pro, who I just called down. Then it's Comp Eliminator again, Pro Modified, Top Fuel Bike, Super Street Bike, and the Fire Force Jet Car, whoever may be in the seat this time. So grab yourself a drink, keep cool. Please don't forget to stay hydrated. Obviously, don't forget that you can walk around the back of the tower and go into the pits and check out all the cars and bikes you've seen out there on the racetrack. Also, if you fancy sticking around till the late hours this evening, the football will be on the racetrack, unbelievably. This could be the only racetrack on the planet that shows football on the track, which is going to be really cool anyway. We've got the big screen, which is normally at various points around the venue. It's going to be on the track facing the bank, so everybody who wants to watch the football can watch it as well. The bar will be open, and it's going to be hopefully one hell of an evening. Not only for British Motorsport, but, well, you know the rest anyway. We'll see how it goes. But anyway, stay cool, and we'll be back with you as soon as we can. A couple of runs in yesterday. They've got another few today. Well, a couple at least, I think. So, Joshua Lee and Nigel Gregg. Josh, over there in the Kestrel lane, didn't put a run in yesterday. There are quite a few that haven't got times on the board yet. So Josh looking for 12.80. Nigel Gregg in the other lane, 12.60. 13.0 and a 12.67. Dave Hedson that also features the full Kirk wheel. 10-second Audi that looks like that. It does look like it should be fast, but it shouldn't be like 10.8 second fast. 10.82 as well, Dave Henderson. And for James, it will still be the 9 flat. Well, Eddie's still going to get any laps time, even though he left before the tree ran. That won't make any difference. James Gould will get there first. He's run a best of 9.35, goes 9.20. That's a step in the right direction. He moves up to number 7 for James Gould. Ed Keach, no move, unfortunately, 11.49. All right, Jacob Bailey with the Jetta, the newly winged and what's the word I'm looking for? New aero, anyway, on Jacob Bailey's Jetta. 9.71. He dialed like a second slower than that yesterday, obviously stepping it back up again today. Up against Harry Gamble. Harry with Black Betty again, 11.99. He's seriously quick for what is a very standard looking Beetle. However, Jacob is driving away from him, and he goes 9.77. Michael Strachan from up there in Scotland as well. That very, very rapid Audi. He's now living in the 9s. 10.02. So Charles Roberts, 11.80. Unfortunately, Paul Braithwaite didn't really move off the line. Let's see what the little 5 up can do. I'm not sure it would be 11.80. Yeah, 14.46. Someway darling, 9.80. It did say 9.08. Don't worry, you weren't imagining it. Sam with 9.70. This should be pretty good. Side-by-side run to the finish line. Well, it would have been if Sam had got second gear. Once again, trying to run as close to the number as they can without going too quick to set the qualified field for race day, which I think for them might be later today or early tomorrow. Predictably, James is out in front. 10.72 quick and a 12.24. That moves Chris up to number 4. Nice job from the Waterhouses in both cars. Right, Carl Goldsmith, they will be overjoyed. Up against Carl Goldsmith. One and only Top Fuel Carl. Carl instantly heads for the centre line. That was, well, bad in both lanes, unfortunately. No go for Luke. The Don just quits on the start line, unfortunately, and Carl took a hard right, but did the correct thing and parked. Strong looking launches in both lanes, both looking for low 13s. Poppy currently 19, Justin currently number 5. Looks like Justin's some way out in front, and he is, because he broke out by half a second. Poppy moves up a couple of spots to 17 with a 37. Flats. Emma actually drove through stage, unfortunately. That one won't count. Jackie will cruise through the finish line. Phil Swell isn't exactly hanging about with a 13-second T2. $12.77. George Todd moves up to number 4. Nice move. The young lady in the TT cap. She was also 009 red. Oh, so close. Well, Tom Circuit will be there first, but not by much. He goes through with the 13.14 and a 13.91. Lily actually stays put. Tom, in that pair, moves up to number 6. So 17.35 and a 16 flat. I think the 16 flat will get there first. Too quick. Right, could we have Comp Eliminator into the lanes, please? Competition Eliminator for qualifying session number, I think it's 4. Please, into the lanes. Right, Alicia Monks will be there first. Too quick by over a tenth, and too quick. I think we can all resonate with. 16.64 in the slick tricks lane. And 16.45 for John. Both of these two in the top 10. 63 breaks out. John Crawford goes 16.70 and a 16.45. That will be no help for either. Okay, one of the most unpredictable cars in drag racing, and he's number 3. Let's see what they can do today. A lot of wriggle room for Sam. Still not any quicker. Goes 154 miles an hour. Speed's really good. Well, a smooth launch for the Alton is always a good sign, and for Kev as well. 7.04 and a 7.81. They both slow. Good luck to both of them. 2 4-cylinder turbo cars, 1 front-wheel drive, 1 rear-wheel drive. That's a great-looking launch for Julian Bale. 106 to 60 foot. He's not leaving Ahmed behind, though. 6.93, his first ever 6-second run, 197 miles an hour, knocking on the door of 200. Check Ahmed out, though. He wasn't qualified. He's now number 1. 8.50. Just waiting for Kev. Well, that's as smooth as I've ever seen that Cutlass launch. That's going to be a good one. That will be a 764 at 172, as we have seen. That's more like it from Scott Libisher in the Copo. He's going to have to go some to get number 1, but he's going to try 8.10. Thank you very much indeed to Nitro FM, and once again thank you to the incredible track crew out there working their absolute backsides off. Getting the track ready again. We are carrying on with 950 bike. Dave Hall, Jack Hartley. First pair out, Dave Hall with the artist. Been doing this a while. I think that's a polite version of saying veteran. Well, veteran's quite polite too, actually. 964 and 1009. That's more like it for Dave Hall. Actually, he stays put at number 4. Right, Dion Hartley and Matt Gatland. Dion's currently number 3 with a 954. Oh, 49 with a 9, the worst number you can run in 950 bike, obviously. Right, Thomas and Hayden once again. Meg out front. Harley on the filming. Tom has changed a number of things in the combination because the gearbox is not behaving itself. Hayden just needs to ease off the throttle a bit earlier. He's got the opposite problem. Tom just needs to get to the finish line under power with all the gears working, other than first, second, third, and probably fourth. Well, Tom gets the edge on the tree. Hayden's way out in front, but he will back off about now. There he goes, coasting. Tom's trying to run him down. 970 for Tom and a 949 with a 0. Too quick again. Well, Tom gets closer. 138. He'd have preferred a 950, but step in the right direction. Well done, pal. Okay, Harvey Taylor and Alex Hope, who's your currently... Harvey's number 1, Alex is number 2. .951 with a 9. Alex takes the number 1 spot back. Off of the guy in the other lane. Awesome stuff. Okay, we move back to 4 wheels. Supercom. Could well be their last qualifying session before they're scheduled for eliminations a bit later on today. Ronnie Mercer, Stevie Gates, both of these two well in the 890s. In fact, everyone is almost on the front page. Almost all the top 16 are 8.9, which is the idea. So Ronnie is in at number 7 with it. This is just how tough it is. He's run 892 with a 6. Stevie has run 891 with a 1. And then number 7 and number 4. .894, 889 with a 3 for Ronnie Mercer. Oh, so close. Still very good and very consistent indeed. Right, Ellie Mae Brown and Sky Collier. 2 of the newest additions. And in my awful opinion, or uneducated opinion, they're 2 of the best racers to come along in a long while. They are both incredibly good on the tree. They're both very good at running the number. Ellie won her first event last year at the national finals with the Mystic Dragster. Sure, Sky won't be far behind as well. So Sky Collier's best run the right side of the number has been a 9.0. Ellie's is an 8.98. Both of them suffered a little bit from going too quick. Honours on the tree go to Sky, but again, it's not a race. It's about the number. 9 zeros a pair. 909 for Sky, 908. I told you, Jerry, it's what happened when bikers tune cars. Just kidding. They'll get it. So, Warren Watts, Dave Fulton. Warren is currently 19 at the moment. With a car that he wasn't even supposed to be racing this weekend, but Unfortunately, regular driver Andy wasn't available to drive this weekend. So here's Warren. So Roadster and Door Car, 908.888. Too quick for Dave Fulton. Warren Watts does actually improve slightly by a couple of spots, dipping down into the 9.0s. How cool is this? Yours numbers 1 and 2 qualifier going to be rolling in together. Paul Brown, Nathan Holtz. Nathan with a combination that really shouldn't be competitive in Supercomp. Number 1, Door Car. Number 2, Turbo. Makes it work brilliantly. The recycling in the slick tricks lane, that's Nathan. In the other lane, the barbecue roadster of Paul Brown. They are 1 and 2. They both run 8.90. 891, 892. There you go. That's why they are number 1 and number 2. Excellent stuff, folks. Well done. That would have been a terrific race. It would have made a bad final. You never know. This time tomorrow it might be. Right, John Bean and Nick Garrett. Nick Garrett in at 16 at the moment. He's in the 9.0s as well. Looking for just, obviously, a little bit more. About another 10th, maybe. Wouldn't go amiss. Creeping up on it for Nick Garrett. He does actually move up 1 spot. No help for John Bean, unfortunately. Falls back into the 9.0s. Okay, Dolly Daydream herself. The lovely Leah Kellett. Princess Leia Kellett. In the Kestrel lane, alongside Richard Tunstall with Jamie Dodger. Rich is in the 8.9s, just with an 8.99. Throttle stock coming back in for Leah. She'll be 170 plus across the line. 885 and 886. They both go the wrong side by a few hundredths of a second. Thanks, Martin. So your next pair will be.
Are you alright?
How you doing? So, comp eliminator into the lanes, please. For the next session, Charlie Seward, Sam Fairhurst. .887 in both lanes, too quick, but the good news for Sam is they've cured the problem of the car not running the number. At least they get the At least they get the opportunity now to dial it back, which is a good thing. Okay, Jeff Cowley. 8.90. The last car in the class before we move on to VW Pro up next. Jeff is currently number 5, went 8.91. So he's currently in at 5. Drifting over towards the centre line, but still goes through with 8.84, too quick. Right, we are on with VW Pro. Well, Jacob Bailey goes too quick with the 9.55. Sang Yang improves slightly on his position. 9.79 was looking for 8.50 though. Wanted a bit more than that. Right, Ed Keach, Harry Gamble, your next pair. $11.14 for Ed, and Harry too quick in the other lane. So this is Q4 for them. I think they've got one more Q run before we come to actually go into eliminations. So Mike Strackard and James Gould, two of the slightly more unique cars in the class. James definitely is with the altered. In fact, it's not even an altered because it doesn't have a body on it. It's just basically a bare funny car. So quickest that James has been so far is down in the 9.2s. 52 that time, no help. And a 9.71 for Michael Strachan. He nabs the number 1 spot. Well done, Michael. That was a really good run. That could have been, I think, possibly, also his quickest run ever. Right, Dave Henderson has just seen his fellow Scott go down and take the number 1 spot right in front of him. That amazing Audi in the Kestrel lane, 1080, alongside Joshua. Josh Lee. In the Golf. So it will be Dave Henderson going over the line first. 1085 goes a bit closer again. Actually moves up to number 3. Josh Lee goes to 5. With a 12.58 on a 12.50. Happy crew. Happy crew. Right, Phil Blogg, and good to see Luke made it round. Luke very kindly sent me a message that they obviously found the, what's the word I'm looking for? The point where the CV joint didn't like it anymore. He's looking for 11.82 this time. In the other lane, he's got Phil Blogg alongside him with a 10-second caddy. Not much in that at the top end. Phil Blogg goes 10.65. Luke goes 11.78. He breaks out by only a few hundredths, but I don't think they care because it went down the track and it all worked. Well done, fellas. Yeah, the CV joint quite enough on the last one. Right, James Hodgson and Chris Waterhouse with the Audi A3. Chris with a very, very nice 002 light. 1080. James Hodgson moves up to number 6. Chris Waterhouse goes too quick by 0.03 of a second. Right, Nino 2.0 for the Redneck gang from Southampton. They have rednecks in Southampton too, apparently. Jake Fronda with the Golf Gasser. Taking on Wayne Waterhouse with the Audi S3. Jake's dial was a 1260. That's not going to be a 1260. I think that should be 1060. It is 1060 with a 4. 1035 in the other lane. Pro mod into the pairing lanes, please. Pro mod for your last session of the weekend, I think. I don't think Jake's going to nab number 1, though, unfortunately, because he went in and accepted the dial as a 1260, not as a 1060. Right, comp just getting suited up round there. Julian Bayer, the Williams boys, everybody down there for this one. So Abby Tether, Danny Bean, Abby, excuse me, was number 1 until Mike Strachan pinched it off her. Well, Danny Bean moves up to number 5. Nicely done. Abby, 16 on a 12, still a great run. In the other lane, Danny Bean went 11.96 on 11.90. Right, last two side by side. Charlie Roberts and Nigel Gregg. Distinct lack of horn in this pair. $12.99, $11.44. No help. Actually, Nigel Gregg does actually bump up one spot, and that is all for VW Pro. Right, we're on with Comp Eliminator, Pro Modified, Top Fuel Bike and everything else right now. A very quick bit of track prep before we get there. Nitro FM, if you wouldn't mind, once again. And we'll be back again. As soon as we hear engines, we'll be back with you. This one especially. I really hope Jean gets down towards the 5s again. He was, when he had his unfortunate accident nearly a couple of years ago now in Hockenheim in the summer with his previous car, he was in the 5.9s on almost a regular basis. This car has the potential to go even quicker than that with a 960 cubic inch big block on board, laced with nitrous oxide. There are 3 choices of power adders in Pro Mod in Europe. Nitrous, which this car is, supercharged, which 3 of the other cars are, and turbo as well. Jean Doulemont has always run nitrous. He's stuck with what he knows, and this car is absolutely a work of art. The car bought from Freddie Scribber on the East Coast in the US. He used to run in outlaw trim over the 8th mile. Now runs over the full quarter distance here in Europe. And it really is a work of art. His quickest run with this car is down in the 6.1s, but he's just getting a feel for it again. He debuted the car at the end of last year, and he's just basically getting back into it, A, after the accident, and B, just learning all the intricacies of the new car. But I'm sure when they step it up, this thing is going to be right at the front on a regular basis. So he went 6.4 yesterday. The second run, unfortunately, left before the tree was activated. A little bit soft at the 8th mile. It will still be a low 6. Yep, 6.29 at 230 miles an hour. Turning it up again, little by little. 0.99 to 60 foot. The 8th mile was 4.13 at 179. Nitrous cars normally get there in about like 3.9, maybe 3.8 seconds, something like that, if they're on a good run. They're on a 5-second run. But Jean Doulemont still another good, strong, and very straight run. And most importantly for him as well, he's been having issues with the chutes getting tangled up around the wheelie bar when he pulls them at the top end. And as you can see, no such problem at all that time. Just pull the chutes, cruise around the corner. Well, 2 cars of the supercharged variety round here for your viewing pleasure this time round. One from the Netherlands, one from UK. Andy Robinson, who is currently, I think, leading Motorsport UK Pro Mod Championship. A complete family affair with his daughter Steph backing him up. His son Luke does the tuning and just basically a hell of a lot of work. Steph's husband over there as well, down on the starting line. He's had so many events already that he's run out, so many race weekends already this season. I don't know how they managed to fit work in around all of it. But the car running as good as ever. Yesterday, dipped into the 5s with a 5.99 on what for them was actually quite a soft run. Normally would expect to be in the low 5.9s and definitely in the 5.80s. The conditions today are kind of ripe for that sort of thing. Going up alongside Michel Turenne, who had... That song wasn't by Poison. Thank you. Right, we are on with Comp Eliminator, qualifying session number 5 for them. I think everybody in the class has put in a run. Some of them, some of the numbers have been absolutely outstanding. And this is one of the cars who has been outstanding as well. Julian Bayer with the 4-cylinder Golf. Never been in the 6s before. Went 693 at just that bit shy of 200 miles an hour as well. They're from Germany though, however, they'll count that as 320 kilometers an hour. Actually, it is 320 kilometers an hour, isn't it? 199.7 is... Yeah, that's right, because 321 is 200. Yeah, 320 kilometers an hour. So this is, yeah, Julian Bayer with the turbo 4-cylinder billet Golf. They waited a long time this year to come out with all the new stuff, and when they did, my goodness me, did they make the most of it. Just a real shame they couldn't have been here for door slammers to do what they did earlier today. Going up alongside Dave Barton. Yes, the Dave Barton. In a car that's normally occupied by Nick Williams, that is normally well in the 7s. So far, I think Dave Barton's best is an 8-1. The Copos were having all sorts of issues getting off the line yesterday, but the two that ran earlier absolutely did not. Dave Barton is the last remaining one to get down the track, which hopefully he will do now. So Germany against America in England. As if by magic. Well, Julian Bayer with lots of tyre shake that time. Dave Barton long gone. 786 at 176 miles an hour. That will move him up a long way. Well, Julian Bayer from the high of running a 6-second run to unfortunately not running 60 foot. Dave Barton actually moves up to number 7 with that run. Tough crowd. 3/4 of a second under. And he's number 7. Just a very quick mention as well, folks, while we have a very, very brief quiet moment. Blackett Photography is open. Paula has opened the porter cabin round the back of the tower for all your photographic needs and everything else as well. Also, I'll say this again when they run, but also because the Chaos Brothers are number 1 at the moment, they got £5 off of their t-shirts too. They are really cool. Go and check them out. So, Blackett Photography round the back of the tower. Please go and check them out. I'll mention again if and when Robin comes around to run this time. Right, Nick Williams and Scott Libisher. Scott is currently number 2, 8:10. He ran 0.8 of a second under his index. Nice clean launch once again for the Copo. Nick Williams in the other lane looking to improve too. Scott is cruising at the top end to a 9:21. 10:48 for Nick. Does improve once again. Over 7/10 under. Gets him up to number 5. Right, Dan Williams. The car capable of going into the 9. So far this weekend, the best he's run is 10:01. Right, best so far this weekend, 10:01. Going to need to go deep in the 9.9s to improve qualified times. 10:04, still bang on the money though for Dan. Right, Reuven Dawson with the Honey Wasp in at 4 at the moment with a 7.75. On a bye run, trying to improve. So, Comp Eliminator all about trying to run as quick as you can on your index. The index for the Copos, factory super stock automatic, I beg your pardon, is 8.50. Great looking strong run, 7.92 this time at 100 178. Does not improve. Right, Ahmed Jamshed with the Silver Surfer still sitting in that #1 spot with the front-wheel drive Civic, the Silver Surfer. Now with the appropriate roll cage in there to be able to run as quick as he wants, he can go under 8.5 if he wants to. He's been under 8.5 a number of times before as well. Alongside Kev Perkins with the Soul Man, the Olds Cutlass in super modified trim. Earlier on today went in the 760s, a very good looking run for Kev. Gave him something to tune from. Also being a nitrous car, makes its own air, so on warm days he does have an advantage. Right, you'll see the big Thai car out in front, but here comes that little Civic. Kev goes 8 flat because he's coasting. It's an 8.44 at 177 for Ahmed. Increases his distance at the top. So, Robin Orthodoxy, perfect timing, Robin. Thank you very much indeed. Reminded me to say again, Blackett Photography. Paul had just popped up in the tower to say the porter cabin behind the main grandstand around the back is open. Also, the Chaos Brothers T-shirts with this car on, which are very cool indeed. Due to Robin being #1, which he was for some time, £5 off. However, he's now down to 6. It's a really tough crowd in Comp Eliminator this weekend. Really tough. Robin went 6.95. His index is 767. So he was 0.72 or thereabouts under his index. And currently that's only good. Only good for number 6. See what he can do to improve. So normally aspirated with a big block in there. If you close your eyes, it sounds exactly like a road stock as well. Well, tyre shake hit the limiter by the sounds of it, and we'll just cruise through. No improvement on that run. That is a wrap for qualifying in Comp Eliminator. Your #1 qualifier is Ahmed Jamshed. In at 2, Scott Libisher, Dan Williams, Reuben Dawson, Nick Williams, and that man you saw there, Robin Orthodoxu. It's going to be an absolute bum fight when it comes to eliminations tomorrow. Right, here we go with Pro Modified. Their last session of the weekend. So Jean is currently #5 on the list. However, we do have a 4-car bump spot for Pro Mod this weekend. Jean is #5, so we'd normally have the pressure of trying to get in. However, I have a feeling after what happened to David earlier, we're not going to be seeing him either in this session or, unfortunately, full stop the rest of the weekend. It just really sucks when good people have issues, but sometimes it happens in racing. Could we have Junior Dragster, please, into the pairing lanes? Junior Dragster, please, into the pairing lanes. So the Sorcerer Camaro of Jean Delemont stepped up a little bit earlier on today, went 6.29. This is a very 5-second capable machine. As of yet, it's not quite as quick as his old car, and I can only presume that's because they haven't stood on it that much yet. It will happen, and they will stand on it soon. It's just the when part. Good luck, Jean. Comes from Tarnas in the southwest of France, basically Spain on the Atlantic coast, or almost Spain on the Atlantic coast. That's a lot quicker, actually. That's a 614 at 233 miles an hour. A little bit of shake off the line, 0.986 to 60 foot, 271 to 330. 8th mile, 4.04 at 186, which is another reason I knew that would definitely be quicker. But that was a nice looking run for John, one of his quickest runs in that new car. Still needs a couple of tenths of a second at least, but he's going in the right way. Right, you saw these two paired earlier. They're going to be paired again. Holland in the shape of Michel Turenne, the UK in the shape of Andy Robinson. A nice brake warming burnout for Andy there. Well, actually, what's just happened with that run that Jean Delemont made is it's bumped Michel Turenne out for now. So if by some complete miracle of chance David managed to fix the car for tomorrow and Michel doesn't improve, then it would be Michel watching tomorrow. However, I do expect them to improve. They both shook pretty hard around about 100 foot out, something like that, just at the top of first gear. They run 3 speeds. The way it works is they run kind of a rev limiter. They call it a 2-step. So what you do is you bump into stage, press a button on the steering wheel, put your foot to the floor, and then when the light flashes, you let go of the button, and it's like a juggernaut has hit you up the backside because everything gets very loud very quickly. First gear normally is about a second, maybe slightly more, depending on how the car's been tuned. And you'll clearly hear the gear changes, or the 3-speed gear changes going down the track of both these cars. Hopefully, anyway. As long as they hit second gear, they're pretty much home. So currently 599 and the 620 best. Look at that one from Michel Turenne. That will be a 591 at 241 miles an hour. No sign of problems at all. Finally, they say, no smoke, hopefully no oil. That's why they look so happy. Straight and strong down the lane. 0.962 to 60 foot, 258 to 330. 8th mile, 3.87 at 192. A very soft back half, basically, I'm sure, to keep the engine in one piece. 591 at 241, and they are delighted, as you can see. Andy was 0.98 to 60 foot, but then the shake kicked in. Same spot, unfortunately, around about 100 foot out. I thought he was going to be able to stay with it, but it didn't clear up. And he did the wise thing, which was to back out of it. So he's going to stand on his run from earlier of 599. Unbelievably, and I think completely unbelievably, depending on what John Webster does here, Andy Robinson is currently qualified number 4. Michel is number 1. We could have a rematch of that in round 1 tomorrow. However, one car left to shake up the order, and shake it up he can. John Webster with Fast Company number 2. The car that John himself built. He is a professional chassis builder. Builds loads of the most gorgeous stuff you've ever seen. He's recently built a fuel altered as well with a blown small block in it that we first saw the light of day a couple of weeks ago at Dragstalgia. Unfortunately not on the track because it was still missing a couple of bits, but it was beautiful. Pretty much the same as this. Just looks absolutely amazing. He's been in the 580s before with the twin turbo Hemi on board. Now consistently in the 590s. At least anyway. Let's see what he's got for us in this last run. The track's obviously there. He's got a nice tail breeze. And he's got the track to himself as well. So, good luck, John. One flat to 60 for 8 mile 395 and a 596. He does improve indeed. He improves his ET, not the qualified spot. Bizarrely, still goes, look at that speed, 246 miles an hour. It's a bracket Mustang. I think what surprises me still is that John's never won a big trophy at a Pro Mod event yet. Could be his weekend, you never know. Right, top fuel bike under the tower. A couple of familiarisation stroke licensing runs. And all being well, some quick ones too. Roger Moore on board the Shed of Dreams or the Frog of Dreams. Well done to the Websters. That is one consistent race car. Well, Roger Moore with another burnout. He clicked it off earlier after the burnout. Well, sadly, trouble again, unfortunately. Well, the bike's run under its own power. It's done a couple of burnouts so far, so definitely an improvement from the start of the weekend. But like everything, especially not only being brand new, but also completely hand-designed, hand-built, everything is one-off, custom. There's not another bike like that on the planet. And it will go, and when it does, it's going to be pretty spectacular. Right, underneath this time we have Ryan Davidson with the Meteor Missile. Ryan has put in some absolutely storming launches, just needs to keep it pinned a bit further down the track to be able to get his license signed off. I've said it before, Ryan is a very accomplished pilot on two wheels. Having run down into the sevens on a funny bike. Fuel bikes are whole different animals though. They behave in a different way. You can't roll on and off the throttle. You can't take it easy on a top fuel bike either. Right, he's in pre-stage. Good luck, Ryan. Went to nearly 330 earlier. Well, just the characteristic wiggle, a couple of 100 foot out, and he backs off of it. Just does not want to overstep the mark. Goes a bit quicker with a 10-second run. He will get there. It's not far away at all. It's a pleasure to have him in top fuel bike. Okay, Jerry Luke's on board the Rocket. His first 6-second run of the year. It's by no means his quickest run ever, or the bike's quickest run ever, but my goodness me, it made them feel so much better because they had a terrible time at the main event just over a month ago. So it was really nice for Jerry to get all the way through under power. VW Sportsman into the lanes, please. Can we have VW Sportsman, please, into the pairing lanes? Good luck, Jerry. Well, the bike was a little bit off centre on the launch, which is why, unfortunately, that block got doinked. You can see where he launched from as well. The tyre track almost instantly goes right. Well, the block's in one piece, apparently, I think. 2 more. Top Fuel bikes. Jury just off the first turn off. So the last pair. Earlier on, we had a much improved run from Rene van der Berg. He went 6:35 into the number 2 spot. And he's going alongside Neil Midgley, who is still your number 1 qualifier. Neil blazed the tyre off the line. As soon as he cracked the throttle, it just went instantly up in smoke. Just a little bit too much power, or instant power, I should say. Right after Top Fuel, we have got Super Street Bike coming up. We have the jet car as well with Julian on board again. Yep. Couple of absolutely storming burnouts. Both of these two complete state-of-the-art machines. The bike that Neil Midgley is on, I may have mentioned this yesterday, but the bike itself appears at least 3 times in the top 10 quickest runs, or quickest riders, I should say, on the planet, with 3 different guys on board. The guy that originally built it to ride it, Ian King, is one of them. Also, the man on it right now, Neil Midgley, and Fast Phil Papaphilippou from Greece, who we miss dearly. Phil, come back soon, please, 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 please. We miss the Greeks taking part in Top Fuel bike, we really do. He's alongside Rene van der Berg. These bikes look very similar, and that's because they were built in the same workshop. Puma Engineering out there in Holland. So Rene, earlier today, 6:35. They've got essentially the same components with some tuning differences. And a different nationality of rider, of course. However, there is a Dutch crew chief on the bike in the Kestrel lane. Work that one out. That's Marius standing behind with the camera. Great looking run for Neil. 6:11, 189 miles an hour. And a 6:32 at 222 miles an hour in the other lane for Rene van der Berg. Well, they both go around the corner at the top end. Right, we're just going make sure everybody's okay up the other end, but that was Neil Midgley's quickest run for a long while, and that was a real stormer as well. So congratulations to both of them as we get ready to for a quick bit of track prep and moving on with Super Street Bike. Back to you in Nitro FM for just a couple of moments. We are back. Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please. Sportsman ET into the lanes, please. Everyone safe and sound? We're back to racing. Okay, Carl Thomas, Josh Stubbins, these two paired up earlier on. Both of them are 6-second capable machines. Josh has been there this weekend with a 693. Carl not quite with a 7.1. Both over 200 miles an hour on a regular basis. Street tyre bikes. They run on a contact patch the size of the palm of your hand. They're incredible how quick they run. Josh goes 6.89 at 2.15. Carl Thomas, 6.92 at 207. What a fantastic side-by-side run. Check out the speed again for Josh, though. 215 miles an hour. Good lad. Right, Brad Head, Jake Michelle, teammates. Brad has all the stuff on board, including himself, to get it done. Best at the moment in the 770s. There's loads more in there than that. Jake, though, still number one, 668. Didn't have a good run earlier on today. Hope this one's better. Going to say there's a lot of squealing going on. I'm not sure it's which lane. I think it was Jake. 765 going in the right direction for Brad. 189 miles an hour. Whoa. Unusually for Jake, that's 2 busted runs today. Takes the scrutineer and exit. Right, Al Morrison, and should be up against Boyce, but I don't think Boyce is going to be making this one, unfortunately. Stopped dead in the water box, yeah, so it's all right. I can see the marshal sprinting for the rags. Rough looking ride for Alan Morrison that time. Still goes 692 at 218 though. All right, quick change of lanes going on because unfortunately something has gone wrong. For Boyce down there in the burnout box, there's going to be some clean up to do. Really unfortunately. Comes and takes a bow in a 2-2. Proper man. Right, Travis Marie, who's currently in at number 7. Well, that was a good-looking run till he had to back out of it. Still goes 7:21. Takes him up to number 5. That was a 1:19.60 foot for Travis. The numbers all the way down were right on for a 6-second run. Right, Daniel Lentz once again. test run for the Team Brothers. All the way from Hungary. Comes all the way to UK to test, and he's actually got one pretty dang good racetrack in Kumudara. It's not far away. At home anyway. Same hop and a skip off the line again. You can clearly see it from the tyre tracks. It just sort of, it goes, stops, and then goes again. Right, jet car up next. Julian Webb going to be coming round with the 5 Force 5, the Jet Dragster. The breeze is still going in the same direction, so the Jet, all the smoke will probably still be blowing down the racetrack. He's just going to have to try and behave himself a little bit more than he usually would. Now, even though Julian is not the normal driver of this car, he has actually driven it on occasion before. And in fact, it was one time in years gone by where he was called in to drive, because Martin couldn't frankly drive everything, that he thought, you know what, this is fun, I need one of these. And he ended up building himself a nice new one, which is very similar to this. So the Spider-Man Jet Dragster pilot is on board. Right, starter being hooked up, tractor gets moved out the way, and all the other valuable equipment that could possibly get torched. Extra water goes down in the burnout box to make sure it, well, that doesn't get torched as well. We have, coming up next in the run order, we got Junior Dragster around there for their last qualifying session of the weekend, I think. Then VW Sportsman, Sportsman ET, Super Pro and Pro ET, and just about everybody then is into their last qualifying sessions, and then we're actually going to start matching them up and starting to run some eliminations towards the back end of the day from about 6 o'clock onwards, starting with Super Comp. Street Eliminator was slated for another qualifying session then. However, they've had 5 already because we were slightly ahead yesterday, so they got moved up a bit, which is a good thing. Means they can go out on their cruise. Yeah, and then Super Pro eliminations are later, as well as 850 bike and Sportsman ET. And then to finish out the day, VW Pro and Sportsman, we were around there now, have got their last session of the weekend. Well, thank you very much indeed for the message, Declan. I can't see where you... Oh, yes, I can see where you are. Of course I can. How the blooming heck can I miss? There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, a couple of ladies, sort of. Love the outfits, folks. Excellent idea. Where'd you get that idea from? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, a bit more jazzy. You definitely got that right, mate. Right, we're on with the second run of the day, if we can see it. Well, we've completely disappeared this time. Almost entirely predictable, mind. Yeah, there is a jet car out there somewhere. Well, we're in the rather unusual position. Well, not today, obviously. I'm waiting for the fog to clear before we can see if there's a car out there. Well, I can see the starting line. I can see two silhouettes, which are Dave and the crewman standing right next to him. One of the more bizarre scenes I think we've had. Also managed to knock the insulation out of the roof. Well, we can almost see to half track now. Ah, there's the gantry. Oh, I can even see a windmill. Right, we're going to lose him totally when the lights run. But how cool is that? Check out the view on the live stream as well. It's going to go completely and utterly obscured in a minute. There goes Julian Webb. That's a really good looking run. I almost saw all of that. 5:39, 225 miles an hour. Only 225, and he still goes 5:39. My goodness me. He was 360 at 226 to the 8th mile. That's huge speed at the 8th mile for anything. But once again, please give the crew a massive round of applause. We hope you all saw that and enjoyed it at the same time as well. Give him a cheer. Right, Nitro FM for a few moments. Just a quick sweep before we go with Junior Dragster and then VWs. It's almost like that song was a written intro for Junior Dragster. Carl Cox Motorsports Juniors out there on the track right now. Their 5th and final session of the weekend. Ethan Cannon, who's currently on board at number 26. That will not help, unfortunately. A .10 red will not count. It won't change the qualified order, so he will be at least number 26. Going into eliminations. Doesn't mean he's not got a chance, though. Far from it. Anyone that qualifies in junior drags can do well, and regularly does. Okay, Ella Rose Smallworth, who did really well earlier today with the 0.5 light. I think a first run of the weekend too. Qualifying based on reaction time out there. A little bit of a double step that time. That won't improve. Well, she won't improve her qualified position with that one, but as I always say, it's all good practice. Right, Chev, check it. We're just on one lane at the moment while they finish the clean-up in the burnout box in the other lane, which is well underway. So Chev only got to put in one run earlier on due to school yesterday for both her and her sister. Right, her sister's number 1. Chev goes 0.4 red. Unfortunately, she will still be in the bottom half when the ladder's worked out. The car runs a very nice 791 though. They'll be happy with that part. Right, Tom Peters. From Harrogate. I think there is only one of the Peters family involved this weekend. So Tom's best so far has been an 06. That's not bad. That's really good. That's an 037. That will help quite a lot. It does. Moves him up 4 spots into the top 10. Number 9 qualifier for Tom Peters. Right, the wonderful, cuddly, she's just cool, Letty Checkett, or Letitia. Always, I think it's only Emma, her mum, that calls her Letitia, and she's the only one that calls her husband Michael too. Right, Letty off the trailer early on today was 0.001. It's going to take a lot to top that. Still not bad at all, 159. I'm sure she's going to stay number 1. That's going to take a hell of an effort to to get the number 1 instead. Yep, that's pretty good too. Bang on. I think she might be getting the hang of this. I think she already has. Teddy Howe, Frankie Kent lining up again. These two have lined up a number of times over the last couple of days. Right, so Frank 13, Teddy 5. 0.11 for Frank. I don't think that's going to help. And the 88 on the other side for Teddy Howe is not going to improve either, so he will definitely start 5th or lower. Frank will definitely start 13th or lower. It's good to see all the Street Eliminator competitors coming back in, round the back of the tower as well, after their cruise. They probably appreciated actually getting 5 qualifying runs in and, you know, managing to do the cruise in daylight. Probably helped quite a bit too. Getting back at 4 o'clock in the afternoon must feel like a bit of a holiday. Daniel Todd and Lola Bell Kent. Daniel 7 and Lola in at 15. Quicker on the tree for Daniel Todd. You could clearly see that. However, it was an 09. 794 still pretty good though. So no help either side again. Right, Sydney English and Oscar Young. Oscar's doing a real good job so far, especially with the junior stock car. He's had a 0.7 and he's been pretty much there or thereabouts all through qualifying. Other side for Sydney. Wow, Sydney's going to move up a long way. Well done. Excellent reaction time, young man. 0.37 goes from 19 to number 9. Chops 10 positions off his qualified spot. Well done. Right, Amelia Innes and Jensen Kidley. Whoa, 005 for Amelia Innes. It won't be number 1, but it's not going to be far off. Actually, believe it or not, that's number 3 for Amelia Innes. Jensen stays 19, though. A big move for Amelia Innes in that run. That's the way to do it. Right, Emily Phillips with the little... Phelps, sorry, not Phillips. Phelps, of course, with the little alligator or the concrete crocodile. Against Adicus Cece, 2 that are in the lower half of the qualified order at the moment. If they want to be on the front page, i.e. the top 16, they need to be 0.7 or better. Well, Ada does her bit, gets into the top 16. That will be the number 16 spot for Ada Cassisi. That's more like it. And Emily stays put at 21. Well done, folks. Right, Tom Adams, excuse me, with the Raptor Junior. Alongside Scarlet Kidley with the Forest Thunder. Well, 0.2 for Tom and a 0.6 for Scarlett. They will be qualified. I don't think either of them are going to improve that time, though. Oh, Tom does actually by 1 spot from 22 to 21. Right, Molly Openshaw and Max Taylor with Black Magic number 2. So Molly currently number 7, Max 9. Both had 02 and 03 already, and this time they both go red. Sizable red by Max Taylor. Molly, though, only just missed with a 006 the wrong side, unfortunately. Still good to see the Taylors back. Please stick around. Right, Jay Cooper and Finny Fag. Finn is all the way up at number 5. Jake, though, very uncharacteristically, 25 for Jake Cooper. Yeah, Jake is number 6 in points in Junior Dragster, and 25th will not help him chase down those in front of him. Yeah, 0.19 is not going to help too much either. It might improve him slightly. I know 59 in the other lane for Finn. That's not going to improve his qualified time order either. Jake actually does move up a few spots to 21. All about those very, very important qualifying points. Right, last car in the class, Kai Cooper, who is also riding high in the Junior Dragster points. He's only number 3. And I don't mean only, I mean he's up at number 3, I should say. Well, he's going to improve with that one. That was an 021. He'll do himself some favours in championship points and moves from 12 to 7 with the last runner qualifying for the juniors for Carl Cox Motorsport Junior Dragster. It's about hiring the next generation of assassins, I think. Or supporting the next generation of them, anyway. Right, VW Sportsman Q4. Ross Page, Aaron Lang. Aaron is still hanging on to that number 1 spot. 14.14 he's after this time. Ross Page predictably out in front. It won't be like that when we come to racing, obviously. 12.80, 12.67, too quick and too quick. 14.01. Everybody's breaking out today. And not just by a little bit too. Okay, number 1 on the car from last year, Lily Stevenson with your mum. In the slick trick side of the track, up against Jordan Clark with the Thunderbug. Lily just went that little bit too quick earlier on. That's why she's defending VW Sportsman Champ as well. An 03 light in a stick shift street car is going some. So 12.62 goes 13.02 and 13.59 breaks out by just over a tenth. Again, unfortunately for Lily. Just one of those weekends. Don't count her out, though, in eliminations, obviously. Okay, Jack Young and Bruce Harvey, your next two. Jack over there in the Audi A3. And in the TT, Bruce Harvey. Bruce is way in the distance with a 13.72 too quick and a 15.27. Yay, someone that doesn't break out, but doesn't improve qualified. Or in qualifying, I should say. Sorry. Justin Foley, George Miller, the Sonic TT, the very, very, very nicely turned out Sonic TT, over in the Slick Tricks lane. Can we have Super Pro into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro ET, please. Come on down. Wow. Been joined in a man by in a pork pie hat. Oh, so close for Justin. George Miller, though, goes to the number 1 spot. 13.99 with a 4 on a 13.99. Congratulations to Sonic the TT. I'm surprised you haven't just wilted to nothing. Yeah. Hey, it's lovely. It's a lot cooler than yesterday. It's a beautiful day, though. And it's a great problem to have all this racing to squeeze into beautiful blue sky days. Right, Phil Swell and Emma Ailcock. Emma with the love bug is 26 right now. Phil, further up, number 17. $13.55 for the T2. 87. That's not going to help, I don't think. Emma, 1885 goes. 1909. That moves her up 10 whole spots, actually. Right, Kaz Woodhouse and Connor Micallef. Your next two, as I am joined in the tower by my little brother.
Hello, mate. No, just to confirm, actually, Emma Ailcock is actually Emma Sadler. Just she goes under her. That's her
pretend race name.
No, that's it. It's her pseudonym. That's it. I'm trying to think of the word.
It's her alias.
Yeah, her legal name is Ailcock, but she still goes as Emma Sadler, just in case.
Connor Micallef and Kaz Waterhouse, your next two. Both well down in the 20s at the moment. Connor, 12.94. That may well help. Kaz, 16.05. Connor moves all the way up to 14. Kaz gets bumped back 1 spot. So have you been out sunning yourself or just
I've been
socialising?
Loitering with intent in the pits.
Loitering with intent to race.
Some people that were welcome to have a chat with me, some going, oh, what are you doing here?
Yeah. Shouldn't you be doing something
else? It's nice
else?
to catch up with people at a race meeting instead of just waiting to the end of the day. So I've had a great time.
John Gallant and John Crawford. Yep, just waiting until the last pair turn off the bottom end of the racetrack. John Crawford doing a great job. His first ever weekend in that Scirocco. On the money, in the top 10 at the moment. John Gallant as well is number 3. 2 16-second race cars.
Yeah, loan car for John. I don't know if you know, that's Jackie Roan's daily car.
Ah, so he's pinched
So he's
it.
pinched it, yeah.
Of course. 16:45, 62 and 52. John Gallant breaks out. I didn't see, unfortunately. I looked away too quickly where John Crawford ended up. Sorry, John. Right, George Todd. And the one and only Polly Judge. Yeah, there can only ever be one, can't there? Yes. We wouldn't be safe with more than one. In fact, we're not safe with just one.
Apparently there's 3 Rob judges.
There are, yeah. he rotates. He rotates on
It's the real one down there.
a regular basis. Number 5 and 12 at the moment. George Todd dials 12 flat, which is the quickest you can dial in Sportsman ET. VW Sportsman. It's 12:19. That's not bad. Polly, 17:20, and she goes 17:38. That doesn't make any difference at all, unfortunately. Still a good run. Still good, competitive, decent light. Race day's not far away. Actually, I think this is Q4, isn't it? They've still got one more. In fact, they finish up the day. VW Pro and Sportsman finish up the day at 7 o'clock tonight. That's the plan, anyway.
Eliminations tonight as well.
We do indeed. We got kicking off with Supercomp. That Street Eliminator one won't happen because we had an extra one yesterday. We've had 2 already today, and they've just come back from the cruise.
to see the cruise. Yeah.
So that won't be there. However, obviously everything else will be.
Yeah.
So there's a number of 32 car fields that are going to be whittled, or bike fields, I think, too, whittled down. Jackie Roan, Alicia Monks. So the Audi TT, the quicker of the two. $14 flats. 14.24, not bad. What can Jackie do? 17.94. Unfortunately for Jackie, stays put. Right, Jason Ainslow with Schools of Drag.
Yes.
Yeah, so Tom Wilkinson Foster in the other lane. A pair of very nicely turned out Beetles. Jason's looks absolutely sparkling in the sunshine. Well, he's already in at number 9. What can he do with this one? That'll help. 13.29 for Jason. Up to number 1 spot. Up to number 8. Breakout in the other lane. Anything started with a 15 would have been a breakout because the dial-in was a 16. That's a good run, though, for Jason. Good move in the right direction. Down there on the line, his lady wife, Larry. Actually, they're 6 and 7 in qualifying. All the kids will get why that's cool. Jason would as well, because he's a teacher, but, you know. So, Larry Ainslow and Poppy Hunter. Right, Poppy Hunter will be there first with a 13.08 breakout run. Larry sticks at 6 with a 14.2. Right, Phil Jones, Caitlin Wilson. That doesn't stick around for long, does it? That was instantly evaporated. Okay, yeah, Phil Jones and Caitlin. This time around, Caitlin opts for an 1825. Phil with the Passat Estate, 1669. Right, so Phil Jones will be over the stripe first with a 1674 and number 3. Finally, the number matches the run. That was a big move, Caitlin. Well done. Only been waiting that all weekend, haven't we? They've still got one more run, actually. Stu Playford and Sophie Emma Lee, your next pair. So Stuart over there in the Kestrel lane. On a 16 flat, I think we've got the last couple of cars for VW Sportsman. And then looking at the order, it's Sportsman ET followed by Super Pro. No real forward gears to start with for Stu. $15.91 with a 0. Sophie Emma Lee moves up to number 4. And a 19-second run in the other lane. No help at all. Okay, so we have Sportsman ET ready to come round. And then Super Pro won't be far behind, actually. Very jealous of my kids because they just managed to go to McDonald's and get a McFlurry. I know. The reason I'm jealous is because...
Are they going to deliver it?
Oh, they...
To you, mate?
Well, yeah, pour it in. Do you know the reason I'm jealous is because we must go there every week on the way past from school or whatever, and I always say, no, we're not going until... So every single time, no, we don't have... We're going to get McFlurry's machine's broken. Every week. For months and months and months and months and months.
Yeah.
One time I'm not there and I don't take them. Bloody works, doesn't it? Never mind. So, yeah, Sophie Emma Lee, just to confirm, moved up to number 4 with that run.
I noticed Kelly's taking digging out old photos as well as you at the moment.
Oh, that wasn't... Oh, is she? I haven't looked. The one about the race suit one was the other day.
Yeah.
Just Calling and Tom Circuit. Yeah, we're definitely a racing family. We're screwed when the kids grow up, aren't we? We've had definitely. Well, Tom Circuit is in at number 9 already. Josh is 25. The last pair in this session. Well, Tom stays put and Josh stays put. Right, Sportsman ET. I think we're on to session 5 for them, actually. We are indeed, yeah. Sportsman ET down there, yep, that's it. So we're about, we're a little bit, but it's one of those days. Always is. So who have you caught up with then? Everybody, hopefully.
Quite a few, yeah. Quite a few.
They probably all looked up and thought, oh, we thought we'd be safe this weekend because you're not working.
What are you doing here?
Something like that. Pete Walters, who is riding high in both the Super Pro Championship and the Sportsman ET Series as well. He's only 25 at the moment. I say only. It's really tough at the top. I think the top 5 are all dead on. It doesn't matter when you qualify where it comes to racing, but you could do with the extra points. Clive Dandridge is now number 9. He was up right up there too. 12.24, 12.75. Pete goes 12.74 with 1 and breaks out by that much. Clive Dandridge, 10th of a second off. No improvement for either, unfortunately. So Pete Walters will start race day from the bottom half. Again, not that that matters. It's like, oh yeah, I've qualified in the top half. Who have I got? Pete Walters. Yay. Something like that. Right, Simon Swarbrick. He's 29th right now. And Dan Holloway in the other lane, who has been pretty much bang on every single run. Dials a 12.04 this time. He still is number 1 from yesterday when he went 12.09. He went dead on with 3. .12.02. He breaks out for the first time. Simon Swarbrick eases off at the top end, so no improvement for him either. He will start at least 29th. Right, Lewis Gilbert and Gary Lake. The big shock so far is Gary Lake is number 12. After qualifying number 1 a couple of weeks ago with this very car in Nostalgia Superstock.
Yeah, you came in there and upset the apple cart there, didn't you?
A fair bit, yeah.
He's
But-
good, wherever
but
you put him in.
Check out the top look, right? So look, numbers 1.
Struth.
Exactly, that's what I thought. So numbers 1 through 8 are all 0, 1 or better. Yep.
Wow.
Top 10, 0, 2. It's absolutely lethal up there. It really is. Right, Lewis Gilbert and Gary Lake. Yeah, so it's not that Gary Lake's off his game. It's just like he's like 100th of his game.
Yeah.
That's all it is. So he's 12. Lewis is 22 currently. To be completely fair to Gary, this is not normally the car that he runs in Sportsman ET. But there is a reason he's been national champion a number of times before. Right, 12.42 for Gary. 12.47, 500ths off. That won't help. Lewis moves up 1 spot with a 57 on a 46. Right, Kirsty Birthday Girl Tram, who, to Ruby and me, of course, who Andy reckons it was Kirsty that drew the cake on there, not him.
Yeah, it's way too artistic for Andy.
Well, especially the party hat on the 12th.
Yeah.
Yeah. 12.03 for the 50 Shades of Green Camaro in the Slick Tricks lane. Still a great story that Kirsty had been around drag racing her entire life. The Tram family had been involved since the year brother raced. Her mum and dad have been involved in organising. She's been around it forever. And it wasn't until a dial-in day she decided to have a go, and that was the end of that, wasn't it?
And that is now her car.
That's right.
Yeah.
So Craig Flinders with a 008 reaction time. Kirsty has been living in the 12 zeros. Goes 12.09, backs up slightly, but still pretty much on the money. Craig with a breakout by 0.04 of a second. So Aaron Springford with the Lexus down there has had, what's the word I'm looking for? Bunny hop issues. I don't know if it's deliberate to slow the car down. Seems to work. He's in at 22 at the moment. Adam Wakefield in the other lane with the Monster Maverick. Currently 6. Well, Aaron will get there first. Breaks out slightly. Pretty good, 13.07. That car's dialed this weekend. In fact, they both are. They're going to be pretty dangerous come race day. Mudflat Matty with the Escort Mark II. With Batmans on the back for this weekend, as opposed to, well, you know what it should say. You can tell by the paint job. What's he done to that to make it that much quicker?
Turbo.
Simple as that. Everyone should do it. It still sounds and shifts like a normal car.
Yeah.
12.54 for Matt. He's 13 at present. Oh, he's not now. When Ricky Hale goes over the line, the screen will update, and Matt Halsall is your new number 1 qualifier. Ricky Hale gets bumped back 1 spot, but congratulations to Mudflat Matty on nicking the number 1 spot with just a few cars to go in the class. There's still wriggle room, but that was dead on with a 1. Told you it was rough. Yeah. It's like, seriously.
Yeah, but to take number 1 in that tight field at the top there
is really good going. Morris Joseph, Terry Atchery. It was an Atchery top 3 at one point. So Morris with the Mazda. Again, a 006 light. Everyone's on their game today. 30.43 too quick. And Terry goes through with a breakout as well. I think we've had more of those per capita today than I think I can ever remember. I don't quite know how, because the weather is, I suppose it's probably the tailwind. I can only guess it's the tailwind. Definitely played havoc with the jet car. Did you see that?
No, I didn't. No.
Exactly, neither did we.
Oh, because the smoke show then was blowing it about
Yes.
that way. Right, gotcha.
He was sitting there for ages while it cleared so we could roughly see the finish line.
Yeah.
It was quite something. Ben Jeffrey and Troy Attree this time. Troy with the Camaro. He's down at 6 now. $12.26 and 32, not bad. 14.01, Ben Jeffrey. They both stay put. So has it been nice to have a day off and mill around?
I've thoroughly enjoyed it, actually.
Yeah?
Really, really nice. A little bit of pit envy with certain teams, like Joe Baxter and they got a paddling pool and
Steady.
a decent sized one over there, so that's been pretty impressive.
Okay. You didn't
Stuff
feel
like
the
that.
need to jump in though?
No. I did, but they wouldn't let me.
Chloe Millington and Debbie Taylor. Chloe doing really, really well. Another one that's been sucked in to racing, which is a good thing.
Loving
of
it
course.
though. She's really, really enjoying it.
Doing really well too. Could we have Pro ET into the lanes, please, for what I do believe will be your bump session? You've got to stick around for that.
Oh, I will be. I'm not going anywhere.
That's going to be hair-raising, to say the least. Debbie, 13 flat, 13.34. And Chloe, 15.84. Up to number 6 for Chloe. Well, it looks like the man with the hat was a good luck charm, not the ladies from Baywatch. Sorry, girls. The only time they don't make it down to watch, and she goes to number 6. Well done, Chloe. Right, Rob Creswell and Jill Medley. I jest, of course.
Jill Medley's gone full pimp my ride with that. The windows are totally blacked out. It looks like a presidential car now.
Illegally blacked out.
I don't know. It looks pretty cool.
Okay, again, a big shock. Rob Creswell is number 23. $12.43 for Jill. 500's too quick, and Rob Creswell stays put. He will be 23 or lower, no matter what now. Right, we have Super Pro arriving, followed by Pro ET. Yeah, that's going to be... that last session of Pro ET is going to be nail-biting for a number of people that you would not normally expect it to be. Have you seen the order? Have you seen it?
I had a chat with the new number 1 qualifier. And he was very, very happy indeed.
It's a mask thing is what it is, I think. That's what it is, yeah.
Yeah.
It's his new extended team of Collins.
Yeah.
Steph Bateman, Lorna Collins. Next to Steph is currently sitting in 16, which is a good place to be in a 32-car sportsman ladder. You get to race number 32. 13.83 breaks out by 200ths. Lorna actually moves up, though, to 18. Nice move. Right, Alex Pryor and Jordan Griffin. Possibly the only racing Metro left, and the only one with a tow bar. Right, what can they do to improve? Breakout is the answer. Actually, Alex does move up to 11. 14.43 with a 9 on a 42. And guess where that gets him? Number 11.
Wow.
It's rough
Just
at the top.
over 100th off in his 11th.
Yep.
But as you say, it is a tough crowd.
You check out that. It makes quite some reading. They've been really on it this weekend. It's what competition is all about. So, Rich Palmer with the family cat and Mike Lindsay, who I think is last. I think there's 31 cars. Yeah, there are. There's a blank in there, which we don't know what it is. But, yeah, so Mike Lindsay currently on the bump with the BMW. Richard Palmer comfortably in the top half. 13.31 for Richard. Stays put. And a 16.63. Michael gets off the bump and moves to 26. So, happy birthday to Ruby. Ruby is on the bubble, so to speak, now. It doesn't make any difference when it comes to race day, though. Everybody goes out there, does their best, and everybody's in with a chance as long as you're in the show. Up against Sylvia Purcell. I think apart from Georgina, these will be the last two, or maybe even the last pair, actually.
No, you've got Matthew Dowdy underneath us.
Apologies.
No, Michael, sorry.
Michael, yep.
Michael.
I keep looking around thinking that's a tow car. That's why.
Oh, he's got a new car coming.
Yeah. I did say a little while ago where the Dowdy's gone.
Yeah. Well, no, Matthew's still got his car.
Yeah.
And Michael's bit the bullet and he's bought a car.
Oh, good boy.
They both intend to race in Pro ET against each other.
That'll be awesome. 14.36, 53. I don't think that's going to help Sylvia. What can Ruby do to improve? Oh, 18.93. I'm really sorry because I didn't see where she moved to. She might have moved off the bump, but the screen refreshed before I could quite get there. Sorry. Well, I must admit, that's pretty nice. It's rather tasty looking, no plated Audi.
It got in the perfect reaction time a few weeks back.
Is that right?
Yeah, yeah. We were so shocked that we missed it at the time.
So shocked you didn't even see. I'm sorry. Yeah, so Michael Dowdy and Georgina Smith. So Michael's 14, Georgina is 19. Unless anything changes here, they will be starting from those positions. 14.46. 53, not bad. And an 18.42. Yeah, they stay put. You weren't wrong as well. Michael's reaction time, 0.14.
Yeah.
Which for a street car is
He's good.
exceptional. Right, a little bit of track prep before we go into Super Pro next, I think, before Pro ET. So come on then, who have you spoken to? What do you know?
It's bumped into Nathan Holtz and Jamie Binney and everybody. They're very, very happy indeed. Obviously, they've been going like 90, 890, then bang,
Yep.
it's all come together. So they've got JT in round one, but unfortunately JT's gone home. So you get into round two.
Of course he has, it's Saturday.
Yeah.
Sorry, John.
But no, they're
I
all
saw him
pretty
this
happy.
morning.
Yeah, yeah.
He's only gone up. Oh, sorry. Anyway, come on, sorry.
Who else? I did actually call into Dave Vector's pit and had a look.
Not pleasant.
Not a lot to say to add to that. Commiserations to the team. It's not bad, but yeah, a little bit of front damage. So, but it's not. It's fixable. It's fixable. I can hear myself very well.
You can. He's just being quiet because he's a guest.
Yeah,
That's what's going on.
Yeah. I bumped into talked to the Wilsons in the lane actually. Bug Jam obviously coming up in a few weeks, and the Outrage Beetle will be back. Done
Yay.
to work on that, so they're looking forward to coming back down as well. Obviously, I chat with Bill Wilson. I bumped into some of the junior drivers. They're all doing well, and obviously they're doing so. They've got a big thing coming up in September for the Carl Cox Junior Dragster, where the entry fee has been covered
Yeah.
as such. So that's a really, really good one for that. So we're looking for a good entry. For
That's
the
a
juniors.
huge help as
Yeah.
well because
it's
it's a big chunk of money.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go on. Sorry.
Yeah. Bumped into Jack Brewster and the team down there. Now, obviously, they were missing in action until today.
Yeah.
One of the problems they had was they went to start the car up, and there's like full voltage at one point, but down to the starter motor, the voltage was a quarter of what it should be. So I thought, oh no, we've got faulty alternators. So they shot off site and went to wherever it was to get it looked at, and they said, yeah, it's absolutely fine. It turned out they had 2 dud batteries in the car, so I had to go and buy a new pair of batteries.
At least it's a simple fix.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
the good thing.
So that was the reason for their delay, but obviously they're back out and running and everything. I wanted to catch up actually with Stevie Saunders, because that side by side with Tom,
It was awesome.
yesterday was like, I wanted to go and have a chat with them about that, but I haven't seen them yet, so I will bump into them at some point.
I'm sure you saw Tom posted that maybe we should race again. 'cause
Exactly, yeah, I saw exactly this. I thought, I was impressed. I had a chat with Aaron Fensom down there. It is so good after all the years that he's been trying to put this package together to get the car to run and everything. It's starting to work out well for him. And also credit to Aaron and his team. Very aware of the social media side of things, and they're doing like reporting all the time, doing little video clips and everything. So wishing them all the best. And he's going to be one of the cars that joins us for Carfest this year as well. So that's coming up end of August.
Fantastic.
So we've got 16 teams outside and 8 teams in the garages.
So is that... I'm going to wait till he doesn't burn out.
It's just not very noisy.
Yeah.
So short version of Carfest, 16 teams outside, 8 teams inside.
Okay.
In the pit garages. They are basically sprint cars that go and do a lap a day, and then we have 3 fire-ups a day, half-an-hour session each one, so we can't get everybody done. But it's a scaled-back version of Silverstone Festival,
which was last year.
This is our first one of Carfest, then we can build it for the following years.
Excellent. So Carfest is a totally different event to the one that you did previously,
totally
obviously.
Totally
Same place, but totally different thing. Cool. Hey, look, taking it to new people.
Yeah, it is, because it's like they're not car people, they are festival people. Cars are thrown in. And yeah, it's a totally new crowd for us.
Good stuff. We know it'll work. Always does. Dave Crowhurst, Nick Curtis. Nick is number 3 at the moment with the blown Malibu. Something went, that was the blower belt, I think, coming off of Nick's car. Dave Crowhurst goes 794 and 790. Something went slithering across the racetrack off of Nick Curtis's car, which is why it went 844 at only 134 miles an hour. I think someone's off on a quad to go and retrieve it. Yeah, it's out there past the finish line in the other lane. Dave Crowhurst did really well not to collect it. Yep, just there we go. It's almost exactly by the scrutineering exit. I just hope for Nick Curtis that it was the blower belt that let go, and the blower belt wasn't it was the cause, not the symptom, if you see what I mean. Right, Steve Saunders, number 1. I did say this earlier, after all the years he's raced, and what a top bloke he is, and his wife is, and everything else as well. It's so nice to be saying his name at number 1. So Aaron Fensham only just missed the perfect run earlier by about 2 thou, I think it was, something like that. He does 735, 839 for Steve Saunders. 740 the right side, and a 37 breakout for Stevie. Well, Aaron, believe it or not, 500s off, only number 16. Well, I think these two paired up earlier on as well. The quickest and slowest car in the class. I don't want to say slow because it's not slow, but it's the slowest of the cars in Superbro. Callum Swinchat out there with the incredible altered. Now, Harry Gibson, did you see what we did yesterday? 6 flat, darling, obviously. 601, straight through, no problem. Second run, I think his shoots fell out before he backed up. But his run earlier today, it shook and spun, and he pedalled it perfectly, and it still went 609.
Yeah, I was down there, and I was stood with Chris Schreier and someone else, and we all sort of went...
That was really good.
You know, the nod of appreciation, you know what I mean? We were all seriously impressed with that. It's beautifully pedalled. You said it exactly right. The young lad knows what he's doing behind the wheel, that's for sure.
Well, and we're tuning the car as well, I should think. It's really, really good, though, to have people on the crew that have the perspective of driving.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember this story, but Warren Johnson sent his crew to go and learn to drive at the Pro Stock car, so they knew what it was like. One of them was Kurt Johnson, and the other one was Greg Anderson.
Oh, wow.
Exactly.
Yeah, they didn't do very well after that.
No, not
did
at all.
they?
No, they were terrible. Bit of tyre wobble for Harry that time. Keeps it pinned. 575. Wow. Callum in the other lane. Thought he'd left the handbrake on with an 884. Well, when I say that car's the quickest bracket car on the planet, you know I'm not fibbing. You dial a 6 flat, which is the quickest you can dial in any bracket class, and you break out by 1/4 of a second. What a run. I'd love to know as well who's got the quickest ET in that car now.
I'm just looking at the history
I think that
note.
could be it.
Yeah, I think it is.
Oh, I think that's it. I'm pretty sure Dougie went 577.
Yeah. Because I'm sure Dougie messaged me on that. That stonking run.
Yeah, that was pretty. Shame it was a breakout, but what can you do? So, Tom Atkinson, Bob Doyle. Tom this time a little bit quicker than the 846 with an 842. He's in at 5. Bob Doyle, bottom half of the field at the moment, 17 with the Z case. Obviously nothing in it. Tom goes 840 with a 5, breaks out by 2. And break out in the other lane as well for Bob Doyle by 7 thou. Right, Jacqueline Bartlett with the slip trick machine. A little bird told me they think they've got an electrical issue, which is why it keeps cutting out just before the finish line. You're nodding because that little bird might have spoken to you too, yeah? They hope they got it, they think and stroke hope they've got it fixed for this run. It's her last qualifying run of the weekend. She's right up there in the championship, actually, and she's currently only number 20. That can all change around in no time. Up against the one and only Dave Russell. The van with no name over there in the Kestrel lane. Well, we'll find out soon if Jacqueline goes all the way through, whether it has been fixed or not. That looks better. That's a 784. That's a lot more like it. Believe it or not, that run only moved up one spot.
Brutal.
20 to 19, yeah. We're not laughing because it's funny. We're laughing because it's just lethal.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, it's amazing. Well, Charlie Seaward down. So tell me the story of Charlie Season, because he's points leader in a car that by right shouldn't be leading in Super Pro. However, he's obviously a damn good bracket racer, so it is.
Well, the Seawoods have been around a long time,
Yeah, of course,
as you know. But Charlie's sort of come in a bit more from a circuit background, because remember he had the E-Type Jag?
Yep.
Had that for a little while. He's gone behind the wheel of this. He wants to go quicker in the future, and he has this plan.
Yes.
But it's not coming to fruition.
Yet.
Down there somewhere.
It's all right, it's under you.
But yeah, so last year he running in Pro ET.
Right.
Stepped up to Super Pro ET this year. Also runs it in Super Top. And just having a whale of a time, and he tends to win an event in each so
Well, also,
the boy does good.
Also on different trees as well, it's got to be
Yeah.
said. Talking about tree, Paul Marston with the 001. Oh, 2 quick by 5. 88 and a 90 for Charlie Seaward. Yeah, 88 and a 90 for Charlie Seaward. Both of them not making it the right side of the number, unfortunately. Could we have Funny Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Funny bike, please, into the pairing lanes. What a class.
Just one thing
Go on.
to add
Yeah,
to
yeah.
Charlie Seaward. They won't be having the music loud in the pits tonight. If you remember Summer Nationals last year.
I don't think. No, I wasn't here because I did national finals last year. You were.
That's
yeah.
Oh, right, okay. Well,
Yeah.
them and the Huxleys, they all their music turned up a little bit too loud on the Saturday night, and then the Sunday they were eliminated.
Feeling a little bit fragile.
Yeah.
Were they?
No, they said that you can't do that. All these alternates suddenly came in. I think, what's going on here?
Right, Mark Coulsell and Leah Kellett. Leah with no throttle stop again. 7:25 is the dial-in. 8 flat. Mark Coulsell went 8:01.
I saw the 8:01 earlier.
That was
phenomenal.
Well, I think now they've qualified. They're number 9 and they're 100th off. This is rough. Anyway, I don't think they're going to care less if a 7 comes up on the board. I'm not entirely sure the weather's with them. The tailwind is, but that little small block's really on song. And normally people set PBs when the weather's cool, like
Yeah,
the start of the
yeah.
year, the end of the year, or whatever. But everyone seems to be doing it like now. Well, dead flat launch for Mark. I can't remember the last time it did that. 8:02. Leah, though, moves up to number 8 with a 26 on a 25.
How have they got that car so consistent? I mean, 8:02, 8:01. It's just phenomenal.
Don't say the C word because it all of a sudden
Yeah,
it goes out the window.
yeah.
But yeah, you're dead right. It was fantastic. Well done to the ball breaker team. The 7 may have to wait for another day. I just hope it's not in round 1.
Yeah.
Anyway, AC Bell with the Limpy Slug. What a car that's become.
Yeah, I think the Supercharger's really woken it up.
It's certainly a lot. I can't imagine it's not a huge amount of fun. Against Mark Bailey. Now, Mark Bailey, again, 15. Very unusual. He's not been able to hit his number so far this weekend. The car has stubbornly refused to run in the 8.6s every time he's stuck it on the window. Hopefully this will be the time it works. A few more cars to go in Super Pro before we get to Pro ET.
Mark's back down.
Oh, look at that for AC. He goes to number 10 with a 796 on a 795. Nice that you were right about the blower waking it up.
Yeah. Right, okay, thanks to TCA, what came off Nick Curtis's car was a prop shaft.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. Blimey. Right, Andy Thetford, who made 3 attempts yesterday, or 2 attempts, I think, something like that. He tried to put it on the 2-step and bump it in normally. It got pulled through due to, well, the car not behaving, basically. He did the sensible thing earlier and rolled in and just left with no boost, nothing, and got a run in, so he was qualified, which he is. He's alongside Ashley Bell, who's had a bit of a rough time in qualifying until earlier on when he put in a real good full-bore run in the 8.3s, which is why he has dialed 8.30 with the Avenger. So Andy Thetford's going to try and do it right this time, trying to bump it in, bring it up on boost. No, it's jumped through again. That was exactly what happened yesterday every time he tried to do that. He was not going to get any laps time. He is qualified. Ashley goes 8.16 at 159. Too quick. Andy Thetford will stand on his run from earlier. Yeah, both Ashley and AC, look, knocking on either in the 7s or knocking on the door of them. Right, Pete Walters having a better time of it in qualifying in Super Pro than he has been so far in Sportsman ET. Currently up there at number 4. Daniel Giles, though, uncharacteristically for that team, number 21. They have not had it their way at all this weekend. Let's just check in on the points again. For Super Pro, yeah, Pete Walters is in number 2. The really surprisingly, the Giles family are not even in the top 10. Can we have comp bike in the pairing lanes, please? Competition bike, please. All right, what I think will be your last round of qualifying. Right, Pete Walters moves the dragster forwards. Both these cars look very similar. Both have got big blocks. One's got a supercharger on there. One is injected. Daniel could really do with moving up a bit. 25 for Pete, stays 4. Daniel does move up to 20 from 21. Right, Phil O'Brien with the really cool looking gel coat Camaro. Being chased by a man in a hat. Against Jack Brewster, who'd actually dialed, look, for the first time ever, 698. Check it out. He went 625 earlier on. It was a really, really good strong run. Thank you very much indeed for the note again, Phil. Absolutely love it. Who's Darrell, though? Not sure how that works, but just kidding. Very kind of you. Actually, that says barrel, you cheeky git. I can see a little. I can see a little. I see a little. Yeah. Anyway, it's all good. Anyway, 7-7. I don't know. We don't think anything. We just say what we see out the window. But we really appreciate the messages. Thank you very much indeed. So 770 in the Slicktrix lane and a 698. Two big door cars. These two actually do play in 760 heads up as well. Right, can Jack run a 6? Can he break out? He's already qualified. That's not the problem. It finally went in high gear. 731 at 196 and a 722 for Phil O'Brien. Yeah, Jack Brewster's car, you could hear it hit the limiter and stay there for a little while before it actually shifted. But he's got a consistent race car. He's got 2 runs down the racetrack, both in the low 7s, both times pulling the chutes. Good man.
Oh, here we come then, bump session Pro ET.
After we have Scott Hauser, who's currently number 2.
Down there,
yeah, that's right.
Oh.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's quiet, don't worry. I get it. Yeah, so we have the bump session coming up for Pro ET, which is what you're here for, I guess.
I'll come to see you, man.
Right, so Scott Hauser was number 1 for a while. He's currently number 2. He's got to run better than dead on with a 3. So he's got to run 7.34, 0, 1 or 2. Wow, he runs unbelievably. That will be, he runs dead on but with a 9. So another terrific run but no improvement. Right. Pro ET bump session coming your way right now. Mr. Thompson down there leading the points in. What a season he's having as well. We got some seriously cool and I hate to say unlikely leaders in some of these classes. Freddie is number 5 currently. Al Medley is number 12. They are not in danger. The people in danger are at the bottom. Colin Morris is on the bump. Wow. John Bean is not in. John Turner is not here. Nick Garrett is not in. Susie McClure, Gav Jackson, Doug McClure, and Wayne Saunders 978 with a 6. My goodness me. Just a few thou the wrong side for Freddie. No help in the other lane. Right. 20 and 24, these two. Adrian Portelli, Simon Innes. There is wriggle room at the bottom of the field. You know, if you run within 0.5, you're almost guaranteed to be in. Almost. So both of these two want to be qualified higher than where they are. It's more a points thing than a position thing than anything else, really. Thank you for pointing that down once you did that. Yeah, that's cool. And you can see that, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, Adrian Portelli will be there first. 10.08, no help. Simon Innes, no help either with a 63. Now you know it's like for me. I normally sit where you are and I have to look at that one.
Yeah.
Right, Laura Baton and Brett Featherstone. Just want to say a very quick hello to everybody sitting at home and watching. Especially you bunch, please behave. And look after mum. Laura Baton, Brett Featherstone. Laura having an absolutely spanking weekend, frankly. She wasn't qualified in the last session, but when an 85 on an 80, this time she does 984, hoping for the same again. Alongside Brett Featherstone, who's only 28. Oh, 40 with a 985. Brett goes to number 8. Laura 12. Well, that was more like it. So that shuffled the order somewhat. Laura Baton, though, into the top half. Yeah, the top half is just stupidly packed. They're all dead on. The first 8 are all dead on. Top 20, 0-3. And Colin Morris is still on the bump, but we haven't had any of the cars behind yet trying to bump in. Right, Stu Thompson, Mark Huxley. Mark was number 1 for a long time. Both these two riding high in the Pro ET Championship as well. 72 too quick and 73. No improvement. Very, very consistent though. Just no improvement. Right, John McClarson all the way from Norway. John, thank you very much indeed for making the trip. Our good friend up here as well, Simon Press, wanted to say a very big hi as well, because he met you last year, I think, when he was touring over at Mansthorpe. So welcome to the UK. Hope you're enjoying yourself. He's currently qualified number 17, well in the show. Well in the show. He's going to be one of those. I wonder if he's going to come and watch the football tonight. What do you reckon?
Yeah.
Why not?
He'll probably get us all rowing on the banking.
That'll be nice. Ellie Measham. Well, quite frankly, it normally rains enough here that we could row on the banking, but not at the moment. Yep, Ellie Measham with Just for Fun. She's number 24, probably safe. Unless anyone else makes some seriously big moves. .77, no help, and well, they're all slowing up a little bit this time round. Right, Andy Brook, he's number 3. And Jordan Cowley, who's, I wouldn't say he's in the drop zone, but he's not comfy down there at number 28. Stranger things have been known to happen. 893, 899, no movement. Andy Pruitt went 899 with a 3 and didn't improve. Says a lot.
Doesn't it?
Yeah. Right. Billy Everett was in the drop zone. Actually, he wasn't qualified till the last run. He is now, though. Now, this run, he's good at this. So, his first run in Super Gas, he went 9:57 because he used that as a tune-up run to get in the show for Pro ET. Now in Pro ET, he dials 9.90 because he needs to... Actually, he's still doing pretty well in Super Gas. Up against #1 qualifier and top Colin impersonator, Bill Wilson. If you haven't seen the photograph, don't ever go near Facebook.
Hasn't published yet.
Oh, is he not?
Oh, no, Bill.
Well, it's a good job he did that now, not tomorrow. He's not going to get an ET. 10:17, Billy using the practice. The Super Gas. But no help for either of them. However, like I said, it's always better you do that now than in round 1. So Ryan Garrett and Warren Watts. Warren in the borrowed machine for the weekend. Andy Flower not able to drive this weekend, unfortunately. So Warren got the call.
What got the call or made the call?
Yeah, up against Ryan Garrett. Yeah, but he's class sponsor and everything else as well.
It's
well, sorry for that. Super Comp. '89 and 908. Warren Watts may well have himself a race car this weekend. 908 and a 907. Ryan, though, not close. Do you know what? He was 500s off, still didn't improve. It's really funny. You probably didn't catch it, but up here chatting earlier to Dave Gibbons, who very kindly joined us for Super Gas. We're having a chat about how difficult it is to drift and coast and not use a throttle stop, talking about Dave Cherrett, and we were just saying, oh, it's really difficult. It must be, you know, you got to pick your point, this, that, and the other. You went 990. Right, Anthony Mitchell, who is 31. He needs to bunch that up a bit to be safe. $10.51 for Dave goes 10.55 and 10.69. Anthony Mitchell moves out of the drop zone up to 22. When I say the drop zone, you don't want to be 31st or 32nd now. Right, both of these two are not in. On the bump at the moment are the Morris boys. They could make life very, very, well, uncomfortable, shall we say. Gavin Jackson, Nick Garrett. Gavin Jackson's had a really good, consistent duster this weekend. So, Nick Garrett, anything starting with a 9.0 that's not quicker than a 4. Oh, wow! Ryan Garrett up to number 4, and Gav Jackson bumps in as well. 10.45 he runs. I think he went into number 30 before the screen changed. But the story of that one was Ryan Garrett all the way up to number 4. Sorry, Rick Garrett. Sorry,
who's
Nick Garrett.
shuffled out now?
That will be... so, Dave Rudd out, Colin Morris out, John Bean out. Goodness
Susie,
me.
Doug and Wayne, they are all yet to run.
Yep.
Oh.
God. Brown trousers time, I think.
Oh.
Right. Or bicycle clip time if you used to watch Bottom. Right, Bob Molden and Tom Kay. Both very safe. Tom Kay in the top 10. He's one of those dead-on. One of the dead-on guys. Bob Molden in the bottom half, but just qualifying this weekend. 9.48, 9.96. Both close to their numbers, just not close enough to improve. Right. So, let's break this down. Jess Bishop, actually, Jess Bishop is 32. Check out the dialing as well for Jess. 8:50, right? The car's been running quicker and quicker and quicker. Colin Morris, though, with the Morris boys, 34. Come on, work now, please. Thank you. Right, so Jess is on the bump. Colin is out. There is every chance Colin could bump in and bump Jess out if she doesn't improve. The bump spot is now 0.6. So they've got to get within 500ths to be around tomorrow.
It's
Definitely.
a decent size one. That's the real bit.
I don't think Colin Morris is going to make... Oh, no, he might do, sorry. 8:52, Jess has done it. And so's Colin. Oh, wow, breathing a sigh. They never look plussed whether they go to number one or whether they're in or not. That was a thumbs up. That's as much
I
as it
think
gets.
that's just Buck Jordan now.
I think it has. I think it has. Wayne Saunders, currently number 39. Sorry, I did have the hang of this until now. Right, so 32, Gavin Jackson is on the bump. Jordan Cowley is out. Dave Rudd's out. John Bean's still out. Susie McClure is still out. And the man on the starting line right now with the little junior comp dragster built by the McGees in the States is Wayne Saunders. Now would be the time, Wayne. Having gear shift issues, not really getting past second gear at the moment. Dials are 10.00. Lee Huxley in the other lane, he's safe. That's much better for Wayne Saunders. It's going. 10.67 with an 8 and a 10.19. Wayne Saunders doesn't make it. Wayne Saunders, unfortunately, his first full run of the weekend, he doesn't make it in, but in the other lane, your new number 8 qualifier. Sorry, yes, 8 qualifier, Lee Huxley, dead on with an 8. We are now dead on all the way down to number 10. The top 10 are dead on. Right, both these two are safe. Amy Watkins, 27. Tom, 24. They're probably like 200ths off or something stupid like that. Anyway, junior drag bike, please, into the lanes. The Huxleys look rightly happy and relieved. Right, Amy Watkins and Tom. 901 place to 961. 906 and a 53. Too quick, too slow. No one moves. I think they will be okay, though.
Oh, this is a tense pairing. Neither of them in. Want to bump in?
Well, both of the McClures are not in.
Yeah.
So no one's got any chance of extra ribbing
No.
because they're both in.
Yeah.
So Dave Rudd in the Banzai Cobra, Mr. Qualifying, needs to live up to his name about now. Doug McClure with the Slug says, who is on the bump very, very quickly?
Gavin, isn't it?
Right, it's Gavin Jackson. Gavin Jackson, and just in front of him is Ryan Garrett. So if both these two get in, those two won't. Dave Rudd needs to be within 5. And he is. But it's not enough. Dave Rudd misses it. Number 33. He was 0.53 off, and the bump was 0.52. Unbelievable. In the other lane, Dougie broke out, unfortunately so. Attention shifts to the start line again. John Bean, perennial front runner in Pro ET, isn't in. So he needs to be anything 0.4 off or better. He's there. Without breaking out, of course.
So 894 to 890, 98. It's rounded back a bit.
Right, nervous moments for the Shotgun Mustang team. It's a 96, he's in at number 18. The relief is palpable. 200s off, number 18.
So that's bumped Gavin out, unfortunately, isn't
Right, so, yeah, Gav Jackson's now gone. Dave Rudd is now bumped to 34. So if there are any breakages, it would be Gavin Jackson that comes in as first alternate. Bump spot is now Ryan Garrett. Who hasn't run? Susie hasn't run. I think everybody else has run. It's only Susie. Only Susie that can do it now.
it? She's just coming underneath the tower now in the next pair.
Well, at the moment, Jack McClure is the only McClure in the show out of 3 of them. Up against Chris Creswell. Right, 11:29. 57 too quick. Wow, Jack
Nice.
moves up. 32 on a 29, up to 26. The only slight issue for Susie is the car's been all over the place, so it keeps going way too quick. I think she went as quick as a 9.1 earlier today.
What?
I think so.
It's true.
It might actually, I might be thinking of the wrong car, but 9:49. She's been quicker than that a few times too. Right, this is the last car in the class. She's the last car that can change the order. She's currently number 38. Can she make it 2 McClures in the show and make Dougie's life a misery?
49 to 53. Oh, it's a 960, so unfortunately it doesn't move up at all there. Well, it actually moves up from 38 to 36.
What do them when we're down to semis? It's only 4.
Okay, last pair.
Like that.
Neil Watkins and Stevie Gates. So Stevie Gates number 5, Neil number 15, Darlings 8.79 and 11.27. So the field is basically set. It's just going to see if these two can shuffle the order around at all. But unfortunately for Susie, 960. Not where she wanted the run to be. .879 with the 2. Stevie Gates goes to number 2. Great move. Neil Watkins moves up 15 to 14.
What a session of Pro ET that was. Right. Don't go anywhere because Funny Bike's been spectacular. Just a quick parish notice to everybody out there in the pits. We will round out qualifying today, but there will be no eliminations this evening. So anyone that was on the order for eliminations this evening, so Super Comp, Super Pro, 850 Sportsman ET, won't be happening this evening. The race director has decided the crew are pooped.
It's a fair shout.
Yeah,
That's a fair shout.
But that is less of a joke than it sounds, to be honest with you. They've all been out there in full fire suits for 2 days in serious heat without a break. Mickey Ollie, Lionel Lagoo. Just realised I said Mickey again. His name's Mike Ollie. He's already been 6:31 today. 6:37 backs it up really nicely for Mike Ollie at 214 miles an hour. Lionel in the other lane, 696 at 198. 950 bike, could we have you in the pairing lanes, please? For your last Q session, I think. 950, please. Come on down. Yeah, see what I mean, though? That's the first time Mike Ollie's been in the 6.3s, and he went 6:31 earlier as well.
To be honest with you, Funny Bike has been spectacular
Been awesome.
this weekend. And
Well,
chat to one of the guys in the lanes, he's taking up the Funny Bike next year as well. So the class is just going to get bigger.
Well, the great thing about it is this is the place to come if you want to race funny bike in the UK.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, the national rounds at the ACU Championship are the place to be. Stu Crane came in for a bit of testing, and he's by no means got everyone covered at all. Right, Martin Zolstra, who is another one of our 6-second runners. Unfortunately, we appear to have lost Nick Daniels throughout proceedings. And Martin seems to have clicked it off as well. No problem. So just further to the message before with regards to no eliminations this evening, that all qualifying will be completed. So VW Sportsman and VW Pro, who are on the end of the schedule for today, will still run. You'll still run at the end of the schedule. However, the schedule's been moved up a little bit due to the eliminations taking place tomorrow instead. One of the I'm not going to say luxuries, but one of the good things about having just locked in perfect weather is you know you're going to get it done. So Thomas Josvig and Dave Peters. Dave has not had anything like a good run all weekend. We even had a carb fire going on yesterday. Thomas Josvig down in the 7.3s. Thomas has been at it in Funny Bike for as many years as I can remember, actually. It's good to see him still going. I think he goes by the handle of Doc Funny Bike on Facebook. Up against Dave Peters. Dave is number 8 at the moment, but that is a 6-second bike, the Rigaboot Express in the Kestrel lane. Lots of tire spin for Dave Peters, but he kept going through it. Good looking runs in both lanes. Quickest of the weekend for both. Thomas Josvig improves to a 7.34 at 169. Dave Peters, with lots of weird stuff going on, still goes 7.47. They're numbers 5 and 6. That will be it for Funny Bike, actually. No Stu Crane in that one. Right, so Comp Bike, where are we, mate? So, to go today, qualifying-wise, we have Comp Bike out there now, Junior Drag Bike, 950, Super Gas, Wild Bunch, and then VW Pro and Sportsman to round out the day. Right, Ivana van der Berg, who isn't in at the moment. The bump spot up there is a 798. It is a Pro Stock bike. It is from the Shark Attack team, but it's her teammate. Good luck, Ivana. It's great to have you back. In the other lane, though, Patrick Rawnsley in the 8.0s. Sorry, I beg your pardon. In the 7.5s. Thank you very much. The screen was reflecting. I couldn't read it. Well, Patrick's not going to improve. Ivana might. That's a great looking run. Well done. 8.76, her quickest at the weekend of 142. She's not going to be in, but still, hopefully a productive weekend nonetheless. Patrick can console himself with still qualifying, number 7 at the moment anyway, depending on if anyone improves. Got a couple that could. Okay, Graham Dance and Matthias van Wingarden on the Pro Stocker, his first ever run in the 7s. Earlier on, the bump spot on the board up there is his, 798. Graham Dance, though, very firmly entrenched in the mid-7s, went 7.42 earlier. Keeps chipping away at it every run. Matthias doing a real good job of riding. That's exactly how you're supposed to ride a Pro Stocker. 7.38 for Graham and a 7.93, even quicker for Matthias. Well done. That 32 will be a 38 for Graham Dance. However, it does still move him up to number 3. Right, Super Gas, please, down for your last session. Super Gas, please, into the pairing lanes. Jasmine Cordell over there in the Kestrel lane. Currently in at number 2 with her first run of the, well, first run of qualifying yesterday morning, which was a 7.33. Chris Neary, he's perfectly safe. 7.5 is what he's been. Well, Jasmine needs a 29 or better to go number one. And she beats it by over a tenth. 7:19. That'll be an 18. 185 miles an hour. She goes to number one. Chris Neary also leapfrogs up to number three with a 7:32 at 185. Well, up until the run in the other lane, that would have got him number two.
So Chris Neary really going quick this year.
Yeah, they all are. That was the run that
Superb.
Jasmine's been building up to all weekend. Right, Pete Field not in the field at the moment on his return. The bike very, very capable of bumping in. The bump is currently a 7:93. Quicker than that, it'll be around to race tomorrow. If not, it's still been a good test weekend, I'm sure. Up against Paul Hambidge, who is now under two. He's safe. Paul Hambidge goes over the line first with a 7:23 and a 7:59. Pete Field gets in.
And that's the new bump now.
That is the bump.
7:59.
The
Wow.
bump's been almost chopped in half. Look
Yeah.
at that. 7:59 bump spot, 186. That run was always coming. It was just the one part. I really do actually feel sorry for Matthias Vingarden because he's been just so consistent, chipping away, getting to the sixes, got into the 7s even, 7-9s twice, and then just gets completely blindsided by that man in the final round of qualifying. It's not over though. Liam Holgate still to go. He's currently in at number 11. Could we have the Wild Bunch, please, for your last session of the weekend? Wild Bunch, please, come on down. Yeah, so Liam Holgate. The bike kept going upwards, not forwards. That was the issue he had yesterday. It's still going, but just not behaving, unfortunately. He had a good run earlier on today where it got off the line smoothly, but wasn't quick enough to get in the show. He will take a cruise off the top end and try again another day. It was always going to be a big ask for him to run quicker than 7:59, but just would have been nice if he could have got in a strong run. So, Junior Drag Biker next. Currently still according to the stats, currently still a balmy 26 degrees with the tailwind, which is always good for running quick. Okay, Pete Slater and Damien Hope, two more that stepped up big time in the last round of qualifying. They're currently number 5 and 6. They're currently in the 7.4s, but from what we've seen in this session, anything could happen. That's not going to be an improvement for Pete Slater. He's having too much up. Yeah, and they both back out of it with issues. Right, Junior Drag Bike. Qualifying session number 5 coming your way. To the 8th mile, don't forget. If anyone's listening in or looking in, I think the time has now surpassed 5 o'clock. It has indeed. Just to let everybody know, don't forget the football is on track this evening. Football on a drag strip, whatever next. But it will be parked up facing the bank. So if you want to come and join us for this evening, you just have to pay to get in, but you get an evening ticket from now onwards. You can come and watch the rest of the racing. You go and have a wander around the pits, and then you can watch England take on Norway for a place in the semi-finals of the World Cup later on this evening. Darcy Caldell out there on the line, looking for a 12.9. 12.88 with a 1, Darcy. Woof. Just too close. Yeah, there's qualifying based on their dial-ins, which are on the board up there. 8.90 for Sam. That's his dad bringing him into stage, looking like a Space Ranger because he's about to go and ride his 950 bike. Ups alongside the one and only Jackson King. Well, Sammy's long gone looking for 890. 9 flat. Not bad at all. Jackson is just cruising up there. That won't be a 9 anything. Might be a 19. It's an 18. But still issues for Jax, unfortunately. Not sure. He's pulling off to the side. I'm not sure he's even going to make the first turn. Okay. On pause for a moment while we go and collect Jackson. Well, last time he stopped close to the start line. This time he's going to need to be assisted at the top end by the quad. Right, back at it. Jackson has just gone off of the scrutineering exit up at the top end. Rico Patterson and Isaiah Alvarez. Oh, your next pair. Well, Rico goes 9:21 and 34. That'll be too quick, as will Isaiah in the other lane. 3 seconds off the pace that time, unfortunately. Lyra Humber and Cameron Cordell, with none other than Mr. Scott Collier doing crew duties down there on the line in the Slick Tricks lane. 11:73 for him, and Lyra with a 10:15. .10.14 with the one, just that bit too quick. Cameron, though, up to number 3. 11.75 on a 73. Nice one, young man. Good effort. Almost as good as you, Scott. Almost. Maggie Smallman and Kyan Lester. Kyan does look quite mini on that bike. It's very cool, though. Go back to school on Monday. What did you do at the weekend? Oh, ride my track bike. Yeah, of course. So Maggie's Darling is significantly quicker than Kyan's by about 5 seconds and a bit. .8:38, nicely done, and 13:31, too quick for Kyan. Maggie moves up to number 9. Right, Leah Morrison and Sophie Pollen. Leah is currently number 2. 8:05, that's another great run. Sophie, no help, unfortunately. 0.12 off. Right, Harry Isaacs and Brad Morrison. Brad's in at 13, lots of room to move up. Lots and lots and lots. Harry, though, is right up there. He's leading the Junior Drag Bike Championship. .9:45 goes, 9:58, not bad. Brad goes 10:12 on a 9:75. No help for either of them. So Aisha Harris now down to 4, actually. I think she was on top for a while. Up against Alia Lester. Alia in the Kestrel lane. Aisha has been very, very consistent, though. .9:25, it's a 9:29, that'll work. And a 9:75 with a 3. Aisha Harris takes the number 1 spot on the last run of the weekend in qualifying in Junior Drag Bike. I think Kadaz is quite delighted, to be honest with you. Well done, folks. She's number 1. Right, Dion Hartley, Hayden Michelle, last chance to shake the order up in 950 bike, excuse me. Hayden's bike is, frankly, way too quick for the class. He needs to click it and coast. However, it's at the moment, it's Dion's the one that's been in the 950s. Hayden gets it in the last session. He actually only moves up one spot, unbelievably, with that 855. He did the coast thing perfectly that time round. Right, Dave Hall with the artist alongside Matt Gatland. So the numbers 5 and 6, 62 and 69 for Dave Hall. That will not help either of them. They were both quicker and closer earlier on. Right, Harvey Taylor and Jack Hartley. Got to say it again, really great to see 950 bike making a proper comeback. Full field of bike racers going at it this weekend. So Harvey Taylor is 2. He went 953. Jack Hartley is last at the moment, hasn't nudged into the 9s yet. .959 and 10:28. Once again, no help. Couple of good runs, but just not any improvement. Right, number 1 and number 7 at the moment. Goodness me. Tom Cook-Abbott, he's in the 9.7s. He's had to make some tuning adjustments due to the fact I don't think he's got 5th gear at the minute. Still running the bike though, nothing's particularly putting him off or slowing him down. I think he's trying to compensate by picking it up in the early half to make up for the lack of top gear. 945, 971. Well, he's consistent though. He is consistent. Too quick for Alex. Not quick enough for Tom, but he's in the show. That is a wrap for 950 bike. So we got Super Gas, last session of the weekend for the 990 door cars and roadsters, of course. Yeah, been very kindly reminded by Graham. While it's quiet, just before we get to run, the Morris boys, perfect ET in Super Gas. Money is still unclaimed. Not sure what happens to it if it remains unclaimed. But yeah, the Morris boys in Super Gas, if anyone can hear me around there, you still have your perfect ET money unclaimed from yesterday. Right, we've still got a few casters left to go. Super Gas is one of them. So it's Wild Bunch, and then VW Pro and Sportsman. So we're going to go with the Wild Bunch first. Proudly sponsored for 2026 by Springbridge Direct, thank you, Bob. Royal Wilding Nostalgia Race Cars, SPRC, Ratcatcher Racing, and Chris and Claire as well, the Nostalgia Drag Racing Team 2. This is actually the first of their Motorsport UK events of the season. The next one will be the green lights, and then the national finals. So first out on track is Pete Brown, taking on Marie Mills. Pete's been in the 8.3s pretty much all the time. His PB in the car is significantly quicker than his brother, by over 1/10 of a second. But this time round he's looking for an 8.37. Alongside Marie Mills, another car that is actually for sale, with a small block Chevy on board. Marie won her first ever event last year at the Green Light Nationals in Wild Bunch, and also won her debut. How cool is that? Claire just wants to wish her a very big, warm Wild Bunch welcome, even if the car is obviously for sale. 10:30 is her dial-in this time. And for Pete Brown, 8:37. Could we have VW Pro into the lanes, please? VW Pro, please, into the pairing lanes. .830 with a 0. Well, I don't think they care about the breakout, to be honest with you. Marie goes 10:22, which is actually too quick as well. But the Browns, you can hear it in the background. I think they are loving life. Right, Philippa Turton with the coupe, which is a rather cool-looking car, to say the least. She's currently #1 qualifier. She dials a 10.13. Coming into this weekend, her quickest ever was a 10.17. She's already eclipsed that with a 10.15. Going up alongside Al Schofield. So good to have Al joining in with the Wild Bunch. He has been in the 8s with this, only just in the 890s. This time round dials a 9.10. 909 with a 6, just too quick. 10:32 for Philippa Turton. One of her slower runs of the weekend, actually. Very quickly before we move on from the wonderful Wild Bunch, just a quick thanks to everybody from the Clifford family to say unfortunately they couldn't get fixed, but thank you to everyone's help. Rob and Pete Brown, Elaine Hancock, Chris Winchat, Scud and Andy Thetford. Huge effort to try and find the right bits, but it just didn't happen, unfortunately. They'll be back again for the finals in September. So James, thanks for the message, mate. Sorry you couldn't get it done. We tried everything, obviously. Sometimes it just doesn't work out. Right, Supergas, qualifying session number 5. Their last run of the weekend before eliminations. Tony Morris, supporting the class from out there in Florida. Couple of roadsters going at it. Dave Fulton takes the #2 spot. He finally hits the number, good boy. 10.00 in the other lane. So no help. Once again, Tony, if you're listening in, thank you very much indeed, as always, for supporting UK drag racing. I know you're an expat, but the fact that you're still involved and here in spirit supporting everybody does mean a lot, mate. And you give a lot of help and support and advice to a lot of the racers that are here too. Conrad Stanley, Paul Brown. Paul Brown was #1 for a while. He's now only down to #4. .989 with a 7. Oh, breath of wind, and that would have been bang on. Conrad, 10.08, losing a bit of ET somewhere again. Right, Billy Everett in the Duster. Alongside Laura Bainton. It doesn't look like Billy Everett will be moving forwards, unfortunately. So Laura looking to now slow the car down all the time. Does it perfectly. .996 at 120. Right, someone else that needs to slow it down a little. Actually, both these two do. Mark White, Dave Cherritt was number 1 after the last session, or the end of the last session, with a 990 with an 8. We might have been number 2. He's now down at 3. Mark White, I beg your pardon, finally gets the 9.96 that he's been looking for. That takes him up to the number 9 spot. No help, unfortunately, not backing off quite in time in the other lane. Right, Martin Kirbishley, always an absolute pleasure to have Martin and the family in the house. However, Dave telling him to click it off, unfortunately, on this one. He's already well qualified with a 992 from earlier. Something in the engine compartment is, yeah, something's overflowed. Well, at least it happened in qualifying, not in round 1. Okay, Eva Davis with another full run. Hopefully this may even be a qualifying run, depending on her licence sign-off. I know the plan this weekend was to try and get her licensed. She now may be close to joining in. It does actually say that this is a qualifying run. Whether it stands or not is down to the race director, obviously, and everybody down there. The car is blatantly way too quick for Supergas, but that's what throttle stops are for. Her dad, Nick, who's been doing this for a long while now, one of the best to ever do it in the UK, says it's up to you, young lady. Would it be a 9? It's a 10:30 at 137 miles an hour. She's actually showing as qualified with that number, so she may be around to race tomorrow, all being well. I think licence was signed off earlier, so provided that was okay, and she gets the thumbs up from the race director and everything, it may be for Eva's first ever race day. Right, we've still got VW Pro, VW Sportsman, and yeah, and I think that's it. VW Sportsman into the pairing lanes as well, please. We've got VW Pro just rolling around underneath the tail right now. We also need VW Sportsman. These will be our last two classes of the day. So that's James Gould, two of the quietest cars in the class. One of them obviously quiet because it's electric powered. That's the Blackcurrant Beetle with Sang Young on board. Two brothers from Huntingdon, or Hungerford, sorry, doing in their garage what big corporations have taken years to do. Alongside James Gould, again, this is qualifying for eliminations tomorrow. Dial-ins up there. These are our last two classes. What? There's still a bit of slipping and sliding going on from Sam Young. He was sideways a couple of 100 foot out. James Gould is long gone with his best run of the weekend, 9:15. 143 miles an hour. Moves up to number 10. No help, unfortunately, and obviously for Sam Young that time. Right, Dave Henderson and Mike Strachan. Mike Strachan is your current number one qualified, 9.710. Dials 970 again. Alongside Dave Henderson, both these two guys from the same camp. 967 for Michael Strachan and number one for Dave Henderson. Personal best in one lane, new number one in the other. They're 1 and 2 actually, those guys. Michael Strachan, his first trip ever into the 960s with a 967. And Dave Henderson nabs the number one spot in the last session of the weekend. Will it stay there? We'll have to wait till the end to find out. Harry Gamble, James Hodgson. 11.92 plays 10.74. James Hodgson's going to roll over first, 10.83. An improvement for Harry Gamble, actually, by one spot. Right, Ed Keats, Jacob Bailey. Jacob Bailey was number one for a while. Now this time round does 9.43, considerably quicker than before. And goes 9.71 at 160. Check that out for Ed Keach though. Up to number 3. Nice job. 10.63 on a 60. Good man. Okay, rolling up now, Danny Bean and Nigel Gregg. So Danny Bean is already number 6. That's not bad. Stays 6. Nigel Gregg up 3 to number 9. Right, Chris Waterhouse and Josh Lee. Right, 7 and 10. 12.19. That'll work for Chris Waterhouse. Up to number 8. Josh Lee stays put at number 7. Right, Wayne Waterhouse and Charlie Roberts. Wayne goes 9.91, too quick. Charles Roberts, 11.97 on a 50, just needed a little bit more oomph. They're happy though. So Jake Fronda with Nino, 2.0. Big block forward power in the Golf. Possibly one of the most unique Golfs on the planet. Out alongside Phil Blogg with the caddy, who won't make this run, going backwards, not forwards. Yep, bye run for Jake. Phil is being pushed backwards. 10.55 the dial in for Jake. .10.77 slows up a bit, but still moves up to number 13. Right, the ever incredible Mr. Cole Goldsmith. From Romney Marsh down in Kent. Mark Cole unfortunately rolled the lights, which means he can't have another crack. So forward comes Luke Stevenson for Coated Race Bearings, Pro Race Engineering's RTMG, GP Turbos, 32 Racing Wheels, and everyone else who helps him out. Mainly you, really, mainly you. I missed GP Turbo, sorry about that. Right, Luke, looking for an 11.44. If he does break out this time, it's going to be the quickest ever run for the Don. Well, that launch was a lot more like it. 169 to 60 foot. Will he break out? Not quite. Still a great run, 11.66. He does improve to number 14. Well done, fellas. Well done, Andy. You can have a kip now, if he'll let you. Well, Phil Blogg back for another crack at it. Phil's after a 10.58 and he goes 10.64 to move up to number 5. That was worth waiting for. Yep, just hunting for the dialing and the number and everything again. It's on the other side, Chris, if you can hear me. Yeah, Alex Knott, the highly medicated, without the flashing lights this time, alongside Abby Tether with a big thank you to DH Automotive. Well, Dave Henderson's just gone to number 1. Abby was there for a little while. She's now 4. Wow. Alex Knott goes to 3, 11.51 with a 4. Abby gets bumped back 1 spot. Okay. That was all for VW Pro. At the end of that one, Dave Henderson and Mike Strachan, number 1 and 2. What a day for those boys. Right. VW Sportsman, Q number 5. Last qualifying of the weekend. Last class of the day. Just a quick timing system reboot. Okay, like I said, last class of the day, VW Sportsman, Larry Ainzo and Bruce Harvey. Larry is some way up there already at number 8. $13.89, $14.29. Nobody moves. Right, George Miller, who nabbed the number 1 spot. He's still there at the moment, $13.99 with Sonic. Right, Emma Alcock and Ross Page. Looks like Ross having a job keeping it in his lane, but he will get there. 12.65, 13.25, 19.03. 17.40. That's got to be breakout of the day, that one. Over a second and a half. Lily Stevenson has been oh so close to the perfect run a number of times. Sadly, it's always been on the wrong side. Up against George Todd. Lily is 21 at the moment. Not years old yet. She was very close again. 003 red. Well, George will get there first. With the 12.24. Lily, 13.71, slows up a bit. She does improve her qualified spot, though, by 1. 21 to 20. Right, Aaron Lang, who was number 1 for a little while, till George Miller turned up earlier, up against John Gallant. 1650, 1403. Aaron will be there first. 14 flat, too quick. 1638, guess what? Too quick. It's very, very tight indeed, but everyone's having a bit of a mare in their dial-in today. I don't know where it's going to warm up or cool down tomorrow. It's going to be a very similar day today, I think, actually. Poppy Hunter and Phil Jones. Next to make an appearance. Well, Poppy will roll over first. A little bit off the pace. Will that help? It does actually. Moves her up to 15. Phil Jones. Too far out the way. Yeah, the weather forecast for tomorrow is slightly warmer. Be nice and cool tonight though, which is frankly a bonus. The wind's in the same direction too. Right, Tom Circuit, who is already at number 9. Wow, too quick, but I don't think they care a monkeys, to be honest with you. 12.67. Phil Swell in the other lane, though, with a 13.67, moves up to 13. So Tom Wilkinson Foster and Sophie Emma Lee, who is still holding on to number 4. Too quick, too slow for Emma. Big breakout over there in the Kestrel lane. Right, Mr. John Crawford, or Professor John Crawford, I apologise to call him by his correct title, and Jackie Roan. So car owner, racing car borrower. Well, they're absolutely side by side. And they both run in the 17s. John gets bumped back because Jackie moves up to 9 with a 17.84. Right, Alicia Monks, Stu Playford. Still having issues. He's down in 28. $14.22 quick for Alicia Monks by just over a tenth. Stu Playford will not run a 16. He doesn't indeed. Right, Polly Judge and Kaz Waterhouse, two of our young lady racers. Kaz will be there first. Kaz goes nearly a second under. Sorry, I don't mean to laugh. Polly goes almost a second in the other direction. Yep. Well, if you could just even out the two, take an average of both, it'd be perfect, I think, actually. Yeah. Add one, take away the other. Ideal. Right, Caitlin Wilson, and Jason Ainslow. Caitlin was, I think she nabbed the number 1 spot for a little while. That didn't last long. She's now number 3. We've only got a couple more cars left. Jason's up at number 11 though, and in this field that's still pretty good going. So's that. He's nearly in the 12s. Too quick. Don't think he's going to be worried. Very nice run again for Caitlin. Sets her up very nicely for race day. A 28 on a 25. Sounds all posh. Right, Colin Micallef, excuse me. Couldn't get my Micallefs out. And Jack Young. Well, everyone started well and then didn't get second gear. Jack looking for 15.2. Connor won't be anywhere near a 12.9. I don't think. He should be way out in front by now. Yeah, he's not. Jack does improve, though, up to 14 with a 15.26 on a 15.20. It's been close. Very, very close this weekend. Okay, our last pair in qualifying for the day. And Jordan Clark down there with the Thunderbug with a note on there saying, thank you to the track staff. And you're about to find out why, because for all the people down there on the start line, we're about to do a gender reveal because Jordan's young lady is expecting, and we're about to find out whether it be pink or blue. What a lovely way to do it with the last qualifying run of the weekend. In the other lane, Josh Cooling. Josh is going first. I do apologise. Then it will be Jordan. After a 13.5, but missed that shift, so I don't think it's going to be there. That's not. That's a 14.9. Okay, the track belongs to Jordan Clark for about the next 12.5 seconds. When he goes through the finish line, we will find out whether he and his young lady will be expecting a boy or a girl. Here we go. What a great way to find out. 12.62 as he goes through the finish line. There should be a very clear sign. Well, it was over there on the side. There you go. You can just see the blue flare going over there in the Slicktrix lane. It will be a boy. Perfectly timed. Well done, Jordan. There you go. Look, you can see him now at the finish line. Bang on time. We're done for the day. Thank you all very much indeed for your time and attention. Everybody on the grandstands and on the banking, you absolutely rock. Thank you very much indeed for bearing with us all day. If you want to watch it, the football will be on pretty much where you're sat in a few hours' time. So if you want to join us for a World Cup party this evening here at Santa Pod, please join in. Once again, please put your hands together for our ever amazing track crew who have worked their tails off for the last 2 days in rather serious heat. And again, they're still going. They stayed late last night and scraped the track. So thank you to all of our track staff. Thank you to everybody behind the scenes that keeps this rolling, keeps everybody safe. I'm going to hand over to Nitro FM. We have one more day to go, and it will be race day. See you tomorrow. Oh, and good luck, England, and possibly Norway.